Me, oh my. How is it going? How we doing? How we feeling? Oh, man. Woo! Ugh. Long day, long day. I am excited. To be here, to be able to chill with you guys for a little bit. I did not have a lot of chilling today. Let's get everything pulled all up. You guys want to hear something really sad? Well, what's up, SSH? How you doing? Um, yeah, you guys want to hear something really sad? So, you guys all know that I did I had this in tab and you made me jump. Sorry, Kale. But you guys all know that I had the 72-hour stream, right? Obviously. Um, so first fun thing that I learned is that if a stream is over 12 hours, YouTube does not auto archive it. And they don't tell you beforehand that they're not going to do that. Or during. I didn't get any sort of warning or anything, so that was sick. What's up, John? But no problems, I thought. I have a local recording. I'll just throw up the 72 hours on the main feed. It'll be all good. And then I was like, hey, my computer's due for a reset. Because I reset my computer every 1.5, 2 years. Just to keep it nice and fresh. And I do full kit and caboodle, wipe everything. Also helps me, get rid of all the stuff I don't use anymore. And part of the reason I wanted to do that is I was like, oh no, if my computer crashes, I'll lose all my local recordings. And then I started the reset without backing up anything. It's not everything. I have quite a bit of stuff already on a server and a lot of stuff already in like a cloud drive, but all of my local recordings just gone. So it is as if that 72-hour stream never happened. Woo! Perhaps the real watch hours were the friends we made along the way, right? I was hoping for VODs later. This is sounding ungood. Yeah. Sounds like this guy needed to use backplays. Buying a service to protect me? Gross! I have a computer science degree. Fuck you, I'm not buying a product. Well, I'm not buying a service. I will buy a product. I had been debating buying the thing that is in this box for a long time. And I was like, I'll do it later. And then this happened. And this is basically a box that will allow me to record. Oh my God, where is it? There it is. This is basically a box that will allow me to record directly to the box, not to my computer. And then I can do whatever the fuck I want with my computer, and the box will always be there. Yeah, it's a bummer, but it is what it is. Cannot wait until we hit the Nordverse. Is the Nordverse where I inevitably get sponsored by NordVPN? I'll tell you right now. I can't speak for future Jack, right? I'm so glad you got the reference. Oh no, I didn't. I can't speak for future me, especially if I were to ever go full time and actually be dependent on the income. But I do not foresee myself taking C2 ad series. Gotcha. I do not foresee myself taking sponsorships from things either I don't use, Or at least that I don't use like a competitor, right? Like I would never take a NordVPN sponsorship because I use OpenVPN. I would take an OpenVPN sponsorship because I use that shit. And if I didn't use any VPN, then I'd take whatever. But I don't want to advertise for something I actively use something else of. You know what I'm saying? That would feel icky. I wouldn't like that. Splice the GigaCube to save the Nordverse. Oh boy. I've heard that Scanlan's ad reads get a little wild and a little wacky during whispers. Oh man, Mike seems real fucking loud. What the fuck? Wait, did Mike fix itself? Because last time it was like really quiet, I remember. But now I'm looking at it and it's like fucking peaking with every word I say. How does it sound right now? The level looks good right now. Looks way better than it was. How do we feel about that? Sam's ad reads. He doesn't read the ads in Scanlan's voice. I see. So we're not breaking down the wall too much. Let's see. Okay. Sam's ads develop complex lore and multiple extended universes. He's a director, man. You could fuck it. Lift the camera up. Zoom in on the whispers. I'll take the mic. He's got that director's eye. You just lowered the vol level. Sounds good. Okay, sick. Let's see. Hey, Mega, if I wanted to ask you a streaming question, where would be the best place to ask you? Didn't want to just DM you on Discord. Ooh. SSH, what do you... Like, a question about my stream or just, like, about streaming in general? Because I like... Or, like, about, like, my own, like, personal feelings. That's true. I don't really have a direct way for people to contact me. I should probably figure that out. Maybe I'll do like an inbox or something. I don't know. Yeah, because at this point, I'm fine with y'all DMing me because there's like 20 of you. But if there were more, I might not be so cool with it. That's a good question, SSH. I mean, you can let it rip in chat unless it's weird. General, don't want to feel like I'm trying to advertise anything. Oh. I see. Go for it. Go for it. Yeah. You guys let it rip, and for future, I will figure something out. You absolutely should. Sooner or later, someone is going to want to interview you for some CR related thing. I'm flattered, AKL. I don't know if I'm that sauced up yet. But you do make a good point. I do have an email, actually. I do just have an email. It's just my username at gmail.com. It's just megaphoneman0. So, but I don't really have that like listed anywhere. And I'd like for there to be like a direct like ask me a question sort of channel. I'll think on it. I'll ask the mods. Not necessarily a big outlet, but somebody, but potentially. That's fair enough. Yeah, SSH, let it rip. I'll answer it right now. I'm looking to start streaming myself. Do you have any general tips or advice for someone streaming for the first time, things to avoid, etc.? Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you guys why I stream on YouTube instead of anywhere else. So we can do a little bit of Megaphone Man little mini Q&A. I'll sit down for this. So I stream on YouTube, a little bit of behind the curtain action sort of deal. Because I was originally going to stream on TikTok, and I started out making shorts mostly, because they were really easy to make, even if they didn't get a ton of traction. And my goal was I knew I wanted to stream, and I knew that TikTok Live just pulled crazy numbers compared to any other streaming place. It's a really great place to get discovered, because the TikTok algorithm is pretty pretty legendary in terms of like matching you with really small and up and coming creators. At least compared to a lot of the other big sites. But word of warning that I didn't know before I started is number one, you cannot live stream on TikTok at all, period, until you have 1,000 followers, which I don't. So I can't even live stream on there right now. I think I have like 500 on TikTok or something. I stopped posting on there. Although I'm going to start again soon. I have some scheduled. But so you can't do that. And then once you actually hit 1,000, you cannot use OBS, which is what I use for the actual process of streaming. You can't use OBS unless they give you a stream key, and there are literally a limited amount of stream keys. So it's really unlikely nowadays that you'll get one, especially if you're small. So you either have to use your phone, or you have to use their TikTok Live Studio. They have like their own, like, not even really competitor to OBS, but they have their own thing. And you can use that, and it's worse, obviously. So that is a huge hurdle that I did not want to deal with. And then second kind of top choice was Twitch. But Twitch has really shit recommendations. It's hard to get discovered. You have to, like, there are people that just like browse the bottom of categories and look for interesting things. But it was just not as I for a while I was streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Not allowing OBS seems like such a weird requirement, dude. Yeah, don't even get me started, man. There's so, like, TikTok has this crazy algorithm, like crazy amazing for small creators. But everything else about creating on TikTok fucking sucks. Everything else. The reason that anyone is on TikTok is because you can get eyeballs there. That is the only reason people are on TikTok. I'll tell you that straight up. But so there are some people that like will look at the bottom of Twitch categories, but not super often, at least in my limited, admittedly, experience. The entire time I did like not very many, like maybe like 6 live streams on Twitch, and they were like multiple hours, and I think I had like one person ever join. One person ever chat, I should say. I absolutely browse for small to medium viewer numbers when I look at stuff on Twitch, like 15 to 50 viewers. So, I mean, that's really dope, AKL. That's super, super sick. But I will kind of put that number into perspective. 95% of the people streaming on Twitch right now are streaming to 0 viewers. And that's not an exaggeration. That's a stat. So even if someone like me right now, my numbers having like 5 or 6 of you guys in chat puts me in the top 5% in terms of Twitch numbers. So there's just a lot of streams on Twitch. So then we get to kind of YouTube, and there's less streams on YouTube, but finding streams is kind of weird. You guys know, I mean, obviously you all found me. It just gets put up there with all the videos, and there's a ton of really great video content, but so you're competing with more stuff, but there's less live streams, and you get impressions very similar to what you would get on a video. So like if I post a long video, or I say a long, anything over a minute, I call a long, because I have shorts, I have longs, and I have lives. So if I post a long, I can pretty generally expect it to get somewhere in the range of like 1,000 to 5,000 impressions, which is how many like people's homepage it shows up on. And my streams are pretty similar, depending. So like some of them get like 6K impressions. Some of them get like the one last on Monday got like 8K impressions. But I think that's because Orion was in the title and thumbnail, which, whoa, crazy coincidence. He's in the thumbnail and title again this week? Who could have guessed? I promise it won't become a huge pattern, but I will do it when I can, or when it doesn't feel weird. So, I eventually chose YouTube. So there was that. There was the literally like, how are people going to find you? And then the other aspect of it was the fact that YouTube auto posts your VODs. That is really, really nice for me, especially. Just being able to like have the VOD go up, because I get, like, if we're talking about like total watch time on a piece of content that is live, I normally get somewhere in the range of like 50 to 100 watch hours on the actual live, and then I get like pretty much the same amount on the VOD. And I do not think that if I just recorded all of my Twitch live streams, it would have the same conversion. So there's all those factors. I tried Restream for a while, which is a service that allows you to stream to both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. Well, kind of wherever you want, simultaneously, up to 2, unless you pay. But the issue with Restream is if your stream ever crashes, Restream will just end the YouTube live, which means that the VOD gets clipped. So you can actually see that when I first started the Critical Role series, there's like a part 1 and a part 2 that were recorded in the same recording session, like the same streaming session, but my OBS crashed during the middle of it, and so Restream just clipped the VOD, and which I hate. It's I don't like that. So I decided to ultimately just focus on YouTube. Besides that, Stream Elements is your friend. Stream Elements will help. Everything that you now see on screen is driven in some way by Stream Elements. Anything graphical. The chat, do not try and do YouTube chat without using Stream Elements. There are ways, they all suck. Even though my chat looks kind of weird right now. I might have to look into that. But Stream Elements is really sick. What else? I'm trying to think of like things that I wish I knew like 2 months ago, right? Because I've been really ramping up streaming lately. Locally record your shit and don't delete it on accident. That's it. Oh, is that why you have a Coca-Cola logo in your background? No, that is a metal sign from the factory floor in Atlanta. Coca-Cola is one of Paige's, I don't want to say favorite brands, but it's like she's in advertising, and it's like she considers it one of the most impressive brands from an advertising perspective. And so when she went to visit the factory, she picked this guy up. It was like off one of the walls. I don't know if she stole it. I don't think she did. I think they let her take it. I don't know if that's an out. It's very cool. I've been admiring. Thank you. I guess I'll tell Paige. Yeah, I love my background setup. This used to be like on our balcony, all this green foliage, and then we moved it inside, and I like it a lot more. Duly noted on the do not delete recordings, dude. If don't delete recordings and do backups of your shit. Keep everything. Just put it all in a folder somewhere. Because you never know. I still use thumbnail faces that I took 4 months ago. Because, yeah. Thumbnail and title are important no matter what. Just are. So learn about it. Even if you're not making longs, they're still important for lives. Although I can't really talk. I don't put nearly as much effort as I should into my title and thumbnails. I use a service called vidIQ. it's not the best, but it's good for getting you thinking about keywording and SEO. And that's pretty much it. I don't pay for anything. I don't pay for any of the things I use for live streaming. I pay for several things outside of live streaming that are for content, but nothing that's directly for live. So yeah. Stream for a lot. Like sometimes I'm throwing up, some short streams here and there, but I started to see more and more impressions when I started doing like 5-6 hour streams. I also think that I have a very good, I'm very happy with the Critical Role watch throughs. And I mean, we'll go even a little bit more behind the curtain. I don't know how boring or interesting this is for everyone. There's like 10 people here. That's crazy. What's up, everybody? I don't know how interesting this is, but to really lift the curtain off for a second, I'd been trying to find a series of live streams that I could do that I would not have to invest creative effort into beforehand. So, like, I try to make it as dope of a show and, like, as good of a piece of content as I possibly can while I'm live streaming. But I don't have to think about the live before I hit go live beyond making the thumbnail. Which is dope. And it really gives me a lot of energy for streaming because I actually get to do the thing that I really, really like, which is hitting go live and talking. So I've been looking for that infinite series sort of thing. And I'd also straight up been looking for ways to use like Brennan Lee Mulligan, Critical Role, Matt Mercer, like in the title because it's great SEO. And I was talking to one of my buddies one day about how, because we were talking about, I think it was Adventure Zone actually. And I was talking about how I didn't make it through season 1. I was like, yeah, I only watched like 5 episodes. I don't know why. I really liked it. I just couldn't get myself to watch it, for some reason. And he was like, oh man, like, and at that point I had started streaming and he was like, man, you just need to find something you can watch on stream. Like, I'm sure you would actually commit to it if you did that. And I was like, oh, you're kind of right. Friend. And so the CR watch through was born. I was like, I want to watch Critical Role. I've always wanted to watch Critical Role, but it felt like too much of a task to just like commit to for my own like personal enjoyment and life. But turning it into content allowed me to do something that I really, really enjoy doing. I love watching Critical Role, and I especially love talking about it with people. I enjoy watching it and talking about it so much more than I ever would just watching it. I would still really like it watching it. Don't get me wrong. But those were kind of all the driving factors towards this. And if you look back on the channel, I tried quite a few different things before I landed on this. Not nearly as many as you would think. But quite a few. So that is probably my last piece of advice that I actually feel qualified to give is find something that you can do forever and that lets you use some sort of keyword. So if you really love Apex Legends, bing, bang, boom, you can put Apex Legends in the title. And if you really, really like playing it, you can play it forever, right? So I would find that because I also really like the idea of events. I did that DM Live. I did like the Smash Pass Eat thing. And I really love those, but I couldn't have that be every single stream. I would have run myself ragged creatively. So I'm still doing like events on the back end. Same thing with like the Baldur's Gate 3 big stream. I have like my interspersed events, and then I have like that one thing that's like my baseline, which for me is Critical Role. So that's the other thing I would recommend. And then you build a dope community of people that are into watching you do that baseline thing, that you love doing. And like the bigger that grows, like you get super energized. I get energized at least by having people in chat talking. It really, really pumps me up. But anything Critical Role related is going to have at least a decent chance of drawing an audience because some critters have absolutely no chill. It's me. I'm critters. I get it. I watched most of CR on my own, but now I'm in a small fan Discord that dissects every new episode exhaustively, and it's a strong incentive to keep up with the campaign and other content. Totally. That's exactly where I'm at with the watch through, especially because, like, you know, I have a job, I have a wife, I have a dog, I have friends. I just have a lot of things that I have to do on the daily. And so enhancing the experience actually lets me do it. It's kind of like playing Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't like really played a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 off stream, even though I loved it. It's probably my game of the year. But I'm just a busy dude. Like, I got a lot of shit going on. So yeah, find shit you love. That way streaming, like, you look forward to it. Like, I look forward to these streams so fucking much, dude. Like, when I have a long ass day at work, I cannot wait to hit go live, because it's just so dope. I love streaming. Yeah. So that's what I would say. Thanks for the advice. I appreciate it. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. And yeah, I will develop a way to ask me questions. I will develop a method. Are we even sure you played it on stream? I didn't see any evidence. No! Okay. So you know what the worst part is about that? Here, wait, let me show you guys. I'll get it. I'll pull this up and we'll, for a moment. Oh my God. Speaking of OBS crashing, what the heck? Right as I pull up Firefox. Hey, have a great stream. Have you on in the background as I'm doing some things, but always enjoy listening. Hell yeah, Ed. I'm so happy you're here. Heck yeah. First time live watcher. It's awesome to hear you're loving doing this. Oh yeah, man. It is really sick. I would not be able to sit here for 7 hours doing something I didn't like. That's just the straight up truth. But yeah, I think I'm back. Dude, I do not know why that happened. But yeah, I'll show you guys the saddest part about that is it still exists. It still exists on the back end. Look at this. Okay, there we go. So right here, will 72 hours of Baldur's Gate 3 make me want to smash a bear? 72 hours, 36 seconds. But it's unlisted because if I keep it public and someone clicks on it, it's literally just an empty video. YouTube's just like, fuck you. Like, you're you're not allowed to watch that. And it's just so sad. So I never wanted to I didn't want to leave it up because it's just a bait. But maybe I should leave it up. Maybe I should leave it up as history at this point. I took it down originally when I was going to repost the main VOD, but now that the main VOD's not even going to get posted, maybe I do just post that as a piece of history. Oh man. But anyways, we will jump into it. For anyone who wasn't there during episode 12, I normally do a kind of a recap, kind of a takeaway of my thoughts from the previous episode. Unfortunately, I did not get to watch most of episode 12, but it also wasn't a mainline episode. So I'm going to watch the rest at some point. It'll be like a little bonus episode for everybody. But I don't have a huge takeaway. My main takeaway, and for those of you who are new, my thumbnail and title are always, at least nowadays, I think around episode 10 I started doing this. My thumbnails and titles are always based on my takeaway, which is that, oh man, did Orion actually learn something? Because they addressed something that was going to be my takeaway from episode 11, which is that, like, Orion was at the wrong table. Right. So maybe watch Matt's recap to bring you up to speed. I probably will since we had like kind of a weird gap. Oh yeah, I also have to remember the Orion counter. But I like my big takeaway from episode 11 was oh man, Orion is not at the right table. Like, he just should be at a different table. He's just playing a different game, which is okay. Like, people do not, D&D can be played in so many different ways. D&D can be played in such a huge plethora of ways. Orion said in episode 12 they thought Matt was a combative DM. Yeah, which is a valid way to DM. It's a valid way to play. But he was just not doing the same thing that that everyone else was. Oh yeah, dude, 35. Yeah. It was an episode indeed. And actually, something that we didn't do that I said I was going to do is go back and watch the very end. Also, oh man, I wonder if I can get like a background on this Orion annoyance counter. Cause can I do this? No, that didn't work at all. We'll see. I might not be able to do the Orion annoyance counter, or it might just kind of look weird, but I'll figure it out. But let's go and watch like the very end of episode 11, because after the game ends, he does even more like crazy, terrible, like, oh my God, Orion, stop talking, type of shit. But wait, watch this. How many shirts?
Guys, wedding.
I know, we're all so.
What the fuck?
Oh wait, no, it's before this. It's him and Marisha talking right here.
So sleepy.
I'm still being grappled by whatever's in that cage.
Yeah.
So we still have a lot to fight.
We still got a lot to do.
Well, we've got to get the hell out of here now.
Which,
Did you even tell us what's in the cage since we never even looked?
We'll have to find out later.
No,
Wait, I have a question.
tell me.
Is the game gonna get
Yeah, look at this. Would you stop? Why are you shitting on a good
see you
victory?
next week, or are you guys taking a week?
And he's like, I don't see this as a good victory.
I'm thinking what we're going to do, guys, for next week, those who are watching, too, because we have a few members that are going to be gone next week on vacation. I'm just basically going to be doing a brief discussion game, answer kind of workshop.
Yeah, I think they drop it from there. But that was very illustrative to me. That comment of like, I don't see this as a good victory. And before this, he says, you guys have no idea what you're in for. He was clearly like, he was not trying to be a problem. He was doing what he like he was playing the game because he thought that Matt was trying to kill them. Like straight up. And that's what they later say in episode 12 is that's what he thought was happening. What source are you using for the Orion counter? If it's text GDI, you can set a background for it. Oh, it is that. Okay, I'll look at that during the recap because I have it pulled up, and yeah, I'll take a look at that. Sick, thank you, SSH. But yeah, it's like he's LMHO. You'll be wanting the annoyance counter for up. Episode 13 starts off rough. No. Dude, okay, when I made the title and thumbnail for this, I was legitimately hoping that we would have an episode of Break. Like, I thought after watching episode 12 and them having a conversation about this, that Orion was gonna be chill for at least a second. And then, like, okay, this is the other thing, right? So I'll turn off the volume, but look at this. Look at this. Everyone else is participating. Everyone else is watching. And eventually he puts away the phone. Eventually he puts it away. But he is just on his phone while everyone else is participating for the first, 3 or 4 minutes. And I was like, dude, get your poopy pants attitude out of here. Get it out. But he doesn't. He doesn't. So We'll go to episode 13. Let us see. And I will get that Orion annoyance tally. I'll get that a background. I'll try to make the chat down here look a little bit nicer. Like, I know it's readable, but it just kind of looks weird. It's like black and white for some reason. So I'll take a look at that as well. But we'll start off.
Everyone, to the next episode of Critical Role. This week we have a full party. We'll be continuing just after the climactic battle with the...
Oh, I see the background
beholder
color for this.
Kavarn.
Yes.
We're going to go ahead and play a couple of videos here while we're waiting for the rest of the party members to settle in. So we'll be back here in just a few minutes. Sit tight, and we'll get this party started. We have some fun announcements, some cool gifts that came in we'll be opening towards the end of the session today. But we'll go into those details shortly. So see you in a little bit.
See you in a little bit. I'll see you in a little bit, Matthew Merce Dog. Let me pull up John's timestamps. Let's see. 2312. 2312. Orion is problematic, but I understand that he isn't intentionally messing up the game most of the time. He just really needs to learn to be cooperative instead of competitive. There is... Yeah, it is a cooperative storytelling and like role-playing game at the end of the day. It's a cooperative storytelling experience. Even when you're playing with really combative DMs, like when you are playing with a DM that is set out to kill you, it is still cooperative storytelling. Because even in that case, like I've talked about this before, that foreshadowing is so important and powerful. And one of the things that you need to address with your PCs during a session 0 is, hey, how much do you guys want me to foreshadow lethal danger? Like, if you are going into a fight that is not balanced, like it is firmly against you, you will lose if you try to beat the combat. How much do you want me to foreshadow that? Because there are some players that don't want foreshadowing. They want to figure it out. Most of the time I see that players want some level of foreshadowing. They're like, oh, maybe lightly foreshadow it. I've had some players say like, oh, I want it really foreshadowed. And that is something to address during session 0. That is something that Matt should have addressed with them. And we don't know exactly how deadly stuff was before stream. Given that only one person, Pike, died before stream, we can assume that it's not overly deadly, that he was never overly deadly, but we'll never really know. There's also an aspect of when you're on stream, you know that there are certain beats to hit, right? Like, what a lame thing it would have been if they'd been foreshadowing Kavarn and then he got killed off screen by a mind flayer. Like, that would have been so lame. Not from a game sense. That could have actually been kind of cool from a player sense if they had, orchestrated that. But how lame from a show experience. Like, that does not make nearly as good of content as the battle that we got. And so that's another thing where, like, Orion, I don't want to say needs to get with the program, but to compare it to something like Dimension 20, you never see Dimension 20 players let's say go off the rails like that. Like, I think one of the really strong suits of Dimension 20 is that Brennan and the players are both so good at disguising how linear the story is. Like, they are masters of telling a linear story non-linearly, which is hyper impressive. But you know that it's linear because they have set pieces. And the players know that there are set pieces. I'm not saying it's scripted. I'm not saying like the players are like doing it on purpose, right? I don't think that the players know the plot ahead of time, but they know that there is a linear plot because they have a certain number of episodes, and they know that there are certain set pieces to use and to make use of. But Dimension 20 also has the benefit of being after years of Critical Role, right? They get to watch Critical Role and learn how they want to do it and what makes for good actual play and what doesn't. And Critical Role, I'm sure that the players have learned this exact lesson of like, hey, kind of like go along with what Matt's presenting you, right? So there's like some weird layers. There's some at-home advice, but then there's also just like, hey, they're making a show. Fucking get with the program, dude. You're not an employee, but kind of. Yeah. Yeah, I like some level of foreshadowing. A TPK is a breakdown on listening on both sides of the DM screen. I would generally agree at my table. I don't think that TPKs are like 100% of the time bad. I think that there are ways that they can be good and okay and like somewhat narratively fulfilling even. But that requires a lot of trust, a very delicate hand, a hyper delicate hand. And it requires everyone to really be on the same page, which very clearly we're not, right? Like, if you are going to TPK and it be interesting, it kind of has to be at a table where, like, everyone, like, really values real, like, troubling stakes. Like, all of the players are very explicitly aware that they could fail, and that whatever they are doing has a decent chance of them failing. They have to be hyper aware of that. Because if they are not, that's like really the only way that a TPK can be satisfying is if they tried as hard as they could and they just didn't do it. And that was the type of campaign that they all knew they were in. You have to be on the same page about that. So yeah, it's hyper delicate. Most of the time when TPKs happen, it's not. It is normally from a breakdown of communication. I very much agree with that. Oh snap, double-digit viewers, nice. Hell yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome. If it's your first time viewing, welcome. We're talking about last episode before we hop into this one. And yeah, very excited to be here. I'm not allowed to leave the building, so they let me be in the shows. BLF. Lol, nice. Bradley Mulligan, I gotta get some content with him in it. I would say that, like, out of all of the super popular DMs, my DMing style, I don't want to say I'm like Brennan. It's just the one that I vibe with the most. Like, he's the one that I really feel the closest to in terms of how I DM and how I set up encounters and all that. Yeah, this era of CR is spring of 2015, and they're still in their growing pains section. Oh my gosh, yeah, they're trailblazers at this point. No one's ever done it like them. They are more than, still figuring it out. Get with the program. We have a guest coming in today. Hey, MC, the party left the country, so we won't need you to guest anymore, dude. Yeah, man. It's like, yeah. When it's a show, when it becomes content, you kind of have to roll with the punches. You have to get with the program. You have to, like, kind of leave what might be most fun for you behind. Obviously, for actual plays, there's a really big importance for everyone to be having fun. Otherwise, it wouldn't seem genuine. But it's not the top priority like it might be with a home game. I see what you did there, John. Growing pains with Ashley Johnson. Oh, no. Did I miss something? I probably... Do I know that? I don't know if I know that reference. BGW, you are directly competing with a D20 premiere right now. They don't live stream, of course, but it just went up, so all the more impressive to have more than 10 viewers. Thanks, AKL. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that D20 was having a premiere right now. Well, hey, maybe you guys can hang out here, listen up, have fun, and then go watch the D20 premiere afterwards. Or you can always watch my VOD later, whichever you vibe with more. Ashley Johnson was a child star on the TV show Growing Pains. I see. Okay. Nice. Cool. All right. Okay, well, I'm gonna hit play, and we'll see where we go.
The party. The party, as they ventured
we forgot to
deep into
ask
the
something.
Underdark
Oh no!
beneath the Cliffkeep Mountains in the dwarven city of Craghammer, they sought and discovered Lady Kima of Vord, a folk hero, a paladin of Bahamut who had been captured and tortured by the Durgar that lived beneath it. After saving her, they discovered that there was an even deeper, darker, more dangerous evil brewing beneath the surface.
Yeah, and the deep, dark, dangerous evil is actually Kima Part 2! They rescued the deep, dark, dangerous evil. They think that Kavard was the big bad. And then Matt surprises them with a second health bar. Oh no, it's a zombie beholder. Actually, a very cool twist, by the way. I don't know if I highlighted that enough during the episode itself, because I think by that point, Orion had really started ruining it. But that was actually very cool. I really like I make fun of, kind of part 2 bosses of like having a second health bar or whatever, but that was a very cool like part 2 twist towards bringing in like a weaker enemy after they've defeated the actual beholder. I really liked that. In the far future, do you have any plans to watch the animated show, for example, after you finish each arc that each season is based on? Yes. Okay, I have a desire to. Do I have a plan to is a little bit trickier because I have a feeling that copyright is going to be much more of an issue. So I plan on experimenting to see if I can, but there's a very good chance I will not be able to do it satisfyingly. We'll see. Taliesin was a child actor too in LA, was in Mr. Moms and Explorers in the 80s. Sam was a child actor on Broadway, was in Les Mis. I can so tell that Sam was in Les Mis. That is the least surprising thing that anyone has ever said in chat about a backstory shit. Oh, man. You know, as much shit as I give Sam Riegel, if we really look at my play, I'm really cognizant of like making like of not like spotlight hogging because I came from forever DMing. So when I went into actually playing for the first time, I just never wanted to talk. I was like, I don't want them to think I'm trying to hog anything. So if we look at like how I'm naturally inclined, I'm probably the most similar to Sam Riegel. But in actual campaigns, none of my characters have ever played out that way. Just because I've been so hyper worried about being seen as like a spotlight hog. It would honestly be a crime not to react to the series. I don't edit videos, but lots of React channels have done the series without issue, it seems. And with CR being creators themselves, I imagine their copyright team is less cutthroat. We don't have the annoyance counter up yet, John. I'm working on it on the side screen, and I'm gonna transition to it in a sec. I mean, I can definitely imagine. Like, obviously, I'm 12 episodes deep. I've never even gotten a warning on my streams, and I'm definitely going to try it. I'm going to try it. I'll have to do some test streams, and we will definitely see. And if there's not a way for me to directly put it up, I have some alternate theories and some alternate options that I've been brewing in my brain. But that is in the far-flung future, and we'll see how things are at that point. Sam has no such reservations about being the center of attention. Yeah. Yeah, he don't. Live streaming the animated series will get him popped. An edited video for each episode was like 10 minutes of actual video should be fine typically. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it might even be if I'm living it, maybe I have to switch off the screen every time I pause so that I can limit the amount of time that it's on screen. Like, I have some theories, but I don't know. That's stuff for Future Jack to figure out. But these videos are Geek and Sundry. Videos on CR's channel won't happen until later. True. So yeah, that is true. We know that Geek and Sundry is cool with the watch through. It is. I don't want to say I assume, because I don't want to assume, but with really, really big creators, I am less inclined to assume that they're not cool with React content. Like Super Geek Mike, for example, not a huge creator, and when people talked about me reacting to his videos, I reached out to him because I was like, I'm down to risk it for, multiple million subscriber channels, but I'm not down to like risk that for like an 80K subscriber channel. Still huge by my standards, but in the grand scheme of things, pretty small. Which, by the way, if you didn't catch last stream, Super Geek Mike is a sweetheart. He's super cool. He was very, very nice in the emails. Doesn't matter overall, but, I don't know. It's always good to hear good things about creators you like. It's many, many months away. Yeah, true. It's still a thing that viewers can link Twitch to Prime and do watch parties there, right? Because both owned by Amazon? Maybe. So, AKL, you bring up a good point. It could be like a Twitch exclusive series. I don't know. We'll see. This is for future Mega. Today, Mega just has to worry about 13. True that. CR is a bunch of fine print when it comes to creators, but since I'm not an influencer, I don't remember the edit limitations. Yeah, I'll figure it out once we get there. If there's one thing that my computer science degree gave me, it is I can stand reading through a bunch of legal documentation.
There was an illithid or mind flayer city of Yugvoril, deep within this cavern structure, and currently the elder brain of the colony was under the control of an entity known as Kavarn. They came to find out was a
and I'm getting that annoyance counter pulled up.
Advanced beholder who had come into contact with a dark artifact known as the Horn of Orcus that was actually gifted many, like hundreds upon hundreds of years ago by the god of undeath himself, Orcus, to one of his avatars. Somehow it found its way to this beholder.
CR vid is quite low. Good to know. Good to know. Let's see.
And I see that. Where it gained complete dominion over this colony and these caverns as a whole.
Should be.
The party fought their way through, made a few allies, including the ousted mind flayer Clarota, seeking to return to his colony, and has been fighting alongside them, as well as Lady Kima, the paladin they came to save. Upon finding their way into the final cavern, they use their magic carpet to completely go around the giant city of Yogvril.
Heck yeah.
Perch on top of the temple in the center of the city, and using a polymorphed Fomorian giant
sweet,
cascading down hundreds upon hundreds of feet.
Yeah, the only thing with the annoyance counter, actually, I'll just make it smaller. Why? I was about to say it might overlap the captions, but I can literally just make it smaller. What am I doing? There we go.
Through the glass structure on top, managed to break their way into the temple.
Pretty proud of that.
After which a very dangerous battle with Kavarn the Beholder took place. A number of very close calls. I posted the stats for them after the fight. You guys got a chance to see it. They made saving throws where it counted, or we have a lot more party members that would be permanently dead. But they managed to take him out using Tiberius's telekinesis, tore the horn from its forehead, and the Beholder fell to the ground, unmoving, and finally killed as opposed to its undead form. And that's where we...
Yeah, SSH, yeah. Very true. Dude, captions are so sick. Oh, dude. Okay, speaking of another reason that I chose YouTube over Twitch is because the YouTube player is goated. Like, the fact that you can up playback speed on lives is, like, a feature that seems so simple, and that it is, like, a crime that Twitch does not have. Like, there's no way, if you get behind on a Twitch live, you just have to miss shit, because you can't turn up the playback speed. So that's another reason that I went with YouTube. Also, like, you know, there's recommendations to past videos, yada, yada, yada. Your OAC covering the GNS chat window could be a feature, not a bug. You know, if they didn't put, like, actual scenery stuff there, I would agree. But thankfully that part of the screen does see other use. Yeah, true. Yeah, maybe I'll move it up every time the actual chat comes back.
Begin. As you guys all sit there looking around yourselves, adrenaline still pumping in your ears, the flow of blood.
Pike!
That's me! What do you need?
You have spell of restoration, the thing that can reverse stone.
Yes, I do.
Clarota, what do you suggest we do? Do we stay? Do we leave? There are hundreds upon thousands of Aelithid rushing at us right now. They don't like me very much,
We should get out of here!
At which point, Clarota turns to you and says,
"You bring her."
Points to Kima, who is still frozen in stone mid-wielding her maul.
To carry her.
Us. Stay but a moment. I will talk to them.
Invert your AOC in chat. Allow our chat to cover Matt and your screen to be below it. So like this. So here, let me see. So like, wait, allow our chat to cover Matt. Oh wait, what? Okay, wait. I can do this. I'm a streamer. Let's see. Okay, so there, and then. Oh man, live troubleshooting. So our chat to cover Matt like that, and then OAC. Wait until you see Zombie Kima, dude. I'm saying, I've been saying. Cam bottom left, chat and OAC in the top left. Oh, I was thinking like this. So you mean like that? This? Just totally cover Matt, or maybe just have like Orion annoyance counter like full top left, like that. What do we think? What do we think? I can also make the background on your chat bigger. No, you had it? Oh. Like this. Like just fully covering up Matt's face. I'm down. I'm down for that. Or oh wait, or OAC below, like here. Put your cam on Orion's face. Oh man. Okay. No, the counter back where it was. Okay, this, and then maybe I make your guys' chat like a little bit bigger. I like this. I'm gonna play for now because I think this is what you mean. And I also like this.
Very good. Do you want her
sick. Okay, we're in
unstoned or
accord.
still stoned?
Well, hang on. Maybe before we unstone Kima, we talk about what we should do with the horn.
This is exactly what it has to do with the horn. Is there any way, Pike, could you perhaps half cast it and hold the spell? Don't quite undo her legs for stone.
I also turned way up the text size. That's why all your chats just went away. So because the chat doesn't move that fast that I'm worried about chat not getting read or seen. And hopefully this will make it more visible even with the complex background.
I don't want her to be mobile. I want to ask her a very serious question.
If I may,
What do you think, Stanley?
if I may, very quickly, are you with us, Tiberius?
We will discuss that when we get out of here.
Because you disappeared for the whole fight. Are you with us?
I am with you, and I'm trying.
I'm glad. Okay, this is good. I remember the Orion things at the beginning of Ep13. Oh, okay. That's fine. Oh man, chat. I don't like that it's white. I'm gonna mess with chat more, but we'll see. Okay, so I've talked a lot about how like Orion doesn't have real flaws as like a character because none of the characters feel like they can engage him on his flaws. Fucking shouts out to Sam Riegel right now for actually engaging Tiberius on flawed behavior. Flawed behavior is okay. In fact, I would not say it's okay. I would say it is desired. You want your characters to be flawed and to act like it. But the other characters have to then be able to talk to them about their flaws, to engage them on their flawed behavior, which creates drama and intrigue and story. And so good on Sam for actually like challenging Orion on this. He needs it.
With us, Tiberius?
We will discuss that when we get out of here.
Because you disappeared for the whole fight. Are you with us?
I am with you, and I'm trying to get out of
Are
here.
you going to disappear again?
To be fair, Scanlan, I never disappeared to begin with.
Well, you weren't there when we needed you the most. You were out doing God knows what.
Quite the contrary. If it wasn't for me, you'd still be fighting that damn thing.
What on earth are you talking about?
Silence.
Dispel magic.
Yes, I do. Counterspell.
Do I have a will save?
No, you're done.
That low enough level? No, unfortunately.
Bro. Starting off strong.
The idea is, and which I will share, and we don't really have the time to do that, is
Bro, yeah, dude, stir the pot and don't stop. Yeah, man, that's okay. Yup. Okay, so he didn't learn. That's good. That's good. We love a king that never learns his lesson. God. The level of petty. Yeah.
I turn him in.
To be hyper clear. Not a. Oh yeah, and I give multiple tallies depending on how annoyed I am. To be fair, that was probably more of a 2. I was maybe being a little bit hasty with a 3. But oh boy, starting off well.
Into a goat.
Also, hi Paige. Paige is home.
if we have, he has to say that. It doesn't work.
I know.
The idea is Pike. If we ask her why she wants the horn, if there is any other reason but to destroy it.
Kind of sad since he was so explicit. He could have turned a personal mistake into a character flaw pretty easily. Dude, I so agree. That's what I was literally like. You know, I don't pre-watch. I never pre-watch because that is like, to me, part of the fun of stream is discovering it with you guys. And so when I made the title and thumbnail, I was like, maybe he did learn his lesson. Maybe it'll be better. And holy shit, he just started out with it being so much not better. Wow.
Okay, then I'll banish him.
We have to.
How about, we'll hold on.
Oh no, Ashley! Ashley's like, wait, guys, why are we fighting? Don't stop! Oh no, and look at, like Laura and dude, yeah. Like, what are... I mean, I guess from Sam Riegel's position, it's like, dude, we talked about this, and now you're pulling this shit. Like, fucking banished. Go to timeout for a sec.
I can't stop it. He can't talk.
Also requires verbal.
I can't. I have to touch him, right?
Yeah, but you also have to be able to speak. Fuck! So, while you're talking to me, Scanlan is like tapping you and mouthing words.
So, the idea is, if she doesn't want to destroy it, I say there's something awful, and Keyleth, I believe you want to destroy it. Yes?
Well, yes. I mean, why does she want to take it back up to the surface if it's that terrible?
I know this is. I know. Would you say orcus?
I've been saying.
This thing is no good at all.
Why don't we just throw it in some lava?
Where is some lava? I would much like to do that.
Well, we're around lava, right?
Where is
Not around lava
Really,
now.
it's a thing of.
You are actually, this is probably the least lava-filled area that you have been in so far. This is a giant underground lake.
Perhaps taking it to the surface is necessary to destroy it. Why don't we have a conversation with her? She's
It
not
might
gonna be
need
able to take
daylight
it.
to break it.
But she wanted to take it back
wanted
to
to take it
Iman.
back.
That is not appropriate.
saying,
We
why
need
don't
to
we just-
destroy this.
Let's get some information.
I dispel silence.
Okay. Let's get some
Oh, hi.
information. Let's figure out.
Dude, I mean, okay, fuck. I'm on Orion's side right now, because I also don't trust Kima, but I should have on Tiberius' side, but dang it. Kavard had one rule, no lava for throwing the Horn of Orcus into. He always has plans. Plans within plans.
Oh, hi there.
Sorry, I just wanted to get the point across.
briefly.
So I can unstone her.
We'll unstone her. It's not like she can take it.
Yeah, that's my last 5th level spell, so we might need to rest.
Worse,
We'll
if
get out of
something
here as
horrible
soon as
happens,
we
we're
get
gonna
out.
run anyway at this point.
The idea.
Oh no, I was on top chat, not live chat, so sorry if I missed anyone's stuff. Oh my gosh, yeah, so many people were commenting. Ah! I'm sorry if I didn't read any of your chats. I'm not going to go back now, but I love you.
Assume you guys would come down and hear that.
No, no, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I'm staying up.
I'm up there. I'm
Oh,
staying
can I
up
not-
top.
can I
And
not-
how did we have this whole conversation?
Oh, then I
Yeah,
do.
you'd be down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't
I
matter.
was planning on staying
Trinket's
at
still up
top.
there.
You're still up there
Right?
shouting. Okay.
Okay. Good.
I'm not leaving Trinket.
So,
Good.
Why don't we find out what happens next? And if we have to, you can teleport us out of here, correct?
Oh, I have a
We
wonderful
need to be ready
escape
to
plan.
run with
Clarota.
it. So
How much time do we
Vex.
have before
Mount Trinket.
something happens next?
As you say that, Clorota turns,
Excuse
and
me?
the
No, I mean,
two
like, get
stone
on top of it.
doorways on each side of the temple. shift
Top
open,
Chat is the destroyer of worlds, man.
and you notice 3 mind flayers glide in from the
Guys?
side of the room.
I'm not my arrow.
No, stop. Down, no, don't. It's fine.
Clarota?
It's fine.
With 2
It's fine.
small bipedal brain-like
No,
creatures.
no!
At which point,
DTFO!
Clorota puts his hands up like this.
Yeah, I do as well.
I'm grappled.
You hear, yeah, you're still being held back, but you can try to break from the grapple if you want to roll an athletics
I
check.
would like to.
Okay.
Just because.
Oh, yeah, I can't do it, Richard. We'll see, but holy fuck. He hasn't quite gotten to the level of an annoyance counter yet, but he is right in that line right now.
These things ain't
Oh,
my
the dudes in the
fucking
cages?
mind. 7.
Nope, you're still held against the bars.
You're like an extra in Big Trouble in Little China.
So,
Oh, it was a 12. I looked at acrobatics.
it's still not enough, unfortunately.
Wait, but I cast nope, never mind. Keep going.
Okay.
Nope, never mind.
As they begin to move in, and they're kind of hovering forward with looking around the room, taking in kind of the scenery, but they're all focused towards the center. They're all just moving towards the Elder Brain. And they make their way up towards it, kind of looking very intent and very frightened at the prospect of what maybe have happened in this room. As they all approach, you can see that low, dull, kind of purplish glow of the Elder Brain is still pumping, but slowly brighter and brighter, almost like it's coming to more life. You can hear the cage rattling of the various entities that are still inside, the one that's still grappling Grog off to the side.
Make a counter for whatever the word notch is used instead of knock. I'll just fill the entire bottom row with counters. I could have like a stock ticker, like the New York Times stock ticker, or not New York Times, the stock exchange stock ticker, but it's just all of the various counters for our drinking game. We're starting to develop a
The Horn of
drinking game
Orcus,
right
which
now.
is still being held aloft by your telekinesis spell. It's just kind of hovering through the air, slowly rotating on its own. Little bit strips of Kavarn's flesh still like freshly tumbling from
And
the
it's
side.
the halfway point between where she is and where I'm standing.
It's like right over here.
Okay, chat should look a little bit better now. I can't figure out why your guys' names are so dark, but I guess as long as they're readable, it's okay, right?
Right, yeah, right.
Not this big, of course, but it's magnificent.
Really heavy, guys.
Oh my gosh.
As they all move towards the center, Clarota with the hands up turns around, pulls back the hood, and steps towards the other mind flayers, hands stretched out.
Oh, that's right, because I kind of forgot about Clorota's
the point
backstory
here.
at this point, because he's just been like chilling for so long.
Inspire him.
Don't do anything.
He's pretty good on his
do
own.
It's up to you if you want.
Don't do anything.
My soul.
I'm saying this on the ears.
All right, don't do anything.
The 3 Illithid look over and notice Clarota, and there's a good 20 or 30 seconds of silence as they just kind of look at each other. At which point, Clarota kind of turns around at the rest of the group and looks at all of you, and lowers his head a little bit as the mind flayers move in towards Clarota. One reaches over and pulls the cap from the back of his head.
Oh, fuck.
Removes it, at which point Clarota races up. And if you think you've ever seen an entity with tentacles for a mouth smile, the creases in his kind of awful, rubbery, fleshy face almost give a look of joy, of rediscovered connection.
Oh.
And he kind of looks up at the rest of you and kind of bows ahead for a second. I need Grog, Scanlan, Tiberius, Vax, and Pike to all make. This will be
Tiberius, he fucks us.
I think he's about to.
intelligence saving throws.
Aren't you still?
Brother. I mean, we've talked at length about the plan number 1 to just like chill, like to just like walk up to an army of mind flayers. The army of mind flayers is distinctly more powerful than Kavarn. Just like straight up. The army of mind flayers is probably more powerful than the Tarask. if we look at like total threat level, right? But I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Oh yeah. Hundreds of illithids are coming. Hopefully this guy can vouch for us. Yeah, this dude that they all banished, which now he's smiling, so I guess he's back in. Congratulations. But we'll see. We need to hold a contest like the one at state fairs where you get to guess on how many X are in a container. Closest wins. For what the total will be on OAC when we can freely talk about Orion. Ooh, that's a good one. I'll put that in the Discord. We'll do a poll. Like everyone can like take a number, take a bet or something, and whoever gets the closest will get like a special roll or something, like a special prize. Hell yeah. That's going on my list, SSH. If I could give, one of the things that I'm excited about is they lowered the monetization tier for live streaming. Is now it's like 500 subscribers and like 2,000 watch hours or something, maybe 3,000. And I'm super excited for that because then I can actually start doing like channel memberships, not like, yay, I can make money, which, I mean, the money will be cool. But more that like I can start doing text to speech for you guys. I can start doing like custom emojis and like fun like channel shit for all of you guys in the live experience just to make the live better, even if you don't pay any money. I can make a lot of it free. So I'm super excited about it. And that's one of those things like, you know, predicting the Orion's annoyance counter total at the end. That could be like a like, oh, you get like a special badge or something in the chat. That'd be so much fun. I can't believe Matt stole Mind Flayer villains from Baldur's Gate 3. What the fuck, Matt? Oh my gosh, fucking content thief. The long con. 500 subs and 3K watch hours. Yeah. How many until the announcements of season 1 Ep13? No idea. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, I'm grappled. I'm raging. Intelligence saving throws?
Intelligence saving throws.
Thank God I rolled high.
All right, so.
Ha! Natural 20.
Nice. I get a -2.
I'm sorry. Wait. Let's just check really quick.
And Pike to all make. This will be.
Tiberius, you fuck. I'm raging. Intelligence saving throws?
Intelligence saving throws.
Thank God I rolled high.
All right, so.
Ha! Natural 20.
Okay. That looks like it might have actually fallen off, or maybe he pushed it off, and this is one of those things where if it was anyone else, I'd be like, there's no way they pushed it off, but I don't know, brother. Innocent until proven guilty. He probably didn't, but I'm keeping my eye. Grog will be great at those.
Nice. I get a -2 modifier. That's such bullshit.
Not very wise there, Grog.
17.
This would be. No, it would not be.
So wait, am I still an elemental? Is that the deal?
So 20. It's 23.
Well. Okay, fucking who cares? Keyleth, you get to keep, I think even in elemental wild shape, you still get to keep your mental stats.
Cool.
23, 20.
Just wild shape in general.
12. Like?
She needs better dice.
I rolled a 6.
Okay.
Plus what?
Grog?
Plus 6 total.
Oh. 17.
Okay.
All right.
So, currently, all the Mind Flayers at once, including Clarota, angrily lash out with a Mind Blast. You feel your brains all of a sudden filled with searing, horrible pain. Some of you manage to shrug it off, but the rest of you find yourselves, your bodies locking in place. All right. Everyone who failed their save, which would be... Keyleth, would you roll?
You didn't have me roll.
Oh, you need to roll as well. Sorry, you're on the blast there.
Oh.
You're still on Earth Elemental.
Roll high.
I thought it was
Roll high.
stuff.
Roll
What do I... not good.
Not good?
Dude, this is so crazy. Matt doing this directly after Orion narrated how fucking terrified he was all the time that Matt was going to kill them. And then Matt's like, okay, guys, I need everyone to roll to see how much these mind flayers fuck you in the ass really quick. Let's just roll those dice up for me really quick. Right after he talks about how he definitely didn't make a killing floor.
All right, that will be 22 points of psychic damage to Grog, to Pike.
I passed.
No, you just pass it, so you're fine.
Teleport us out of here.
Doesn't work like that.
Doesn't.
I was trying to say earlier.
What's going on?
So, Scanlan,
Yes.
you are currently stunned. You're actually unable to physically move. Pike as well.
That actually
The
seemed
rest of you
relatively
managed
in
to just
character.
resist
I'll
the
let him
mind
get away
blast,
with
but at
that
this
one.
point in time, you can now see that this crew, including Clarota, now reconnected with its people, your purpose serving its end, you are about to be swarmed by the rest of the
Son of a
entire
bitch!
city.
Take
Let's roll initiative, guys.
Got out of here. Should have got
How many are
Damn,
there?
I never trusted that Magneto motherfucker.
The psychic damage separate.
All right, so
Okay, like what level of fucked are they? Because if this is like a fucking mind flayer is like CR8, dude, like, and I think that their party is somewhere between like CR20 and like 25, if I had to estimate it. And so it's like, that's only like 6 mind flayers, and they're in like a city of them. So, what the fuck is going on? Actually, wait, is that even 6? That's like 4. That's 4 mind flayers.
25 to 20.
Not Clarence, we believed in you. I don't know that I believed in him. I believed in him more than Kima. I will give it that.
21. 21 as well.
Nice. 20 to 15.
19.
17.
16.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it did.
15 to 10.
It really did, Risty.
13.
All right. Grog.
Against mind flares. We're fucking fighting brains and mind flares again.
We're all gonna die. This is
All
worse
right,
than the
so
Boulder.
run.
This is worse than
Okay,
the
wait. You guys run.
Vex, you're up first.
I can start bringing down the palace.
I'm stuck at the top until we can run. We're stuck because there's only one flying carpet.
Tiberius has got something for this, right?
I'm
He's got
gonna
something,
cast Hunter's Mark on
magic
the
shit.
Elder Brain
Some magic shit.
Okay.
and shoot Hail of Thorns into the Elder Brain.
Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal. I love that meme. I love Firefly. So I like the meme and the show. But yeah, dude. I mean, yeah, let's be honest. Like, did we really trust the Mind Flayer? And I mean, sorry, I shouldn't say did we. They did. And I honestly think this is my real theory. And this is something that is maybe a minor critique for Matt, but is also just kind of the nature of having long-term NPCs join the party, is that by definition, a NPC that is traveling with the party gets less narrative time and weight than the PCs. Because the PCs are constantly jostling for the spotlight. And the DM wants to let them have it as much as possible. And the DM also has to narrate the entire world. So normally NPCs kind of only come into the light when they're traveling with the party, when the party directly interacts with them. So it's kind of easy to forget that you're traveling with a fucking tentacled abomination that you definitely shouldn't trust. And he kind of just fades into the background eventually. I think that, like, Matt maybe could have reminded them of, like, the horrific nature of Clarota more often. He did it once or twice where he was like, yo, I could just, like, mind spike the Femoran. Like, do we just, like, want me to, like, suck his brain? Because I could do that. And they're like, hey, whoa, slow down there, Clarence. I think he could have done that sort of thing more often, but the party still would have probably trusted him, honestly. He just had a bad influence, true. Are vague references to future of show season allowed, or basically keep it to what's on screen? Generally. Yeah, generally to what's on screen. I allow episode numbers. So it is spoiler free, but if you're like, damn, I want to say something that I can say after episode 27, I'm down with that. And then other people in the chat are like, yeah, you're so right. Episode 27 goes crazy. Yeah. I really am. I have a sweet summer child. The only real CR spoiler that I have is because I used Critical Role, the animated show, stock footage in a background of a video once. And so I saw a clip from the animated show where Grog runs and like fucking 1v1's a dragon. That is my spoiler, is that Grog at some point fights a dragon. Yeah, I am hyper blind to all of the CR plots and everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Oh, I like that idea.
I'm gonna start bringing down the temple. Are we okay with that?
Yeah, for sure. Bring down that
Still in
temple.
it. Not when we're still in it.
Well, I mean, it'll take some.
I also, it was not cute, but it is very like, oh, they tried to like save the Elder Brain. Like they were so concerned about not killing the Elder Brain, and look at how it is returning the favor. But also, it's a fucking like, it's an evil entity. Like, this is not like some misunderstood creature. Clarota wasn't even that misunderstood. He was a mind flayer that also cast magic, and he wanted to get back to his mind flayer buddies. He wasn't even like, fuck them, like, I'm not part of the hive anymore, motherfucker. No, he wanted to rejoin. He wanted to be with them. So I don't know what we were expecting here. Technically, that fight with Grog and the dragon is based on something that happened pre-stream. Oh, interesting. It has to be so vague that there's no possible way he can get the reference. True. But at that rate, you are basically speaking in a riddle or an in-joke. There are in-jokes sometimes that people will post. But yeah, it basically has to be a riddle or an in-joke. I agree.
Time, I'm sure.
As you guys do notice, you guys are beginning to see what looks like shadows seemingly coming out from the outside, and you hear what seems like the slight cackling of things starting to enter the doorways. The open doorways there. So, you're shooting health points down into the Elder Brain? Okay, go ahead and roll for attack.
A 19.
19. 19 will hit, yes.
Oh, this part of the work, we're gonna be dead in 10 minutes.
Which one?
We'll talk about that. There's a plan B.
Okay.
10 minutes. Sure.
Pretty sure it's
Wait, does
No.
this mean you can like go and we'll distract?
No, don't look at it. He said 1 minute. That's
Don't look it up. Don't look it up. I'm pretty sure it's a minute.
A minute.
I
Very
rolled a
knowledgeable.
Wait. What? What happened? I'm sorry. I thought I understood, but then Tiberius said something, and I was like, wait, maybe I didn't understand.
doorways there. So, you're shooting health points down into the Elder Brain? Okay, go ahead and roll for attack.
A 19.
19. 19 will hit, yes.
Oh, this part of the work, we're gonna be dead in 10
Which one?
minutes.
We'll talk about that. There's a plan B.
Okay.
10 minutes. Sure.
Pretty sure it's
Wait, does
No.
this mean you can like go and we'll distract?
No, don't look at it. He said 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay, that's a 1. That's honestly not that annoying, but it is still annoying of like just the way he's talking about it. Just like, no, don't look at it. It's like, dude, come on.
Don't look it up. I'm pretty sure it's a minute.
A minute.
I
Very
rolled a
knowledgeable.
regular damage plus the.
The DM says a minute, you say yes.
Yes.
That's what I said.
I thought it was.
Someone asks you if you're a god, you say
yes.
Yes.
Somebody confirm. So I'm second guessing myself.
No, you shouldn't look.
Yeah, it was the casting time of teleport. Yes. It's crazy. He never told them. He never told them it takes 10 minutes. He was so gloating that he could get them out anytime he wants. Yeah, dude. It must be teleportation circle. And so I think that Matt is thinking of the actual spell teleport, or I don't know. There is also like if you ritualize a spell, it takes longer. So I don't know. What's going on.
Waste your time.
1 minute.
Oh yes, I'm so glad I'm wrong. I'm so glad I'm wrong.
I was like, why
It's a minute.
That's way too long.
Oh my god, I know.
39 on the first hit.
How many of us are down there?
39?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All of us except for Laura and Trinket.
And I'm on the carpet, so I can head that direction.
And then 18 for the second.
Close the doors.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna do that,
you release the
yeah.
first hail of thorns. Poof, the arrow shatters into a hole. Does it?
And that it takes
Oh, dude.
anything within 5 feet takes damage as well.
That'll be all.
Speaking of, okay, this is shameless self promo. My favorite homebrew spell that I've ever made is dead fucking simple. It's called, I'm gonna post it in chat because I like it a lot, and I don't post my homebrew very often, even though I like it a lot. It is called, it is a very, very simple spell called Activate Teleportation Circle. That's it. That's the spell. And you can tell what the spell does based on the name of the spell. Because I think that Teleportation Circle is such a cool spell that you have to be so high level to cast that by that point, I think it is not worthless or useless, but definitely not nearly as cool or interesting as it could be. So Activate Teleportation Circle is a second level spell. So if you are making characters, it won't let me put links in chat. Man, it even blocks me putting links in chat? Oh my goodness. Oh no, okay, it went in there eventually. But yeah, it is literally it is a spell called Activate Teleportation Circle. You can teleport between existing teleportation circles. You cannot draw your own, and you have to pay a gold cost. So, it is a way to make fast travel in D&D, which is already what Teleportation Circle is supposed to do, but it is silly that it is so high level and so locked off, especially if you're playing in a super, high magic campaign, like an Eberron campaign, let's say. It makes no sense that there's not an easier way to use Teleportation Circle. So, I like this spell. Yeah. And if you guys want to use it, that'd be cool. Or not. Up to you. Word of Recall is 6th level and takes an action, but can only take 6 people in total and must go to a preset spot. Dude, Richard out here with all the cleric knowledge. Richard is just the cleric knowledge repository at this point. I looked them up. Teleport is 1 action. Teleportation circles a minute. Tibbs Orion is confusing with ritual casting. Yeah, that tracks. That makes sense.
More of them. How much damage do they take? What was
Holy shit, bro.
It's kind of nice.
Pumping it on them.
They take the same amount unless they say.
Wow! Unless they make a what? Do you have a saving throw against them?
Oh, wait. Yeah.
They just
They
take
take
it.
half damage on a saving throw.
It says
Okay.
quadruple
Against what?
damage on
Here's the
mine.
thing, look.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Okay, cool. So 2 of them make it, 2 of them don't.
I do double damage to objects.
Double
I'm really good at damage.
Gotcha. That's
No. Sometimes fighting isn't the right thing to do.
We gotta get.
That's why I'm not talking about fighting. I'm
know.
talking
all
about
right, cool.
collapsing
So,
buildings.
Clarota and the one nearest to it both kind of get behind the pillar for a second and manage to reduce the damage a bit, but the other 2 are completely pierced all over their bodies with shattered pieces of these kind of jagged thorn arrows exploded all over them in the elder brain. The pulsing begins to, you hear this almost like the shrieking in your mind, like the actual presence of the elder brain is starting to yell out in pain. You feel it's hardy but hurting.
It's hardy but hurting.
You don't. I mean, it's a very hefty and it's a large chunk of matter. So God knows how long it would take to take that one down. But you know, it's definitely it hurt. It's not happy with that. Do you want to move it all? You can stay where you are.
I want to do my second attack.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. 15?
15 does not hit, unfortunately.
That's bad.
You actually fire it, it hits the stonework next to it, and the arrow just splinters
Don't put
against
it in your eyes.
You see where you are?
I don't know what else to do. I'm stuck up at
Jump?
the top.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the end of your turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Wait, how do you get down? Jump.
I think I'm better used. I'm
go
better
ahead.
used to not holding the. I agree. We need to get out of here now. But I'm gonna.
You have
okay.
shadows moving in from the two.
Yeah, that's the foreshadowing, John. It's got a lot of HP. You should run. That is the TPK foreshadowing that we all know and love, and that is very good to do. Hardy, Hurting, and Hefty was my nickname in high school.
Two open doorways on each side right now.
What? So the Elder Brain. Is this like a wooden well or a stone well? What is?
Essentially, it's a giant stone platform that houses the Elder Brain in the center.
Do it.
Here's what I can do. I can start breaking the well, or I can blocking entrances. I can start pulling down
That
tunnels
one,
to
the second
entrances.
one.
Second one.
Second one.
The second one.
All
Close
right.
the doorway.
Where's the who's coming in from where?
This is one doorway. That's the other.
I thought he said it was big.
Quick.
All right. I am
Wait,
going to I can make it there, right? That's like 35 feet.
That.
Yeah, dude. How do you narrate damage on the Elder Brain? Like, I've talked before about how like for the first half of HP, I like talking about like, oh, you're getting tired, you're sore, you're bruised, you're you fucking twisted your ankle, right? Like I like making it very stuff that feels very natural to sleep off. And then when we get below half HP, I start talking about nicks and cuts and bruises. And then like below a fourth is like, ooh, an actual like slice along your ribs, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Can I just say that I enjoy the graph paper for the battle maps? Oh yeah. I am just a fan of visual representations. I have determined. I'm not a big theater of the mind fella. And if I am ever doing something that's theater of the mind, because you always you can't draw out everything, right? You can't. It's infeasible. I heavily encourage my players to draw things out themselves. And one of my existing pieces of DM advice that I always give is to have your players draw the world map. I think it comes out being much more interesting that way, instead of like you giving them a world map. But yeah, it's like gridded, ungridded. I think that there should always just be a fucking piece of whiteboard in the middle of everybody that people can draw on. I think it's really important. There was a piece of prep during, I think it was episode 11, where they spent like half an hour IRL time talking in circles, and then eventually Marisha turns around and draws on the chalkboard, and like 3 people are like, whoa, that's not at all what I thought it looked like. And it's like, yeah, guys, like, let's all... This is important. Let's all get on the same page really quick. The Elder Brain sneezed, and feel like it pulled its elder rib. Yeah, exactly. Your liver is bleeding into your shoe. The Elder Brain seemed to react like those arrows were as harmful as a mosquito bite. Yeah. Whatever you imagine that reaction to be. I mean, fair enough. For something alien like that, you kind of just have to be like, yeah, this is what you think it's reacting like. It twisted the wrong way while sneezing. Needs an ice pack. Brain freeze.
Oh, that's maybe not enough. Yeah, no, it's longer than 35 feet.
Just bull rush and tear down the well.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah,
Fuck
tear
it.
down the well.
Do what you want to do. It's your party.
What do you want to do?
Cry if you
All
want
right.
Just letting you know, just putting this into perspective here. You're fighting 4 Illithid in the room. You have a city swarming on you right now.
We need to get out or take down the Elder Brain.
All right. I am taking down the doors. So
Okay.
I'm gonna start.
What are you doing? Are you using are you casting a spell or are you?
No, I'm gonna start. Can I bull rush? Not necessarily right in next to the door, but like right here, and I'm going to elemental slam into the wall and siege monster this.
What's the movement speed of the earth element?
35 feet.
35 feet, as it's still able to move through stone as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, no. When I move through stone, I think I can move.
Caleb, you can go underground and come up.
Boom.
Okay, it is a thick floor. You actually shift into the stonework of the flooring itself and coast through, popping up right out there. It'll get you right at the doorway. You can see there is like a slow spiraling incline, like a small, like an incline pathway that you can see 4 illithid making their way up right now with some large looming stomping sounds coming up behind them.
Perfect. So I just kind of materialize using my girth to take up the door, and then I just go boom and start bringing it down.
Okay, go ahead and make your slam attack or attacks, depending on how many
Slam, I guess.
Yeah.
Get it, Keith.
26.
26. Okay, go ahead and roll damage on that. Since you are an earth elemental, you do extra siege damage against structures. Don't you?
Correct. Double damage.
Oh, wait, this is a really tiny nitpick. I really, really rarely have people roll, girth. I really rarely have people roll attack rolls against inanimate objects. I am aware that a lot of inanimate objects have AC, and that you should be rolling attacks against them. And maybe sometimes I'll implement that for ranged attacks or spells, or if the object is moving, like if it's they're trying to I don't know, it's sliding along the floor or something, but if it's a wall, how are you going to miss? Now, I know that AC is a measure of overall defense, so it's also a level of the armor, but to me, the attack roll has never felt right for that. So a lot of times, if it's against I want to fucking smash the wall, or I want to smash the door, I just have them roll damage, and I normally beef up the HP numbers of those objects a little bit. That way it feels more like an obstacle that they are making their way through rather than anything. Now, that being said, it also depends on the quality of the wall. And this is where, last time we were talking about the idea of a limited effect sort of action. If these walls are super solid, I'm going to let Keyleth just attack them. I'm not going to have her fail the attack roll, not tell her what the AC is, and then be I don't know, maybe you fucking missed it. I'm going to have her narrate the attack and be you're not fucking strong enough. If she is or isn't. So I don't know. Something's just always felt off to me about that. It depends on the situation I'm in, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe she couldn't hit the broads. Wait. Are normal-sized doors too big for stone shape to block the entire thing in one action? How would you rule? Well, I think because stone shape, she's just kind of rolling up on in there. I don't think she's using the spell. She's just in her earth elemental form. But never mind. Looking at the spell's language, it looks like you can. Maybe she couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. You're so true. You're so wise. You're so right. SSH. Or the barn side of a broad. You could also shape a stone door or its frame to seal a door shut. Yeah. In BG3, objects have hit bars and resistances and stuff, but I think hitting them is always at 100. That's where I lean, AKL. And while I fucking despise the sturdy attribute in BG3, oh my god, probably the worst part of that fucking game, I have to do more than 10 damage in a single hit in order to hurt you? What the fuck is going on? I digress. That's just the Warlock main in me bitching. Eldritch Blast who? But yeah, that's how I tend to rule. Is things are sturdy. They have a lot of HP. You'll wear them down eventually, but it might just take forever. A really, 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 really hard wall might have 1,000 HP, right? Or I might say that it is immune to certain types of damage. So like certain like walls might be immune to like slashing damage, but they're normal or just resistant against bludgeoning or something to that effect. It seems like two different paths of the same thing. Either they miss and they don't hit hard enough to break it, or they automatically hit but they don't hit hard enough to break it yet. Yeah, which is it is hard. It is hard to narrate something that is too strong for the PCs to affect, which is why, you know, if we're being real right now, most of the time I either don't put obstacles in front of them that would be reasonable for them to not be able to affect, or if I do, I narrate it and I basically tell them don't fucking try. Like I might like narrate like an iron banded door, and I'm like, hey, you can't break this down. I'm just letting you know right now. Just don't try. Or I might also, like, I'm just very communicative with my players. I don't try to keep that shit secret just because I'd rather keep the pace up. It becomes much harder if you're trying not to let the players know. It becomes way harder to actually like interact with it. I watched someone have their cat familiar try to scratch her way through a solid oak door 1 damage at a time, and that would have been pretty hilarious if it eventually worked. I mean, that's the thing. I've talked about this forever. This kind of gets into repeated mental checks versus repeated skill checks, or repeated physical checks. I have always said that if you're rolling a mental skill check, you can only roll it once per challenge or per obstacle, right? That's your one mental test, essentially. But I always rule that you can try physical checks over and over and over and over. I am totally fine with that. And either, if there's no danger, I will abstract it and we will move forward. And potentially, if it's like a really long thing, I might say like, okay, like you'll eventually get this, but maybe you'll take a level of exhaustion or something like that. Or if there is danger, I'm ticking the danger clocks, right? If there's something after them, that is the danger. That's the cost of them trying this over and over. So that cat familiar, I'll let the cat familiar scratch through a door a lot of the time. If the cat familiar is capable of doing damage, is the thing. Because I do not rule that I believe for PCs, you can take 0 damage. Like if someone were to deal 1 damage to you and you have resistance to that damage type, it rounds down to 0. And if it's a strong enough door and they're trying to 1 HP at a time through it, it's resistant, it's taking 0 damage every time. Like that's a way to rule that and to roll with that. But I normally try to narrate the challenge so that we can either skip forward in time to the interesting bit, or I'll say like, ooh, this looks tough, but you might be able to do it in like 4 or 5 good hits, but those 4 or 5 good hits take time. Can I dig through the wall of a prison using only a metal spoon? You can certainly try. I love you can certainly try. It might take you a while, though. Totally. You can turn these sorts of checks. If there's no current and present threat, you can turn those sorts of checks into downtime projects. You can say, like, yeah, you can probably get through this wall, but it'll take you multiple days. Or it might take you a short rest, or something to that effect. Roll for Rita Hayworth. Oh, I know Hayworth. Do I know Hayworth? Ryan Hayworth, I believe. Maybe I don't know that. Okay, Andy D. We heart our doors. Doors would never screw us over. No. I've never made a door that was a mimic. Are you joking? Are you joking? I've never said, yeah, inanimate objects have a 100% hit rate, and then they go, I want to hit the door, and I go roll to attack. I've never done that. I've never had them roll initiative after trying to attack a totally normal door that definitely wasn't a mimic. Doors save lives. Do you have a Visa? This window doesn't take American Express. Oh, lots of Shawshank Redemptions. Ah, I see. I am so unmovie cultured. I do not have a movie repository in my brain.
Okay.
So.
Whoa.
Okay. So that was full damage. Plus 5, so that's 42 points of damage.
Yes.
42 points of damage. So the stone structure, which is pretty rigid, and this is an old structure, the strange kind of weird non-Euclidean design of it has this slight warbling feel to it. You take both of your earth elemental fists and slam them into the side. As you do, the structure gives way, and a good 30 feet or so just crumbles down around you. You can feel the stones raining onto you. Because of your proximity, you take 4 points of impact damage.
I like it!
Rubble.
Sure. It feels good!
This entire doorway is
what I bait!
I just start reacting to movies as well. Dude, I've thought about it. I've thought about going out and finding really old shitty movies that don't probably have any copyright on them and wouldn't get triggered. I've thought about it.
Let's see those guns again.
There's a good 15-foot pile of stonework now, blocking that entranceway.
15-foot pile?
Yeah. There is a hole above it where the stone fell through. So there is about 50 feet up a section of the wall that is collapsed down.
Whatever, make it harder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, that's my turn.
Okay. Do recall that mind flayers do levitate.
Oh, God. Maybe not now they don't?
I know, but I can do that as well.
Alright. Tiberius, you're up.
Do recall.
Okay.
You can also see forms swarming through that other doorway over there.
Teleport us. Teleport us.
This isn't good.
Fly us. Get us out.
How far? Scanlan's only a foot away from me, right?
Yeah.
I'm right next to him.
Yep.
Oh.
Beavis South
Is shit. Okay.
Bro, you had so much time and you were having a whole side chat. What the fuck were y'all talking about? I know they were talking about the game, so I don't know what is going on here.
I cast fly on myself.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
Bye, Tiberius.
Hold on. I redact that. Actually.
Okay.
Is it possible? I don't have to.
I've always said you can redact anything you want. You can go back on anything you want until the moment dice hit table. Until the second a dice hits the table, I'll let you rewind whatever you want. Personally. Goddamn spellcasters, you're goddamn right.
I'm really standing next to him, right?
You
so
are
I don't have to use a move action right now.
That'd be
So
awesome.
it's look at him and
I leave.
no. Okay. Can I?
I'll do so.
Can I give him? Can I take off my Iron Stone as an action and swap his crown?
No, I'm pretty sure if the item says attunement on it, you have to spend a short rest attuning yourself with the weapon if either of them does.
But he didn't. He hasn't attuned himself to the thing yet. To the item yet. Huh? To what?
Right, but your iron stone, you mean take it from him?
Yeah.
You would have to attune it to yourself in order to use it.
For how long does it take?
It takes a short rest.
Shit. Okay.
Come on,
That
man.
changes everything in a very bad way. Okay.
So what are you doing? You have the other doorway isn't blocked. You have mind players running in. You have
What the fuck does Scanlan's hat even do? I don't even remember this. This was not... I know that they've talked about it. I remember him getting it, but I do not remember it being that impactful that it would be able to have a real huge impact here. Oh, keep tabs on the this item situation over a few episodes. Oh boy. Dude, their item situation is already so fucked. I am not shocked that it gets worked into the Orion drama. I'm sure it gets worked into every drama. I cannot keep track of their inventories for shit.
probably more and more swarming from underneath the temple.
Can't you
Probably
activate the
over at some
teleportation
point.
pad or something?
From what you
Oh, using 2 concentration spells at the same time is old hat, dude. Everyone knows that you can use concentration spells at the same time. Oh, wait, you're saying... That's right, the hat let you use 2 concentration spells at the same time. Oh my gosh, Orion actually cares about concentration? What a new development. Maybe he did learn something. Yes, the Ion Stone thing. File this away. Oh boy.
you've seen of the temple structure.
First of all,
really
okay.
good listing. How
Okay. So I'm going to attempt to crush the horn.
What?
With 1,000 pounds of pressure.
Okay.
Because
Why
my
not
telekinesis
press
is
the
still
elder
going.
It's good to say.
That's true.
This.
Okay.
I can't do anything else without dropping.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a second. Okay. I'm down to let cool things be cool. There is no shot that telekinesis exerts 1,000 pounds of pressure. There's a difference between being able to lift 1,000 pounds of material and being able to crush. It being able to exert 1,000 pounds of pressure. I could bench. I'm trying to think. At my max, I think I was in like the high hundreds on benching. And I was still in like the low hundreds to probably below 100 on grip. Like that is not 1-to-1. Oh God, wait. Okay, telekinesis. I'm searching for it. Well, that's a choice. Legendary magic items are notoriously easy to destroy. Yeah, classically easy to destroy. Listen, Meg, are you saying Orion is saying something that isn't true?
This thing, because as soon as
I
do
know,
anything
it's
else,
shocking.
Okay.
I drop the horn. So I have to do that first.
Okay.
That's why the other thing.
All right.
Back.
So
Yeah, you can try to move an object that weighs 1,000 pounds. That is not that is not it at all.
Use your action. Go ahead and roll for that, for the crushing of telekinesis.
Oh God.
Yeah, do like an Arcana, I guess.
What if we put the horn on trinket?
What am I adding?
I mean, to be fair, I'm down to let Orion try to crush things, but it's not 1,000 pounds. I'm down for him to roll Arcana and to try and use the spell in a non-standard way. Fuck it, yeah, sure. I was super down when he tore the armor off of the boulette. I thought that was cool. That was very cool. But yeah, I don't know. Well, he's trying to move it within itself, aka crush. All right.
You add your modifier, which is I think 5. It's your.
23.
Okay. As you focus intensely, you feel that the horn itself, the sheer force of the artifact, is far too powerful for your magic to have any sort of effect on its physical structure.
I thought so.
As you focus your arcane intent on crushing it.
You thought so? Why the fuck did you use a 5th level spell slot to test what you already thought?
You feel almost like the back of your brain begins to crawl with cold energy, and if you could hear laughter come from something that is inanimate, you're hearing it coming from the horn right
Fuck
now.
that horn.
That horn just into action.
I know. I'm shaken. Shooketh. Artifacts? What? Are we at 1.5 or 2? No. I guess we are in combat. You're right, John.
I'm going to
Load it into the Magnolia.
I'm going to
Yeah, dude, we are like 46 minutes into this, and it is already 7:30.
maneuver around the chaos because I'm not within range of anybody hurting me, right? So I'm gonna hop on the carpet.
Okay. It's all taking 6 seconds, by the way.
Yes.
5:30. That's as far as you can get.
Well, I can.
You already used your action to.
Oh,
And telekinesis.
that's stupid.
That's how it works.
Hey, Percy! That's my turn. That's all I can do. And I have to still maintain the thing.
Okay.
You don't get a guitar solo every turn.
That brings us in Tiberius' turn to Percy.
This is saving your ass, man.
I'm going
I can't do it now.
to start flying straight up.
Okay.
And while I'm flying straight up, I'm going to take
Can do 2 concentration spells at once.
I'm going to take
I have to hold it more.
2 shots with the pepper box at the big ring.
So I can do
Okay.
that and cast fly. 'Cause I can
roll
I
quick.
can cast fly at 5th level. At 5th
Need
level, and
sharpshooter?
cast it on 3 different people. But I need his item to do it. And
That's,
still make sure every 10 minutes
21?
I have to
Load the
use it.
horn into the
That's 21.
21 does hit.
And I'll
Oh man, dude. I mean, Grog did try to rip it off already. Grog has an intimate connection with the horn.
try to do both hits or
Yeah, roll both.
No, if you wanted them there.
and no, that's right. I don't critical at 19. No, I need a special. Damn it. And that hits. So both hit. Yeah, and they're both with sharpshooters. So
That
that's.
bring up.
I haven't pulled my dice out yet. There we go.
Come on, gunslinger.
That's that's nice.
man.
25 points of damage.
Already.
And
I mean, at that point, you're just becoming Kavard. Like, what are we? a very weird and not stream friendly version of Kavarn.
17 points of damage.
All right.
Gotcha. And sorry, and I forgot. Sorry. 4 points of fire damage.
Okay. Good. All right. So as you turn over the barrel of your weapon, fire again. The second one bursting into flame as it hits the top of the elder brain. You can see both bolts sink into the flesh. There's no impact. They just seem to be absorbed in by it. The flame one underneath, you see a little jet of flame go from the inside, and the flesh of the actual large elder brain quivers for a moment. You hear another shrieking, kind of like angry pain growl in your minds just by the proximity of this entity. You don't see it doing too much to it, but it's definitely hurting it. That ends your turn.
So, I mean, things can hurt really bad and not do that much damage.
Yeah, like an insult.
Can you freeze the brain?
Clarota spins.
Oh, Clarota's turn?
Come on, Clarota.
Yeah, it comes up behind you.
Remember our days watching Saved by the Bell together.
You are stunned currently. So you can see.
Yeah, it's
24. All right, so Clarota's tentacles wrap around your head. Oh! You immediately take 15 points of psychic damage.
Clarota!
And you're currently grappled.
And stunned.
Yes.
Grappled and stunned. So grappled and stunned.
All right, that comes to Pike. Pike, you're stunned currently. The mind's still reeling from the pain. Go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw.
Which is it? Try and stay alive.
I just rolled a 1.
Oh, God!
Your physical form is still unable to pull yourself out of that continuous psychic pain. You're like, trying
poor
to
Ashley.
tear your mind out of it. Unable to do so. Vax, you're up.
Okay, I click my Boots of Haste, and I'm going to. Where's the thingy? Do we have a thingy here?
What do you need?
You have a thingy.
Oh, thingy.
There you go.
All right, so great. How's this work? Like that. All right, if I can run right between Pike and this little brain jerk right here.
Yep.
Does that get me within 5 feet of Elder Brain if I'm there? I can't tell from the structure.
You can rush there. You'd have to get up onto here to
Yeah,
actually.
that's what I want to do.
Okay.
And then I don't know. That's not my full double movement. I don't know how that affects the number of attacks I have hasted, but I just want to stab it as many times as I can, standing on top of this thing.
All right, got it.
Where's the meteorite die? Where's the meteorite die?
Dude, pulling the fucking Drax. I got there. Dude, this is just just pulling the Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Using my poison dagger.
Prison shake.
Yeah.
Man, I should make sure that I have the reference loaded into my head before I pause, so that I don't have to be like, the fucking.
I'm gonna shiv him and shank, or shank him and shiv, whichever is the more accurate phrase.
All right. So go ahead and roll for attack twice.
Can you straighten out lobotomy while you do it?
As a note, as you rush by, for an opportunity, the intellect devourer does reach out and strike at you with its claws.
Okay.
Rolls a 1. You just kick it off the side. Roll on the side. Its brain matter on the ground.
Two or three attacks.
You get 3. Lose your bonus action.
First one misses.
What?
Second one is Oh wait, the first was a 17. Is that
Doesn't miss.
hit or miss? It's a brain, right? I'm
Total
saying?
17?
Yeah.
That would still. It doesn't miss, but as you strike down for it, there's a psychic field that's defending it,
Okay.
and your blade just is held at bay by the protective sphere.
Okay, then I'm using. All right, now dagger of venom is 26.
Okay, that does it.
Okay. So that's 4, 6 is 10. 10, because this isn't sneak attack. Right?
I mean, that's fair. That's fair, Wrist. And when it comes to like people not using items, ideally, when other people, they're free to do that. But I'll tell you the thing that I don't love about their setup, and one of the things that one of my personal gripes with 5e is the just sheer amount of magic items that you get by the time that you're higher level, because I think they're 11 at this point, potentially only 10. And there's just so many magic items to keep track of. It would be great if this person had this in this area or scene, and I am much more a fan of, and I haven't really seen a system do this very well, of evolving magic items. So magic items that bond to you and level up with you. It's one of the reasons that I like Blade Lock, Pact of the Blade, because it essentially feels like getting a magic item that levels up with you as you go, which I think is dope. I think is really, really cool. It's one of the reasons I like Pact of the Blade Warlock more than Eldritch Knight Fighter, although I do still like Eldritch Knight. But yeah, it's like evolving magic items that everyone gets one, let's say at level 5, or between the ranges of 4 and 8, and then they just kind of keep this thing with them the entire rest of the game, and it just levels up and maybe gains new abilities, etc. But I don't know. It's something that's always kind of bothered me about the setup of 5e. that I've never found a great solution for. Don't fuck me, Gil. One for the drinking game. A die that a fan named Gil made for Marisha. That's funny. Don't fuck me, Gil. I definitely try to be sparser and more purposeful with what magic items I give out. I mean, that's fair. And it really the spread in rarity of magic items that you give and the amount really does determine tone at a table. To give a criticism to Matthew Mercer, I very, very rarely have a magic item just hanging out on someone's body unless, like, that person's whole deal was that they had the item. And it's been, like, narrated multiple times in that combat. But they were just looting one day and Vex just found some bracers of archery on someone's body, and she was like, oh, cool. And it's like, what? Like, come on. I don't know. I try to, even if I give my players a lot of magic items, I try to have them be purposeful, because I did make the mistake in one of my more recent campaigns of giving out too many magic items. And luckily, it was a very it was a thief. It was a like a heist focused campaign. So they ended up selling a lot of them, but they did keep some of them that I had anticipated them selling. And I was like, oh no, now I have to deal with this. And so that definitely taught me to be more considerate, especially with which ones I give out, because they could always keep them. They're level 10. Okay, fair enough. Luckily, they don't get many magical items as the campaign goes on. Vex loves gold. Vex loves loot. She has shiny disease.
That's 10 know. Plus a poison for a DC of 15.
Okay, it makes a saving throw. Roll 17.
Okay, so that was that, and then the third attack, I'll go back to Keen Dagger. 14.
I stepped back.
The second one strikes through. The poison tries to pulse through it. Once again, it resists the impact. The third dagger comes down to a 40 and gets halfway towards. There's a blast of psychic energy from the inside of the containment unit that holds Elder Brain that forces your hand back. The attack deflected entirely. That ends your turn. Other three affiliates now go.
Yeah. I wish we had pins for boots.
Isn't there a rope still hanging from there?
Mm-hmm.
There's a
Oh, the damn rope! Not you, or is it?
Do what with the damn rope?
You climb it.
I can probably get up 15 feet. Hang there.
Yeah, I'm getting on the sauce right now.
Okay.
You just spit on my character sheet.
So this one's also going to turn around, reach forward, and his tentacles are going to attempt to wrap around Pike's head.
Don't you touch my brain.
That's going to be a 20.
Matthew. A natural 20?
No, it's just 20. So, Pike, you go ahead and take, this will be 15 points of psychic damage.
It's good run, folks.
Oh, no.
God.
What happened? What happened? So,
He rolled a 20.
You rolled a 20.
I rolled a total of 20. Yeah, and you're stunned currently. So you take 15 points of psychic damage as you feel, as you're...
Yeah, I think you're right, AKL. I don't know the exact, like, how it feels in Pathfinder. From my understanding, I think that Pathfinder has a... Like, the system as a whole expects the DM to give out more magic items than in 5e. I know that 3.5 did. 3.5 expected the DM to give out significantly more magic items, but also significantly weaker ones. So, you had like your various slots, and all of your magic items normally gave you some sort of rider in some sort of situation. So I think that they're coming from that environment, and that doesn't quite transfer to 5e. Although, even in 5e, like, people that play 5e a lot, I think that that magic items are tricky, even though I love them. I love magic items. I think they can make and break campaigns. But they're tricky, to say the least. Also, magic items are just cool. Yeah. But I sympathize with your stance as well in terms of narrative cohesion. I do like the 3 slots for a 2-minute 5e keeps things from getting ridiculous. It also, I think... now that Artificer's out, really gives Artificer, like, such a cool role in the party of, like, having all these more attunement slots. I think Artificer's a dope class in general. But AKL, you're totally right. It's like magic items are just dope. Like, that's one of the favorite things I make on my channel that I have not made in a long time. So I don't even know if I want to say I make them anymore. But just, like, making homebrew magic items is so much fun. I love a lot of the magic items that are in 5e. I love looking at old editions and looking at magic items in there. They so require... they require a certain touch. I don't even know if it's delicate, but it's just like precise. Otherwise, it feels like you overwhelm your characters. A little bit of the, if everyone's special, nothing's special. If we have a bunch of magic items, the ones before don't feel as cool. But also, they still are cool. So I don't know. It might also just be an audience thing. I would bet that the magic items feel way better to them than they do to us, because we're trying to keep track of all of their magic items. And they can at least see right in front of them what they have on their sheet. So it's a lot easier for them to keep track of. Vax's Boot of Haste allow him, a rogue, to have more than one attack per turn, because it's kind of weird that they never get second attack while they level up. I mean, yeah, rogue is, hey, no second attack, just deal just ludicrous amounts of damage on the one attack. Rogue is a very weird class. I have a lot of opinions on Rogue. The other martials are much more straightforward. Rogue is this really interesting, this really interesting collection of features that gives you these really, really swingy moments on purpose. Right? So, even we look at sneak attack. It's the definition of a swing ability. It is you miss and deal no damage, or you hit and deal a ludicrous amount of damage, right? You also have to fulfill some extra requirements, but if you do that, you get this ludicrous damage. But even let's look at something like Uncanny Dodge. Uncanny Dodge is an ability that allows you to have the damage of any single attack that you receive. That's crazy. That's so powerful. But you get it once. You get it once every turn. And so it's if you're fighting a lot of opponents, that's why it feels swingy. It's because do I use it? Do I not? Oh my god, I got hit with a shit ton of damage. No, I didn't. But they don't have super high AC, like a fighter or a barbarian. Well, the barbarian just also has a ludicrous amount of HP. So whereas the fighter, barbarian, even monk have this more consistent feel to them, rogue is just the king of swing, dude. Everything is highs and lows with the rogue. And eventually you get Uncanny Dodge, which just takes that even further. Uncanny Dodge is saying oh, I made my dex check? Fuck you, no damage. Bitch. Oh, you were gonna fireball me? I don't think so. So and then they eventually get Stroke of Luck, which I think is the worst capstone in the game, but they also have expertise. So it's just they're just such a confusing class. And some of their subclasses are amazing. Swashbuckler's incredible. Assassin is dope. Arcane Trickster, Thief, I think is one of the most underrated spell subclasses in the PHB. Thief is so sick. But then you have the Inquisitive, which is okay at best, and only kind of even develops the fantasy of the subclass. Same thing with the Mastermind. The Mastermind's interesting. Getting to use help at range. It's interesting, but it kind of doesn't really pan out because it doesn't really synergize very well with the rest of Rogue. Rogue's just all over the place, man. I love it. I some parts of it I just can't get enough of. I just love so much, and other parts are just so weird. Yeah. That's my Rogue rant for the day. Without spoiling anything, I definitely think handling of magic items in CR gets better as it goes on. I feel like everything in CR probably gets better as it goes on. Not to say it's bad right now, but I can imagine that just after 100 episodes of every single week, people critiquing you on Twitter, you are going to see the actually valid critiques and actually make improvements, I'm sure that it is littered in a sea of terrible, not valid critiques, but, you know, you'll eventually get the good ones out of there. No classes, just magic items fight. I had a buddy who ran a one shot that was your gladiators in the arena. You each get one magic weapon of a certain rarity. I think it was uncommon, maybe. Who wins? It was really fun. I didn't play in it, but I spectated. I lived in a house with people that played D&D at that point. I really want to toy with rogue or monk with the healer feat and make them a combat medic as a secondary purpose. That would actually be really, really great on Rogue Thief, because Rogue Thief gets the use an object action added to their cunning action. So you could use a healer's kit as a bonus action on Thief Rogue. That would really work. The sound quality also gets better. I've heard.
You're trying to resist yourself, these cold tentacles wrap across the front of your field of vision, and you can feel this like weird, toothy, pointy, grinding sensation beginning to push towards the back of your skull.
This one.
Oh, also, fucking, I didn't even mention, fucking, we're talking about Rogue. I didn't even mention fucking reliable talent, the most, in my opinion, most busted fucking feature in the game. I hate using the term busted or overpowered or anything, but reliable talent is just an insane feature to give a class. Like, it is just bonkers. For those of you who don't know, by 11th level, so one level higher than they are right now, you have refined your chosen skills until they approach perfection. Whenever you make an ability check that lets you add your proficiency bonus, you can treat a d20 roll of 9 or lower as a 10. I'm sorry. I have seen eloquence bards get banned at tables because of their 3rd level feature, which lets them treat persuasion checks of 9 or lower as a 10. One skill, or maybe it's persuasion and deception. 2 skills at most. Okay? Rogues, everything they're proficient in. Let's not even imagine if the rogue took the skilled feat, where they get 3 extra proficiencies. Are you joking, dude? Rogues are crazy, man. Rogues are absolutely insane, but also then they get blind sense at 14, which is borderline useless. So, I don't know. I don't know, dude. It's oh, and then slippery mind at 15. You gain proficiency in wisdom saving throws. It's fine. It's good even. It's not just fine, but it's nowhere even approaching the power of like evasion or reliable talent. They're just fucking all over the place. It's insane. Yeah, I can't roll lower than a 21. Exactly. Rogues are a weird class, dude. I'll tell you what.
6.
We're 6 points. This one here is going to go ahead and attempt
He's
to
gonna
move
try
up
to eat her
behind
brain.
But I really like them. I want to play a rogue.
Tiberius, that is a 15 versus AC.
Nope.
What's your AC?
17, man.
17. As you're rushing towards the magic carpet that just took off,
yeah,
you look over and the tentacles swing towards you. You duck just underneath and manage to avoid the attack. Now the 2 intellect devourers. One's going to go ahead and look up towards the magic carpet that's taking off. And here we go. We're within 10 feet. Now you're too far away. Too far away. So instead, it's going to go for you on top of the Elder Brain. I want you to go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw. That's
20, natural 20.
Natural 20.
Needed that. Needed that.
That's
All
not
right.
to Matt, that's to the little brain.
The brains, the brains.
Get it.
Fuck you, little brains.
So you feel a similar blast of kind of screaming energy like you feel from the elephants, but it's more primal and more just kind of guttural. You manage to just shrug it off from your mind and angrily look down at this weird fleshy, creature. The other one moves up and attempts to blast you again from the opposite side. Make another intelligence saving.
19.
19. Once again, the other one, you just feel from the back of your brain this like shunning impact, and you just shrug it off.
Oh, I totally agree, AKL. I think honestly, so what I've heard many DMs express when it comes to eloquence bards specifically is like, oh, it allows them to just basically ignore a pillar of D&D. Which to be clear, I never ban eloquence bard. Because, are you joking? Every single rogue by 11th level is ignoring stealth. Just not ignoring stealth, but they can just bypass. They can literally just hit a button and bypass any sort of stealth exploration that you had planned by 11th level. I think the reason that most people are hot in their seat about Eloquence Bard specifically is because they get it at 3rd level, and most campaigns do not pass 10th level. I think that I think that is why people do not give Monk, like why people think that Monk is a weak class, because it is until they get Stunning Strike. But a lot of campaigns never make it to Stunning Strike. Most campaigns never make it to Reliable Talent. So these classes are seen as fine, right? So it's, yeah, but I do agree with you, AKL. If we're actually like trying to like make like cohesive in-world fiction, it definitely, it makes the most sense for it to be like, yeah, like an elf or something that has that sort of thing. I mean, you know, like a Dro is fantastic for a late game elf. But yeah.
I'm smart!
Man, I don't know who Malcolm Gladwell is. I have to start looking these people up in the second monitor before I out myself.
All right, that brings us to Scanlan.
Oh, Scanlan.
Grappled and stunned.
Yeah, so go ahead and make your saving throw.
Come on,
buddy. Come on, buddy.
He's a Canadian journalist? I have no idea what that reference is.
Hey! Yes! Boom! You shrug off the stun effect. You're currently grappled by the entity.
You're so smart. You're so smart. So smart.
Cardiac hit. Come on now. Here we go. Hey, what's your knot?
Aren't you
Finish
inspired?
that bug.
All right, and then also make an intelligence saving throw.
What? Oh, Jesus. Because he's also got the things on me.
Yeah.
Just say 20. 7. Oh, +2.
Big
nine.
Okay.
I said big 9.
You rolled a 20, so that's gotta mean
I think a
something.
9 is a big
pretty
save.
good.
Yeah, that 20 like carries over one. Yeah, like leftover.
Residual?
Like you take a 1 and you carry it over.
Natural 20 residual?
Yeah, that little bit
It'll
of.
stay.
Oh, dude. Okay, speaking of a 20 carrying over, my favorite rule that doesn't exist in 5e. I want to make it clear before I say it. I understand why this doesn't exist in 5e. I don't think it would really work that well. That's why I've never even tried to implement it as a homebrew. I take that back. It does exist in a single spell in 5e. It is a totally unique mechanic for this spell. Do you know what it is? 3, 2, 1, sorcerers, say it with me. It's Chaos Bolt. Chaos Bolt has a mechanic called Exploding Dice, which are so much fucking fun. I love Exploding Dice. And any system that uses it, I immediately like, okay, you've got me on one thing. You've gotten one thing to get your hook in me. We'll see about the rest, but I love me some Exploding Dice. And Chaos Bolt is so much fun. My favorite imaginary rule. Gladwell popularized the 10k hours of practice to become an expert. I see. I would seriously suggest Malcolm Gladwell's books. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll look into it.
I personally can't wait till we roll new characters next show.
Shut up!
All right. Unfortunately, you're still stunned.
Still stunned. So I got off.
You resisted the mind effect, but the tentacles on your head are now locking your brain in place, and your eyes are kind of rolling back in your head as you feel the Illithid's mouth begin to push against the outside of your head. Grog.
I gotta break my grapple, right?
Oh yeah, just go ahead and roll athletics check. A natural 1.
This guy.
A natural 1. It rolled a 4. Okay.
Oh my God. Plus your strength. Oh, doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Okay. So it's still holding you in place. You have your axe picked up off the ground with your chain of returning. You can't physically move from your position. It's holding you there.
Well, the axe is across the room, remember?
Well, no, you threw it over here and you went and retreated at
Oh,
the end
good.
of the
That's a good plus.
So.
Fuck.
So you want to do?
So you can attack with your chain.
I can attack with the chain?
So you have your axe with your chain of returning. You just can't move, but you can still throw if you want to.
Oh, awesome. Right.
Can you chop the dude's arms off?
It's holding me. I don't think I can be like.
Yes, he has.
Maybe the guy that has his tentacles or whatever.
I was gonna try and save you.
Well,
Can I
that's
reach
far.
the Illithid? It's far.
I mean, you can throw to either of them right now. They're both like bent over gnome heads. They're big.
Where's
Why the
Scanlan?
gnomes?
Scanlan's right here.
It's a
And
delicacy.
she's right next to me.
Why the gnome hang? It's rare.
You guys are right
Rare
there.
delicacy.
Alright, I can't. I'm gonna try and throw it at the Illithid that's holding on to Scanlan.
Okay, go ahead and roll for an attack.
Tasty gnome.
All the fans who implied that Matt went light on us the last game.
22?
22 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, it's just 1, 2, 3. For 14.
14.
I mean, it's debatable on whether or not Matt went light. I do think that it was interesting that the Mind Flayers did not interrupt the combat, but also combat's really fast in D&D, so it's very possible that they just hadn't gotten there yet.
Points of damage, all right. That one, you throw the axe, it slams into the shoulder of the elephant, grabbing onto him. You see it kind of look up at you angrily, and a large portion of its chest is now gashed open and blood is pouring from the wound, but it's still holding tight right now. I think that's going to end your turn.
I know.
You want to pull the axe back?
Yes, I would like to.
Go ahead and make your check.
What do I? Oh fuck! I rolled. Did the thing. What do I roll? 12.
Save, yeah. So that's D20. You have to roll D20. I was D12.
Okay, good. 18.
So you pull on the chain of returning, it yanks the axe out of the wound, and you catch it in midair, preparing for the next round.
That 12 is a 1.
All right. First round of combat over. Let's roll better, guys. This is looking really dire. Vex, you're up.
Oh, yeah. Risty, like, if we want to talk about, like, realistically, did or did not Matt, like, go easy on them? Percy's headshot giving advantage on saving throws was a very in their favor in the moment ruling. That without that fight would have gone significantly differently.
Get it?
Save everyone.
You're up to the top. You have a clear view of everyone.
That's true. You're the only one with a bird's eye view.
Just run.
Right.
Save yourself.
But also, you know what else would have made it go significantly differently? Is if Tiberius, their sorcerer, had been there. One of the best boss fight classes in the game was fucking off to go and talk to some mind flayers. Eddie didn't even do it. Ay. Given how the fight went, I like the choice, but it's definitely a choice, yeah. And I mean, if I'm in Matt's shoes, if I'm in his head, it literally, like, the factor literally could have been, holy shit, Tiberius isn't here, Orion's not participating. If I don't give them something, this is going to go very differently than I anticipated. Right? So, you know, if I'm in his head, you know, sometimes when I'm in those situations, I don't like to fudge. I have fudged. I'm not a huge fudging hater. But I do often look for small ways that I can maybe rule in the player favor. I maybe get a little bit more lenient on rule of cool type stuff. You know, that sort of thing. Luckily for the party, they never came close to a TPK ever again.
Right now, okay, as it is, these two elephants look kind of hurt. These two look really rough. This one looks really rough. Both of these guys haven't been damaged yet, but they have low hit points.
Save yourself. Start a new race of 3 in the next party.
You're a killer. I am gonna attack.
Hunter's Mark.
I'm gonna put Hunter's Mark on. Oh, yeah, my brother just died.
I fainted.
On the one attacking Scanlan.
Not on Scanlan, on the one attacking Scanlan.
What was that?
Oh, right, sorry. That's what did I do? The confusion. No.
So SSH, the difference is you are correct. Headshot. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I was messing around with something in the studio. Sorry. So that does indeed give advantage on attack rolls against the creature. That is not vice versa. It does not give other creatures advantage on saving throws that creature procs. Which is a very, very important distinction. That is part of the reason that saving throw spells exist in the first place, is to completely bypass advantage, disadvantage. And this is one of the reasons, this is one of the things that people will very often bring up when people want to talk about the martial caster divide, is that very, very few marshals have any sort of way to proc saving throws, which means that giving a martial disadvantage is not inappropriately, what's the word? Disproportionately effective to giving a caster disadvantage, because a caster can always use a saving throw spell. Yeah, I was out of the room in the car. Oh, yeah, that's what we're, yeah. So it's a so that was a ruling where Matt very much ruled definitely not, what the ability did, and very much in favor of the players, but sometimes I'll play a little fast and loose with the rules. If one is doing something very unexpected, it depends. But I am going for good vibes, high tension, high drama. I am not going for, I TPK'd the rest of the party because I kept the fight 100% the way that I had planned it, and one of the party members decided to fuck off and significantly reduced the party's power in the process. So 7 of them got TPK'd while one of them is still alive, and now all the players are mad at that other player. I'm not looking for those sorts of vibes, especially on stream, right? So if he went a little easy on them, I can forgive him for that.
That was amazing.
14.
I thought we were cool.
This is looking dire aloud during this fight.
14. Unfortunately.
Plus more God blessing. But can I just do it just because?
Okay, but on the other side of this, I am sort of looking at Matt right now during this fight with a little bit of like, what did you expect? Like, they were kind of fucking in there. Like, I maybe this is a slight tweak that I would make, so far with how this fight's going. I would have given the players maybe 5 rounds, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, somewhere in there, like 15 seconds for the mind flayers to reintegrate, right? They're reforming their connection with the elder brain. They're bringing Clarota back into the fold, and have the players roll initiative. Narrate that, things are looking tense, and give them 3 rounds of actions to start to leave or to not leave. Especially if the plans seems to be like, hey, everybody leave, right? And this is where we talk about like levels of foreshadowing, right? That is an increased level of foreshadowing from what Matt gave them, which is not better or worse. And some players will like more foreshadowing and some players will like less. I tend to be on the high foreshadowing side of things. So, I'm going to have them roll initiative and like allow them to have 3 rounds before anything kicks off. And now, since we're already in initiative, Mind Blast on round 4, right? So that is one thing I'll say is like, I don't know that Matt necessarily gave them the proper / appropriate amount of warning and due consideration when this fight was starting, because most of them cannot fly. Grog explicitly cannot fit on the magic carpet, right? So they have some barriers that a smaller party wouldn't, and you need to keep that in mind. DM, are you guys sure you just want to? Oh, dude, I will say that to my party. I will say that shit straight up. I will be like, hey guys, if they like do like fucking nothing on round 1, I would literally look at all of them in the eyes and be like, why do you think I'm giving you 3 rounds of initiative? I'm not going to say it out loud, but you guys do whatever you want. But I want you to think about why I might be giving this to you and go from there. Because again, I'm into good stories. I'm into good vibes. And sometimes I love to like really challenge my party. Sometimes I like to scare them off. Like, these things are not mutually exclusive. This is not what I do all the time in every situation. But yeah, here I would have been like, hey fellas, you're in a fucking Tarrasque level threat of a situation right now. Book it. Well, maybe honestly before the session, just be like, hey guys, by the way, just wanted to let y'all know in case you don't, my Mind Flayer's like about a CR 8. That means that 4 level 8s can take 1 on reasonably. So just, extrapolate that however you want. One of my favorite things to do is ask people to review certain rules. And sometimes I'll fuck with my players because most of the time, me and my players are buddies. So one of my favorite bits last campaign was I would constantly tell my players to review the rules for underwater combat, and they never once fought anything underwater. But I would always do it right before there was a body of water, not one that they would have to go into, not one that there were any enemies in, but one that there could have been enemies in. And so I'll be like, hey, everybody, I need you all to review the rules for underwater combat. And then we would get through the session, and they'd be like, did we just miss something? I'd be like, I don't know. I also love asking them to review the rules for jumping. Players not appreciating or grasping their narrative position seems like such a hard spot to be in as a DM, because they're in a silly city of Illithid, explicitly evil creatures. Yeah. And this does come with, I think that this is why when we talk about who belongs at this tone of a table, Orion seems to understand the lore implications behind beholders, Illithid, etc., etc. I think he knows the fictional position they're in, not necessarily the narrative position, because all of the other players were on the same page of Matt's not going to kill us, which is why this position is actually kind of weird, because he kind of reaffirmed their notion of where they were in the narrative when he didn't kill them with Kavarn. But now they need to run, and he needs to make that more clear. Because now they definitely don't understand, and Tiberius actually does, but you've already set up this dynamic where Tiberius is wrong, and the rest of the party is right. It's confusing. This is also why I don't love mixing my threats. I do love having factions within my enemies. I don't like stacking hostiles within an area. I don't love the dynamic of we'll work together for now. Not to say I never use it. It's certainly not off the table. Enemy of my enemy is my friend is tried and true. I've used it. I will continue to use it. But it is risky, and I avoid it when something else would work as well. And I think that's one of these situations where they ran into, an enemy of my enemy is my friend, and now they're getting there, and it's okay, well, other enemies gone, now just we're enemies. Awkward. Which is why that sudden and inevitable betrayal trope exists in the first place. But, yeah, it's a tough position to be in as a DM. You guys are in Dodge City. What do you want to do when... What do you want to do when you're in Dodge City? Fuck! I used to live in Dodge City's state, and I don't get it. God damn it.
But he's bent over, and I got his bird's eye view.
You know what? He is grappling. He is right in the way. I'm going to give you advantage on it.
Yes!
Take
Roll again.
Okay. Take whatever it is.
No big money, no whammy.
22!
Okay.
All right.
Because it's a stationary position and completely engulfing, and you have such a great view from above.
Right. 11 points of damage to
Okay.
it.
Did you roll your Hunter's Mark damage?
No, I did not.
Don't forget Hunter's Mark.
I won't, though. 3 extra for Hunter's Mark. 15 total.
Okay, gotcha. That's your first strike.
Okay. And my second one, should I just try to attack him again? Kill him? Alright, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna try to hit him.
Kill him. Okay.
Again. 18?
18. Okay. So, both strikes. Go ahead and roll for damage.
16 plus 19.
19, okay. Both arrows, one embeds itself into the wound that Grog had left with the axe, and you see the body tenses. Clarota kind of stares up at you with this beaming, angry look in his face. You realize, oh shit, Clarota's the one that's going after Scanlan. Your second arrow, you bring down and release, and it pierces the side of its face, gashing through and embedding itself in the chest. You can see now, Clarota's looking really rough, but it's still hot. this horrible thought goes into your mind suddenly from your voice saying,
You've all done your work. Now it's time to feast. They turned on us.
Yeah.
I knew he was gonna do that.
What? None of us knew that.
I totally knew he was gonna do that.
all right, then it's your turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Everybody,
No, who would help us right now?
Alright, Kima would
Kima
help
would
us,
be really
but
helpful.
she's
Can we
stoned.
make her not stoned?
We can make her not stoned if we're
I
not.
didn't get a
We
chance
live.
to.
We're in store for so much. I told you so.
All right.
See again.
Maybe we should leave her. I don't want to deal with that.
Who's up?
I can make. I'm gonna be like, oh crap. I'm gonna phase down.
Okay.
I'm gonna pop up, and I'm gonna break the well that's holding
Yes!
the Elder Brain.
Get it? Yes!
Okay.
Yeah!
So you're gonna jump up here?
You did it!
Over here?
Yes,
Sure,
you can.
wherever
She's
I
the
fit.
thing.
Say here. I
No,
can
not
do
there, not there.
That's fair. Everyone wants to get out of Dodge City, Kansas. I can confirm.
Dang it. Right there?
Not where I might hurt Vax.
Well, that's anywhere.
Just do the inside. Yeah.
Yeah.
You might have to do like a flippy poo.
So what are you doing on the well? You're just grabbing it and flipping poop? What are you doing?
Can I?
No, it's embedded in the ground. Like, what are you doing? Are you...
Oh, I'm okay. So I want to take and I want to just like punch to crack a big like side of it to make it
Give
help
a smash.
spill out the brains.
Okay, go ahead and make a slam attack on the side.
Bust the side of it open.
Keyleth.
And then we'll stomp on him and make brain juice. Yeah.
Stupid brain
It's
juice.
all in the wine.
I mean, it's an item. It's a stationary rock. What do I add? Oh wait, I add plus. Sorry, I'm not used to this. Plus 8. 16.
16. You slam into the side of the. You're not attacking the brain. You're attacking the stonework. You can feel there is some psychic resistance, but because you're not attacking the brain directly, your fist slams into it, making purchase on the stone. Go ahead and roll damage against. Come on. Double damage on this.
Big damage.
2 points.
20 damage.
Yes! The side of the stonework crumbles inward. Pieces of the stonework itself seems to be jutting in towards the elder brain, but it's stopped by some sort of psychic resistance. But this whole side, here to here, is now just open entirely, and you can see now the whole, the mass of there's like probably hundreds of various illithid brains that have slowly congealed into one large brain structure. Is now you can see the underneath area, and the liquid that it kind of sits in is now pouring out down the side of the structure.
Hope they have flood insurance.
The worst Schwarzenegger action line ever.
Man.
Hope to have flood insurance. Yeah. Holy shit, that was amazing.
Flow just got real. All right.
right.
Flow just got real.
Predator
That's no better, actually.
Progressive flow. Although the flow of the. You know what? Never mind.
Okay, so you only have the one slam attack?
All right, after that fantastic line, I'm going to head to the bathroom really quick, refill my water. As you all know, classic hydrate or dihydrate. And I will see everybody in a moment. All right, we are back. And boop. What's up, everybody? Oh, I am hot. Hot. Half the reason that I freaking left on the break so abruptly is because I was like, oh my god, I'm just so hot. I also needed to, do the bio break, fill up my water, all that, but mainly I was just hot. Because I'm a wimp when it comes to the heat. Oh my goodness. One of the reasons I liked moving north is because I hate the heat and I love the cold. I never use the heat in winter. It can go. I'll fucking put on a coat indoors. But oh my goodness, it gets to like slightly uncomfortable hot. It was like 72 in here. And I'm like, oh, I'm sweating. Yeah. I don't even know what temp it is outside, but it's like 72 in the apartment. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm dying. But it could be like 50s. I would probably even be chilling at 40. Inside my apartment, I would put on fucking underleggings and mittens and coat. Okay, 40's a bit extreme. 40's a bit silly. It would regularly, back in Kansas, Kansas is a little bit hotter than Illinois, but it would regularly, during the winters, it would get down into like the low 60s, high 50s in our apartment, and we'd be chilling. We don't need the heat for that shit. So moving north was the choice for us.
Yes, that's the one. My slam attack is...
Right, okay, cool.
Oh, no, wait! I have multi-earth elemental makes 2 slam attacks. Yes!
So go ahead and make another one.
I could have done that last
Are you attacking
time.
the stonework still?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna take the other chunk and just punch it.
So we'll say you use some of your movement to move this way. By the way, guys, you can break up your movement.
Also, just a reminder, anyone that joined late or what have you, feel free to go back in the stream. You can turn the playback speed higher. So you can turn the playback speed to like 1.5 or something, and you can catch up to us live without having missed a thing.
You can like move, attack, and move if you want to. So you...
Also, make sure that your chat is on live chat and not top chat.
Yeah.
Almost holding it
It's Cox. 16 plus 8, so 22.
That'll definitely do it. Go ahead. Is that total damage? Or is that SC attack? Okay, go ahead and roll it.
18.
Gross SSH. One of my buddies lives in Tucson, Arizona. Thank God the 1 week I visited him, it was like monsoon season, so it was raining, but at least it was like a little cold. Not cold, but it was temperate. No, 100 for nearly 3.5 months? No. Me and my wife both said we are never moving south of Kansas. So, like, draw a line across the continental. Fuck it, draw a line across the world. I'm never moving south. I will, I would move maybe, if you draw it like an equal distance down past the equator to the south, I'd move south of there. But no, I need it nice and chilly, nice and cold. YouTube has the option to play this. Shut. Some people are new, Richard. Shush. Reminder to everyone, including myself, to check periodically that you're actually live and not lagging behind by a few seconds to not be super noticeable. True. Screw you, Australia. Dude, Australia's too hot. I know how far south it is too hot. I could maybe do New Zealand. But if we're bargaining here, but no, Australia's too hot.
Damage.
18's fine. All right, so you break out the second half. Now the entire side of it is open. All the fluid just spilled out on the side, and you get the sensation this is very frowned upon. Tiberius, you're up.
A tentacle frown.
So Irish up, and Percy takes off.
As a note too,
Australia is where the actual Bermuda Triangle is. It's just a giant whirlpool. It does sound fake when people talk about it. Hashtag not a real place. It's like the Dakotas. There is no North Dakota. I've only met people from South Dakota. It's all one big Dakota.
Just so you guys are aware.
Sorry.
I said,
No, we never closed the other door.
you start seeing a series of other entities slowly making their way up from the downstairs tunnel area.
Eat your butt.
I think we can beat them all. Seeing what's going on, as there's a.
That's true. Screw you, Antarctica. Yeah, that's fair. I don't like penguins. What have penguins ever done for me? You know? You know, who cares? I don't care about Antarctica. What do they have? Researchers? Scientists? I'm a scientist. What do they have? What has it done for me? You know? Oh, you were a few seconds behind, John? Classic trap.
Right behind, right?
There is right behind you, yeah.
No, we didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, the other door's open.
But then he said that they could levitate, so I
Grog's being held prisoner by like an 80-pound dude. So I'm
He's
gonna go up
tickling
and then
him.
Percy takes off, and so I can't
Yeah,
reach him.
you can, yeah.
Awesome.
So
Well,
ashamed.
I wanna.
It's like keto.
Can I need like a technical question. Can I move the horn and like let go of the spell so I can then do my turn? Yeah. Or does that take a thing to do that? Like I want to let go. That's good. So as I'm running up the carpet, I see Percy go. I'm like, damn Tiamat lover. So I bring over the horn, and right at the tip, on the carpet, I let it go. You deal with it then,
Percy?
Oh, dear God.
No,
That's what you get.
I don't give it to Percy. I leave it
I
on
know,
the carpet.
but I'm saying it's on his carpet right now, staring at him from the side.
Put it on Percy.
I see the. Oh God. Okay, I can only do this once. I see.
Even like, okay, I'll give him some credit that the words that he said are good. Hey, I have a technical question really quick. Can we address this first so that I understand the capabilities of my character within the fiction? Fantastic. The tone could use some work. That's what we might call a poopy head tone, to use Marisha Ray's nomenclature. And that gets him one. Percy wanted the horn all along. It was never came up. Percy Taliesin just becomes the villain all of a sudden.
They're not inside yet, right?
No, they're just starting to get to the doorway. You can see them.
Awesome. Okay, so. Okay, that is a. And this is a. Okay.
What you got, Tiberius?
Okay. Just trying to figure out where the hell. Okay. Right. I blow everything. I'm gonna blow everything.
Yes, blow everybody.
Sure.
How diplomatic of you.
I'm stunned. You cannot resist.
Sorry, Tiberius.
So I leave the horn there. I turn toward the doors. Obelisk of stone. I shield up the entryway.
Okay. Smart. You can create with that? What level are you using it?
That's. I can. Well, how wide is it? Like 15 feet?
It's roughly. It's a little over 5 feet wide.
Great. So I only need one, right?
Technically, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I seal that one.
Okay.
I'm gonna use all
Seal
three
the
right
other
now.
one too. I only partially sealed it.
I'll seal the other one.
Okay.
And I'll use the other one on myself.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use. I have 3 left. Yeah. Okay. And I'm gonna use my last 3 sorcerer points that I have, and I have 0 points after this. And I'm gonna cast blur myself.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Alrighty. So you now start.
No one unblown. I mean, this doesn't even bear mentioning at this point. So who in their right mind would mention it? But, not how Quicken Spell works. Just want to point that
Slamming sounds from the side. So almost both sides of the walls are now sealed off with pillars, and a large pile of rubble on that side. Right.
But at least it was in service. It was in pursuit of leaving no one unblown.
You're up.
All right. Before I go anywhere, I'm taking a shot at Clarota.
Okay.
Betraying bastard.
Which sharpshooter? Aster can do that combo. 19 points.
That hits.
That hits, and let's do my damage. That's 22 points of damage.
Okay. So, Scanlan, as you're stunned, you feel the tentacles swirling around the back of your head. Teeth are grinding into the back of your skull. And you feel this horrible pain as all of a sudden, Clodo's mouth is beginning to find a way towards your skull. And then the tentacles suddenly go limp. As the back of Clodo's head.
Traitor!
A mess.
Traitor! Kill Clarota!
Yes. Some people have no sense of fucking honor.
Traitor!
Oh, Percy.
Yes!
In a split second, your longtime ally, now turned coat, is scattered across the stone floor. You release. You're no longer stunned.
Hi. I still have another shot.
You do.
All right. Finally, the bad news actually coming to play. Or was that a pepper box? It might have been. I don't know. I love it when our ranged fellas get a chance to show off. I will say their handling of casting multiple spells in the same turn was a little off for most, if not all, of this campaign. Yeah. I mean, okay, spell casting in D&D 5e is weird. I don't think that that's like a dramatically crazy opinion. It's always been weird. Spell slots are weird. Spell slots is a weird system. That's my hot take of the fucking day. Spell slots is weird. And, yeah. So I understand why, if you're coming from a separate system, it might be a little bit confusing. Rip Clarence, you were the very best of us. Quicken Spell allows a spell of one action to be made a bonus action. Yes, but fucking big asterisk. John Scott SSH. Yes, it does. However, oh boy, the rules lawyer hat is coming on. You cannot cast 2 leveled spells in the same turn, no matter what. The only theoretical way to do it, which is a big asterisk on that asterisk, is the twinned spell meta magic option. Twinned spell, theoretically you're casting, 2 of the spell, but the quickened spell meta magic option only allows you to cast a leveled spell if you used your regular action to cast a cantrip. Or vice versa. Quicken spell could let you cast a cantrip as a bonus action, but not if you had used a leveled spell for your regular action. Rip. That's, yeah. Because otherwise, quickened cast seems bad. Like, that is one of the things, like, I will give Orion credit here on. Yeah, I'm already confused. Sorcerers are too confusing. Sorcerers are weird. And quickened cast or quickened spell, once you think about it in that context, and once you know that rule still applies to quickened spell becomes a lot worse. Oh no. Did everyone lose stream? Oh, damn it. What is going on? Are we back? Okay, I've got green. I lost it for a few seconds. Weird. I think there are some settings that are off in my OBS because I reset a lot of the settings, so I might need to check some shit out. Oh, okay, we're back. Cool. But yeah, Quicken Spell is like a default take for most sorcerers because most sorcerers don't play with that rules interaction, even though it is raw. I don't know. If I had a sorcerer at my table and they wanted to quicken spell 2 leveled spells, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I'd do. I don't know. I would tell them like, hey, this is raw. Do you have another thing that you might also want to do, or are you interested in home ruling this? And if we do home rule this, then all the other players need to be okay as well. Yes, I do record in MKV. I used to not, and that is why I don't have footage from episode 1. I don't have the first half of the footage from episode 1. Because I used to record straight to MP4. But yes, I do. Or actually, it might not even be MKV. It might be FLV. It is one of the ones that that preserves the footage even if stream goes down. But yeah. The thought of having a spellcaster have to decide twice the usual number of leveled spells to use is a little terrifying. Yeah. but yeah, Matt soon realizes letting 2-level spellcast is crazy. It's incredibly powerful if you let it pull off. That's why, I mean, even, we're talking about all of this. That is why. Fucking Twinned spell is so good. Oh my god. The other thing about Twinned spell is it's actually better than casting a spell twice. You want to know why? Because you only have to concentrate once. With Twinned spell, you are just choosing 2 targets rather than the normal 1 target. So, for a spell like Enlarge Reduce, you can enlarge 2 people and only concentrate once. Very fun usage. MKV saved my ass. Hell yeah. I'm out for the evening. See you, Richard. Have a good night. Yeah, man, I don't know. I have complicated feelings on Sorcerer. I'm currently playing a Sorcerer in 2 Witch Bolt gaming. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, double the Witch Bolt, double the fun, am I right? But no, I'm playing a Sorcerer right now. And Sorcerer, I really wish, this is a fun fact for anyone who doesn't know, the playtest for 5e was called D&D Next, much like the playtest for whatever is coming out is 1 D&D. So it's D&D Next, and in D&D Next, so that's one set of context. Another set of context, there is actually an optional rule within, or a variant rule, they use those almost interchangeably, but optional or variant something, in the Dungeon Master's Guide, where you can convert all of your spell slots into points. And then certain levels of spells cost a certain number of points, rather than having the idea of like upcasting or downcasting or whatever. So it is much more just like you have like a pool of mana, essentially, like in a video game. You have a certain amount of mana rather than spell slots. And in D&D Next, that was how sorcerers spellcast. Sorcerers did not have spell slots. And you can see it survived in sorcery points, but I think that's horseshit. I think that sorcerers would be so much cooler if that was their class identity. That was like their main class thing, was that all of the other casters have spell slots. And you can even see it in Warlock. Warlock takes the normal spell casting and uses Pact Magic instead. A unique way to go about interacting with spell slots. And I think that would have been such a cool identity for Sorcerer, is using points rather than spell slots, just in general. And then also having meta magic on top of it. So now, meta magic and actually casting the spell pull from the same class resource. Ooh, isn't that cool? Oh, man, I thought that would have been so dope. Because right now, Sorcerer to me is always just like Wizard but different. Wizard without the book. Whereas all the other spellcasters have something unique about them. I think that sorcerers are a little bit less unique. Thanks, Mr. Dad. I can only take credit for like 25% of it because I'm just looking at an idea that they thought of and then just chose not to do. But I can say I really wish they would have done it.
Is there someone on Pike right now?
Still one on Pike right now.
I'm taking a shot there.
Come on, Purse. Come on, Purse.
Pew pew.
Oh yeah, so that's 17, 17, 18.
That hits.
Okay, that just hits. All right. I'm trying to use sharpshooter, so it changes everything.
Yeah, that's weird. I'm also noticing that I'm getting 30 FPS, which I normally get 60. So there's something up with my OBS settings I'll have to look at afterward. Okay, to clarify, Matt allows bonus action spells and then cast cantrips as an action for any caster. Is this correct? Right now, he is allowing Orion to cast a leveled spell as an action, and then use Quickened Spell to cast a leveled spell as a bonus action. This is not allowed. Quickened Spell allows you to take any spell that has a casting time of 1 action and convert that into a bonus action. However, the rule of not more than 2 leveled spells in one turn still applies. So the raw rules as written, either the bonus action or the action has to be a cantrip, and the other one can be a leveled spell, regardless of which one quickened spell is used on. So where this might really actually benefit a sorcerer to use quickened spell is there's a very, very good cantrip. There's lots of good cantrips. But there is a great cantrip called it's not Mind Spike, Mind Sliver. Where Mind Sliver, if it hits, it's kind of similar to Vicious Mockery, but it's for saving throws. So if I hit with Mind Sliver, the next saving throw that creature has to make takes minus 1d4 to whatever their roll is. So I would do Mind Sliver as my full action, quickened spell to whatever the actual spell is I want to cast that, procs a saving throw probably. And I do that as my bonus action so that I could do the cantrip first. So that's an example of where quickened spell might be used. But yeah, it's confusing. It's confusing. I don't fault people if they don't know how that raw works. It's one of those up there with surprise rounds versus the surprise condition. I think Matt struggles a decent amount with some of the rules for campaign 1. I mean, coming from Pathfinder is going to be hard because a lot's so similar, but then really niche things are different. I think how they use that RE sorcery points changes in about 5 eps. Fair. I think Matt's rule is generally Ben will be cast any spell as a bonus action, can cast another spell level 2 or under. That's interesting. I don't know. I mean, when we get into going out of raw and into home rules or homebrew rules, I'm generally down with whatever whatever the DM wants and all the players want. Now I have recommendations, especially for new DMs that might not have a ton of experience. I have recommendations about home rules, but just like we talked about with Whispers, I wouldn't recommend Whispers for a new DM, but they work at a ton of tables. So it's a mixed bag when it comes to home rules. Mega gonna spend 100+ episodes learning homebrew rulings only for half of them to be dropped in C2. Holy shit. I'm sure. For instance, he will let a cantrip heal. He will let a cleric heal and cast a cantrip, and I think it's in effect to this day. Yeah, that is appropriate. If one of them has a casting time of bonus action, that's appropriate. So this actually comes up a lot with clerics because a very popular cleric spell is Healing Word, which is a bonus action. You cannot cast Healing Word if you've already cast, say, Guiding Bolt that turn. Not allowed. But a lot of DMs let it slide. So, I personally love Matt's rule for healing potions, bonus for using one, action for feeding someone a potion. Dude, I've talked about potions before. I'm not a big potion parry personally. I don't really like consumables, so I'm also not a big spell scroll guy. However, I know that they work really, really well for a lot of tables. And I don't disagree with having potions and spell scrolls for new DMs, etc. But for my own personal table, I really don't like consumables, just as a general rule. So if I do give out consumables, they are normally very, very powerful, at which case I would like to keep them at an action. I'm getting weird pauses a bit frequently. Uh-oh. No, I've only had the stream drop twice. Okay. Interesting. I'll have to see if any of the settings are weird later. Well, when your cleric refuses to heal, you gotta get healed somewhere. Hey, Scott, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And that's
18 points of damage.
Okay.
And did we get a short rest?
Also, to clarify my view on potions, the reason that I am like at standard at base against potions as a bonus action, is because I am generally against house rules that take a feature from a class or from a subclass and just make it something that everyone can do. That is generally, I view that as a bad thing. Now, that being said, I have done house rules that do exactly that. I have done those before in varying circumstances. So it really just depends on the circumstance, on the rule in question, especially on if anyone's playing that class or subclass. That is a significant factor there. But for the potions example, that is just literally something that the thief can do. So like the rogue thief subclass gets that house rule as one of the features of thief. Now, that feature does a lot of other things, so it's not like, super egregious or whatever. But that is why I'm generally against those. Any house rules like that where they step on existing features, I just need justification. So it's just like my burden of proof is a bit higher during those discussions, but I'm still always down to discuss them.
Before this fight happened?
No,
you're not.
No, Russian.
That's why we're all burnt out on
That's why we're all burnt out on shit. Okay.
Yeah. The other one.
I'm gonna go up further.
I didn't help you guys. Thanks, Tiberius. I abandoned my troop.
Am I high enough yet for her to jump down onto the?
Yeah, you can probably go.
So if you and the bear want to jump on.
Why would you? You gotta come save us.
Yeah, no, go down and save them. Honestly, because I'm staying up top for right now. Unless we can.
Oh, in that case, instead of going up, I'm gonna go fly to the right then.
Pick up Vex.
Why?
It's a Vex. What?
Vex. Pick up Vex.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm gonna fly down towards Vex.
Okay. So you're going down to here instead.
Yeah.
Okay. You can get about. We'll say if you're just going.
Yeah. Go there.
Hi. What's that? What would you say?
Hey, you guys.
You guys.
Okay. That ends your turn.
Look at this.
That
Did anything
brings
happen
it.
to the guy that had me?
He just took damage, but he's not done yet.
Still
So Pike, it's your turn.
my
Go ahead and roll to get rid of the mind blast stun.
Oh, I just assume every time a new fight comes up, he's got all of his sorcery points back. I have not even attempted to keep track of Orion's sorcery points. Just haven't even tried.
Come on, Pikey.
So
7.
7? Nope. You're still locked in place.
Can you heal yourself?
She cannot move. Her entire brain is locked in with a searing, clenching pain. Like psychic energy is just clutching her brain and holding it hostage.
Still beautiful though. Looks so sexy when you're
You
arriving
feel
in pain.
once again the teeth beginning to pierce the back of the flesh. You feel the teeth of
Oh yeah, clearly.
the mind flayer beginning to scrape against the skull, the actual bone it's found in the back. Vax, you're up.
What did Thorna do with his hat?
It's somewhere on the ground over here.
Over behind.
Over behind this.
Okay, I'm still hasted. I'm gonna run down the center over. I'm gonna step on Clorota's. I don't know if he has nuts, but whatever's there.
Somebody grab his
I'm
helmet
gonna
and put it
step
on.
there, run around Scanlan, and place his fucking hat on my head.
Okay.
And then run up behind that third mind flayer who I don't think is taking a hit yet, and just start stabbing him in the back.
On Pike.
I can't get back there.
You can't?
I don't think so.
What are you gonna make?
Well, it's up to. Oh dear.
You can't. You with your speed run there because you're.
I'm hasted. I can run 12 spaces. So if you think that I could have run around the mind flayer, put on
5, 6, 7,
party
8,
hat.
9, 10, 11.
Yes,
Good.
you can.
Right
Okay,
there.
great. So I'm gonna start stabbing him in the back. Angrily.
All right.
Nice.
So angry.
First one is a 15.
Unfortunately, no, that does just hit.
Oh. That's a sneak attack because she's next to him. There's nothing in the rulebook about stunned or unconscious or anything.
How sneak attack works is the S1 is aggressive towards them. They feel like they have people on two fronts, which is why you get the benefit.
He is, to be fair, very occupied.
I'm only gonna.
I will say, circumstantially though, because he is currently grappled onto Pike and is in the process of trying to grind into her brain, his mouth, he is a little preoccupied at the moment.
Suck it.
I hate getting my brain.
So I'm gonna go ahead and make a perception roll for your fast movement. Go
Oh, we got a dice versus dice situation.
Roll stealth.
Oh, okay.
Oh god.
See whether or not he takes notice and decides to change his.
I rolled a 24.
Okay, go ahead. And the first attack you rolled was 15. That hits.
Okay, thank you.
That is a sneak.
Okay. This is one of the issues. I am all about changing the rules to fit the situation. I am all about giving people advantage, disadvantage, certain shit just because it fits the narrative. It fits the fiction. I love that shit. But this, This is one of the issues with having 8 fucking players. I'll go on my 8 fucking players rant again. Oh my goodness. There are so many players. That's so many rules for Matt to remember. And Matt is just coming from a different ass system. And it is hard to remember exactly how sneak attack works. So it is... This is one of the tough things. I appreciate, however, there's a very, very good lesson here of Matt makes a ruling, kind of shuts Liam down, isn't rude about it, but kind of talks over him a little bit and says, hey, blah, 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 I'm going to do this. He didn't say, hey, Liam, what about this? He says, I'm going to do this. And I'm going to give you this, and you roll this, and I'm going to roll this, and we'll see what happens from there. I love that decisiveness in the moment. Now, DMs will make fuck-ups. They'll make mistakes. They will rule things wrong. And you need to talk to them about it afterwards. Like, if Liam doesn't like the way that Matt handles this, it's on Liam to talk to him about it afterwards, or if Matt doesn't feel like it went well after the fact, Matt should go and talk to Liam about it. But I love the decisiveness of being in the moment and saying, hey, I'm not going to debate rules. This is what we're doing. Move on. If we need to retcon shit later, we can. If it really ends up mattering. But I really like that out of this. Liam has an almost campaign 1 wide confusion on how sneak attack works. It's not the clearest of features, I'll say. I'm always a fan of making it a contest to reinforce the circumstance. Yeah, that's fine. And that I've talked about the amount of dice rolling in your campaign and what effect that has on the tone of the campaign. So having more contested rolls means more randomness. There's even a distinct difference here between, hey, you need to roll stealth, and I'm going to use its passive perception, versus you need to roll stealth, I'm going to roll perception or insight or whatever, right? Every die we add is an increased level of randomness, especially when you combine it with the fact that we're using skill check crits, right? So on every roll, there is a 1 in 10 chance that it either auto succeeds or auto fails. None of this is bad. But when taken together, consider all of these rules. A lot of rolling and some increased, let's say, variability when it comes to the outcome of the rolls is going to lead to a more chaotic, swingy feel at the table. Again, not bad. But it is really something to think about when you're going into DMing and when you're really thinking about what sort of tone you want to establish at the table. If your players like to have a firm grasp on what is going on what they can do, on what the parameters are, this style might not be for them. But if they're into like big dramatic moments where we are at the lowest of lows and then the tide suddenly shifts and we're fucking plunging the sword in with our last ounce of strength, this is much better for that. This provides those chaotic, swingy, dramatic moments rather than a more maybe a more intriguing, thoughtful, puzzling feel that you might get from not having skill crits and from rolling the dice less. So, all things to think about when you are considering how you want to set up your own tone at your table. And it's really something to ask your players about. Do they want big dramatics, or do they want to feel like they have ultimate control over the story? Do they want it to feel like the world is shifting and roiling around them and they're caught up in it? They're caught up in the waves of fate and legend. Or do they want to feel like they are pulling the strings of the story? They are directing the action, their own director in their own movie. right? These are both dope tones. These are both sick as hell. But they're kind of contradictory. You kind of can't have both. You can try to, meet in the middle and try to include some of these things and not include others. And that's totally acceptable as well. Trying to find a middle ground between those two things. But it's something to talk to your players about and to really consider when you're thinking about what rules to implement and what rules to not.
He did not see you coming that quickly.
All right, so that is 4 plus 7 is 11.
Which I know I normally wouldn't go on that because I've given a similar take to that before, but I know that Restay is new, so I gotta catch him up. I gotta catch him up on some of my core points.
Plus,
Plus, I like ranting. And I think that even if I do maybe rehash some points, a lot of times I find new lenses with which to tell the story, and I like that.
26, 30, 33. 33 with Keen Dagger.
Yeah. 33 with Keen Dagger?
And I'm sticking that in the back of his neck.
Okay, that's your first attack?
That's the first attack.
Okay, so the first attack sinks in the back of the neck. You see, like, you just managed to miss all the seriously vital stuff, but you carve a giant section on the side of its head. The rest of it's like a leathery black outfit now slick with its own blood, but you see it like angrily growls almost this weird guttural sound as it still remains taut and clenched on the pike, its eyes glaring at you, basically telling you, look what I'm about to do to your friend.
Oh.
Okay, so good thing I have more knives. So I take the other one, flip it in my hand, and then stick it into the neck afterwards. That's a 24.
That hits?
Yeah, it does. That's 8 fire damage. I don't know if it takes any fire damage. And I'm gonna then stick him with my poison dagger, which is gonna poison him. But that is a 26, which hits as well.
That does hit.
That is 8.
8 points of damage. So the first one you stab in the side of the head, you pull back, you toss it in the air, catch the second one. As it bursts into flames, you place the searing dagger down into the center of its back between the shoulder blades. Its back tenses, and as it does, it kind of reaches back and tries to grab for the dagger as you pull back the third one. As it looks back at you, it brings up one arm kind of to stop you. As it goes into directly go after Pike's head, the third dagger, you then stab it right in the front of the skull. Its eyes kind of roll back in its head, and its tentacles literally drag off.
As a bonus action, I would like to Goodfellas kick him about 8 times in the ribs.
I'll allow it.
Oh, stay down, you motherfucker. Okay, so I'm about to rules lawyer hat on again. And again, a house rule that steps on a feature. Although I will give them a pass on this one because this feature did not exist at this point in D&D 5e's history when they're playing this game. And this is a house rule that I used to use because I thought that the raw was dumb. But it does nowadays step on a rule. A clip tie is a great idea. A clip bow tie or something, yeah, or a monocle. Yeah. I need to get some sort of rules lawyer accoutrement. All right, rules lawyer time. You cannot draw a weapon as part of the attack that uses that weapon. So, he is fully within his right, to make 3 attacks because of his boots of haste or whatever. He cannot do those attacks with 3 different daggers because each dagger requires a hand to wield, and even if he dropped a dagger in order to try and get another one out to use an attack, you cannot draw. Drawing is an action. So, I always thought that was dumb. Not from like a realism standpoint. From a realism standpoint, it kind of makes sense. But I'm like, it's lame. It's not fun. I'm going to let my players use whatever weapons they have on them. Well, thank God he never does this ever again. But hey, if I was Matt in 2015, I would be letting him do it. I'd be letting him do it. Now, nowadays, maybe not. There's now a feat, or not even a feat, sorry, a fighting style that came out in Tasha's called thrown weapon fighting, which explicitly allows you to draw thrown weapons as part of the attack to throw them. So, now we get into an area where it starts to step on an existing feature, and I would have to consider, what are my players playing? Would that potentially conflict with a potential build that they would have? Is it additive or subtractive to have that in the game? Now it's an actual consideration. At this point in D&D 5e's history, I was like, nah, that's dumb. I'm changing it.
Oh my god. Because that guy was next. If we didn't kill him this turn,
He would have killed Pike.
she would have taken 55 points of damage.
50! Let's not even say the number.
Saved a life.
And if it takes him to 0 hit points, they extract the brain. So,
Now we gotta squish those little brains.
so now,
we're coming real close.
see if they get their mind blast back.
Oh, dude. Okay. So also speaking of, I have a little diatribe really quick. What, me? A diatribe? No, right? Couldn't be. So really quick, I want to show you guys something that one of my content creator friends showed me. Well, it's one of his homebrew rules that I really, really liked. And he was talking about how he posted an evil, or not an evil, a TikTok about it, and how people were not happy about it in the TikTok comments. So he has what he calls HP ranges. So you all, there's all sorts of discussion about fudging dice and, when, whether you should roll for hit points on monsters or whether you should take the average. There's all sorts of discussion about that. And the friend, by the way, is Ryan ML DM. Very cool dude. Ryan Immel, sorry, not ML. Ryan Immel DM. Very cool guy. You should check him out. He does a lot of shorts content if you're interested in that sort of thing. And one of his homebrew rules of his own creation is what he calls an HP range. So he will look at what is the minimum amount of HP that this monster could have and what is the maximum. So, for example, the Artuk Elder could have anywhere between 30 HP and 120 HP. So then he picks some values between that. So, let's say for dramatics' sake, let's say I would pick the numbers like 60 and 90. 60 and 90 sound great. Now, in his homebrew rule, if the players deal enough damage, if they deal 90 damage, the monster has to die, right? No matter what, the monster will die on that hit. If they get above 60 damage, so they're within the range, so the 60 to 90 range, he might kill them if it is cool for the narrative on any given hit. Now that's kind of a controversial rule. Now I might feel some of your buttholes clenching at the thought of like, wait a second, the DM chooses when a monster dies? But oh, okay. Actually, we're more on board than I thought. All right, yeah. And I think, and you even hear it, like rolling for monster HP has never been a controversial rule, right? Like it would be totally acceptable for you to throw out an Artuk Elder that had 30 HP because you rolled all ones and still give them 700 XP for it, right? So that's totally acceptable. So, the idea of this rule is, okay, HP range is actually really, really, really wide, right? And so let's narrow down the range a little bit, right? Let's not go 30 to 120 because at that point, we're not even playing with dice anymore. But let's narrow it down and we can find a really cool thing. We can maybe give someone who hasn't gotten a kill in a while the kill. We can give it to someone who does something narratively interesting. It's cool to kill a dragon with a jumping axe swing on its face rather than a level 1 magic missile. Exactly, Samuel Paris. Exactly. Yeah. So he told me about that, I think, like 5 days ago. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I'm probably going to use that in my next campaign. That's so sick. If my players are down with it, of course. I would not implement that without telling them. But I think that is a fantastic way to sidestep the fudging debate because you basically, give this lower bound where like you could kill it at any point right when the drama is highest, right? Or if they are absolutely smashing this thing and there's no cool narrative moment, but they get beyond 90, that's kind of your own mental benchmark as the DM of like, okay, this combat's probably gone on too long. Like, we probably need to move on for this specific monster. I ran a one-shot with a personal rule similar to this. I'm new, so I basically gave monsters a range of HP. Did you say play? Did you say play? Oh, okay, we can play a little bit. I'll go on Just Cam and we can take a small break. You know, people go and get bio break, drink water, all that. But I'll finish Restay's thing first. Range of HP, like 50 plus or minus 5. And if things were going well and they needed the boost, I'd take the lower. Yes. Very, very similar of having just the concept of having this range of HP where you can actually, you know, make it make more narrative sense. Oh, wait, and I skipped Sam's. Those stow draw rulings make more possibilities for magic items as well, where you can make a gauntlet shield that's a bonus action to equip a shield rather than an action. Very true, Sam. Very, very true. Okay. Really quick, we'll just Cam. Talk amongst yourselves. Play! Oh no! Drop. Okay. Good girl. Good girl. Oh no! Good girl. Good girl. We will play more later. We will play more later off stream, baby. Completely off topic. Have you ever seen the custom garlic bread domain, Cleric? I haven't. I can't say that I have. What is the garlic bread domain? You know what? I fucking throw that shit in React suggestions. I'll pull it up. I'll go back to this for now, but I'm interested.
Show's not good blood pressure.
I know.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
It's like reflex, fight or flight.
I'm blind in my left eye.
You should like fix your sleep schedule though, right?
Yeah, totally.
Seeing both of them get immediately slaughtered, both of these elephants just plane shift.
Yeah,
Oh! Yeah, those
Defensive
guys.
standpoint, self-preservation is kicking in. However, intellect devourers do not have self-preservation. They're there for a specific reason. So this one here
Those fucking things like footballs.
is going to move over to this side and is going to attempt to make a devour inflict attack against Keyleth. Keyleth, go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw.
I mean, I'm an elemental.
You keep your intelligence score as you.
Oh,
so
I do?
It's the physical attributes you get from the elemental form. You keep your intellect, wisdom, and charisma.
Okay, then 18.
18. Okay, you resist the blast of mental impact from the intellect devours. Now on the ground with its four kind of feral legs, it's kind of brain form rippling. The second one is going to turn over here and saw the two shots. The one that took out Clarota. It turns up towards Percy as you lowered on the magic carpet. Percy, go ahead and make an intellect saving throw.
8.
8. Alrighty.
Oh boy.
So
That ain't no good.
you take 11 points of psychic damage.
There's an and there, isn't there?
And it's undone immediately.
Intellect is a dump stat until the fucking mind flayers come out, dude.
And you take 8 points of intellect damage.
Ooh.
Oh, this is what happened to Grog.
Yes. Yeah, but you're better off than 6.
Let's see.
8 points of intellect damage. What does that mean?
Minus from your intelligence. You would know if you hadn't
Um,
Makes your intelligence
Forever?
Well, no. For this, it's basically what's your intelligence?
16.
16. Yeah. It's the blast hits you and you just shrug off the impact. It has to exceed your intelligence.
Oh, so do I still take 8 more points of damage though?
No. You just took the.
Oh, I'm just gonna go.
Yeah.
What? I don't. I might be misremembering, but I was pretty sure that Intellect Devourers worked the same as Shadows, which Shadows do the damage to your ability score, and you have to long rest to shrug it off. And I thought that Intellect Devourers were the same, but they might not be. They might not be. I'll look that up off screen.
Yeah. Intellect Devourers work a little. Intellect Devourers.
You're so right. I did love that moment in the. I think the D&D movie. I've never talked about the D&D movie on stream. It was really good. I liked it a lot. I thought that there were minor points, minor quibbles and qualms that I had with it. What, me? No. As John said, I'm so terse. But I really liked it. I thought it was really good. And I thought that moment of the intellect devourers walking past them was very funny. Very funny.
I'm like, not quite that bad.
They can't not do it.
All right, that ends their turn. That brings us to Scanlan. You're no longer stunned. You now have full capacity of yourself, and you're looking around. Oh shit! You
Do we get out of here, or do we try to kill these things?
Can you get us out of here?
I can get.
Okay, Devour Intellect does work differently from the Shadows. It does have to exceed their int score, but then it's instant. So whereas a Shadow will whittle down your strength, but it can't do a whole lot, the Devour Intellect will immediately eat your brain, but only if it exceeds the target's intellect or intelligence score. Interesting. That's really cool. Thought the spirit of a campaign arc. I thought that a lot. It was kind of disorienting in a movie for them to have these like really distinct segments of like, this is the Underdark arc. Like, this is the like, oh, traveling to get the MacGuffin arc. Like, it was very distinct, but I agree. It really mirrored how an actual campaign feels. SSH, that was really the one issue, I would say, is that the paladin wasn't pooping in everyone's barracks.
Some of us out of here.
Start getting us out.
We can get out. Are we getting out, or are we fighting?
Get us out.
Okay.
Because we still have these two fuckers.
Do what you want.
Tiberius can get some of us out, right?
It's just a little brains for now.
For now, but I mean, people can peek through those doors. That's not a permanent thing.
We need 60 seconds to get out of here. Is what we need.
We need to get out.
60 uninterrupted seconds, all in.
Well, we can start gathering our shit though and packing up. We can start packing up.
Am I leaving or am I staying?
You do what you want.
Do what you want. It's chaos. Yeah. All right, then I'll attack.
Do what your cook can't tell you to do.
Also, welcome, Mr. Dad and Reste to the Discord. Welcome. How you doing? Good to have you.
We should probably get out of here. They're coming up the sides. We can't get you.
I run up to Pike. I grab her hand. I say, I want to have babies with you. Let's get out of here. So now I come to you with Dimension Door. and we get out.
Can I do a mass cure?
We're just going to go up to the top.
No, but they're coming out. They're still coming out the top.
Done from the mind blast. Do you have a major save?
We're going up to the top of the thing. Just to the roof.
Okay, because they're coming up the sides. We gotta go somewhere else. That very soon.
I didn't know that. It's done. Wait, it's fine. It's good. Let's get the director. And as a bonus, I'm gonna send some inspiration to Grog.
Okay, so as your dimension door, you just go ahead and move back. Using the song of love you gave to Pike, you give a wing to Grog. Grog, you take a 1d10 inspiration. 1d10 inspiration dice to you.
Okay.
Grog, we would like you to rage.
I'm already there. I'm just being fucking grappled. Is it my turn?
It is now.
Oh, can I try for the third time to break free?
You can. Go ahead and make grapple.
Dude, an hour in, it is Grog's third turn, and that is my cue to turn this on 2x or at least 175. Oh my god!
I'll use the inspiration dice to get the balls again.
Well, you can use it after you do it. See what you're rolling in at it.
It's athletics, right?
Athletics, yeah.
And then 18.
18. Yeah, you grab out of the creature's grasp suddenly. It's like reaching at you from behind the bars. You can see there's like this slick kind of brackish oil on your body from where it was holding. Flesh has arms touching you to the bars.
So is everybody leaving? Should I climb up the rope?
There's a Lady Kima who's turned to stone right here.
Fuck Lady Kima!
Yeah.
Sorry, she's not.
Can you push on her? Can you grab her and climb?
You can. She's not a big stone.
I'll pick her up and I start trying to climb up the rope.
Okay, so you rush, you grab the stone. She's heavy.
No! She's stoned! She doesn't know! I take her. You don't know. Oh, fine, I'll hold on to her.
No, put her in the bag! I can see everything.
Can you make like one of those like baby
right
slings
now.
for
You're
her?
not having some.
Like stuff for your belt?
Time for arts and crafts. Okay, you run up, you grab Lady Kima, you grab in your arms, and you rush the rope. It's currently dangling from this side, but you guys first came
Stop
down.
all over the brain to get to it. Stop
Speed, you can just get to the rope, and we'll say as your dash action, you can begin to climb if you like.
I would like to climb.
Okay.
I would like to raise.
To raise.
I would like to raise.
It's about there. Rage climbing, like, yes! Like
One-handed.
one hand up the rope.
Yes.
It's pretty intense. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
CrossFit.
Yeah, 18 seconds in the game, only an hour later for us. Yeah, save Lady Kima. Oh no, we lost our other evil NPC. We gotta save this evil NPC, of course.
Training come in handy.
17.
17, yeah, it's sore. You know that arm's gonna be dead tomorrow, but right now.
Dude, okay, I'm calling it right now. Fucking here's me in my fucking mind palace, right? they are going to have the she's going to be, you know, petrified or whatever, and they are going to unpetrify her. She is going to like break out. She goes, "Ooh," and she looks around, and one of the talkers is gonna start talking. They're like, "So, Lady Kima, I noticed that you wanted the horn, and we got it, and thank you very much. And yes, our mission is done. We got, come on." And and Matt is going to narrate, her eyes going shifty. He's gonna be like, Kima's like, kind of looks like a wild animal. Like she looks like almost like feral. Like she's like looking for something to do, to go for, and then her eyes lock on the horn. She looks between you all, the horn, back at you all, and then dives. Boop. Horn goes on, gives her a teleportation power. She snaps her fingers. She's out. It's a theory. It's a film theory. I thought you said you did pre-watch. Fuck. Oh no, he's already got the gaslighting. He's already got the chat gaslighting vibe. You've been working on your Tiberius, uncomfortably good Tiberius. That is my old stodgy scholar impression. Oh, not enough poppycock. That's true. That's true. It's really taken us 3.5 hours for us to go through 1 hour of the CR. Yeah. And I think I'm getting worse at pausing and talking. Or, worse depending on your definition. Yeah. That's why I turned it up higher.
It doesn't even matter, you're just clutching.
To a higher playback.
Lady Kima's still locked in her attack pose, and one arm is you're like overhand grabbing the rope and getting yourself remember this when you wake up. Rage climbing up the rope.
Climbing the cliffs of insanity!
Alright, that brings us to Vex.
I should just stay where I am, right, guys?
Yeah, you should shoot things.
I'm gonna do that, yes. Is there any other? There's just a little brain in there right now?
Right now there's 2 brains, and you can see.
That it is. It is, I mean, yeah. Talking about fucking lifting the veil. Like I was doing earlier, man. When I was talking to when I was talking to Super Geek Mike, I was like, yeah, man, like my goal, which I've told you guys before, my goal is to be talking for at least 50% of the time. Like the content on screen is paused and I am talking and giving a take, talking to chat, whatever. I am providing as much content as whatever we're watching. That is always my goal. I think recently the ratio has shifted way higher, and I'm cool with that. Personally. Definitely gotten verbose. Yeah, true. You're closer to 300%. Well, and that's not even considering that I upped the playback speed, so an hour isn't actually an hour that we've been watching. Yeah. Which maybe I could tone it down a tad. I will admit I could maybe pause a little bit less, go on a few less rants, but it is what it is.
Just in the outskirts of the temple side here, 2 more Illithid that are making their way up the side of the
temple.
temple.
Fuck me.
With about 100 or so just now gathering towards the bottom of the temple base.
Jesus. We're gonna get
100 or so? Oh, zoink Scoob. It's 100 CR8s. That's a CR, what, fucking 800? I don't even know. Because, I mean, that doesn't even get into the action economy skewings of the more combatants you have on your side in any given encounter, the higher your CR is. Like, it's not additive. It actually is like a slight exponential curve. Oh, my God. This is the existential threat. Kavard was literally nothing. They honestly didn't seem like Kavard was doing much with this army of mind flayers that he has. Maybe we should have left him in charge, because it seems like them free is kind of more of a threat, TBH. Seems like Kavard was actually kind of keeping them under control. We did like 45 minutes on Quick and Spell. Yeah, that's fair. It'll be fine. They've got a bear.
Real fast.
So right,
You guys
they
are listening
can
to me, right?
take
Because
them.
things are coming up the side and we need to get out of here.
But what if there's gold down there to find?
I don't care. I've got a hunter's mark, a little brain. Or should I keep attacking the elder brain? What do you guys think?
Why don't you do?
Elder brain is spilling out the side now, isn't it?
The elder brain is still inside. Just the stonework on the outside of it is currently knocked out.
Yeah, I have a carpet anyways.
He was pooping out abominations, but like not all that often, right? Like the dwarves in Craghammer were handling it well enough that it was a rumor and not even like a confirmed threat. So like, and I mean the Duragar were like, you know, inching up that way, but they were going real fucking slow. I don't know. Seems like Kavard was kind of the least of our worries. Oh god, they didn't loot for... Oh, dude, they didn't even loot Kavarn! What if he had Electrum on him?
I mean,
It's valuable.
I know, that's why I'm kind of like, what?
That's
Maybe
true.
we should try to get out of here, but maybe if we can freaking hurt that brain, we'll stun them or send them reeling or something.
All right. I can do Hail of Thorns on it again. So I'll Hunter's Mark it, and then I'll do Hail of Thorns on it.
All right.
27.
Battle it. Releasing again in mid-air, you can see all the thorns appear out the sides of the arrow shaft and explodes into a giant conical just array, almost like a blizzard of thorns.
I don't have. Do I add Hunter's Mark to that damage or just my regular damage and then that?
At the end of all the damage you dealt with the attack, you then add Hunter's Mark.
Okay. 24.
24. Alrighty. Keyleth, go ahead and make a reflex saving throw.
What's up?
Oh, right, because you're right next to it. Sorry, Keelan.
Oh, that's okay.
Yay.
My reflex. I use my dex modifier for my elemental, correct?
Or deflect. Yeah, sorry. It's dex
10.
saving. 10 versus your spell save of
14.
Yeah, so you take the same damage. You take 24 points of damage.
Sorry. Oh, right, you're really strong.
Yeah, I got 100 hit points still.
Okay, yeah.
So
You're
how many points? 21?
24. So just all the thorns explode against your rocky physical form. You just kind of shrug it off like it's nothing.
Good. So I'll try to. I guess I'll just attack it again because I got nowhere else to go.
Okay. Yeah.
17.
All right, 17. Actually, no, 17 will miss.
Oh, really? With it
This-
easing out and
the second, it's still there's some sort of psychic protective field in the brain as you fire down the arrow. It should strike and then it just arcs off the side nonsensically and then just splinters against the stonework next to it.
Fudge.
Is there you are? You move.
Get on trinket. I'm gonna get on the trinket for some reason.
Okay, you
Does that make sense?
climb on the trinket's back. That brings us to Keyleth. You're up.
Okay.
Okay. Not to go off on another diatribe after we just talked about how not far we are. This is another tone at the table thing. When we're talking about like, hey, you guys need to have a conversation during session 0 about how much to foreshadow. You also need to have a conversation about how much metagaming is appropriate. Now, normally, when this gets brought up, it's in the context of like, ooh, metagaming, bad. I don't fall into that camp. I've talked about it before that I think that there are varying types of what we traditionally all call metagaming. But even when we're talking about like, you know, real on metagaming, I think it's fine if everyone is in agreement about what sort of tone they want to strike with how much metagaming is happening. And this is a situation where Orion is actually really avoiding metagaming. Cuckoo, get on a bear. Oh my god, the pigeons. Speaking of another, something that I don't, the pigeons are crazy today. This is the riddle shit that they do to me. Restay. I just know that there are metagaming pigeons, and now I know cuckoo. The pigeons are crazy today. But Orion is actually avoiding it. Like at least, like he's. At least, you know, he's playing it off as if he's shouting it out as Tiberius, right? So it's a little bit more in fiction. And Laura clearly is maybe not annoyed, but is kind of like, okay, I'm doing this for some reason. Like, it seems like Laura, the player, might have appreciated a little bit more explanation. But that is a difference in how much metagaming you want at the table. Do you want it to only be things that players or characters could reasonably say in a 6-second span? Right? Is that where you want to limit communication between the characters? Or do you want players to be able to explain, oh yeah, I want you to get on trinket so that I can do X, Y, and Z, right? It's a legitimate discussion to have between your players, because it sort of doesn't matter for you as the DM, right? Like, it kind of does. There's a little bit of a preference thing there, but, like, ultimately, it's more about the vibes. And, like, are players going to be more annoyed because they can't communicate their plans to each other? Or are they going to be more annoyed by the immersion break of talking about plans outside of character? It's a discussion.
Situation with the brain soup.
The liquid is poured out.
And how are the brains? Are the brains just kind of like floating downstream?
No, it's actually all at a long distance, like one giant brain. Close up, it looks like all these small brains have all congealed into one giant.
It's like a Jello mold of brain. Like a Jello mold of brain, and there's like fluid coming out from underneath of it.
Yeah, like whatever fluid was sitting in, was mostly submerged in, is all now poured out onto the ground near you, being it's like.
Okay, so I'm with you. Okay. I'm gonna be like phase under, phase down, and I'm gonna get under where the brain would be, and I'm gonna Superman punch it. Yes.
Yeah.
From underneath.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll.
Come on.
Yes. 23.
23. That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
11. Wait, is that my?
No, 22.
Oh, 22. You're right. 22.
It's not double
No, it's
damage.
not double for.
Okay,
So
11 points of damage. All right, now I want you to go ahead and make a strength check.
Okay, that sounds fun.
Roll and add your
Is an
strength
elder
modifier.
brain not a structure?
14.
Okay, as you punch up, poof, you're still partially absorbed into the earth, but your fist comes underneath, slams on you, feels like this sickening thud sound as your fist hits the interior of the brain. It still kind of moves a little bit, but stays in its place, held aloft by its own psychic defense mechanism. Make your second attack.
Okay, yeah, same, 21.
21 hits, go ahead and roll damage on that one.
Big damage!
Reese, that's very fair. That is super fair. I've played at a table where the DM's rule for it that he communicated to all of us during session 0 and we all agreed to was that the active player is allowed to communicate metagame wise anything that they want on their turn. They can talk at the other players and no one is allowed to respond. It was kind of interesting because it allowed everyone to really clearly articulate their plans to each other, but no one could respond to say if any given plan conflicted with something that they were going to do or like wouldn't be feasible for some reason. They couldn't even coordinate features. So it also sort of incentivized us to learn each other's features a little bit. It was interesting. I don't know how successful or unsuccessful I would call it, but it was definitely an interesting way to do it. Super down with brief shoutouts in character. Past a sense, though, and approaching a full explanation, it should have been said on your turn. Context, of course, can always change that. Yeah, true. Something that I used to do, and I used to do this to break through planning fatigue, because especially in not planning fatigue, analysis paralysis. At my table, I allowed full meta communication. I would allow them to talk however long they wanted, but however long they wanted, asterisk. If I felt like it was getting boring, which was a totally subjective decision that I made as the DM, if I thought it was getting boring, I whipped out an hourglass and I said, everyone shut the fuck up. You each have 30 seconds to say your case, and then we are diving in and you cannot talk. You cannot talk out of character, at least. And then I would do 30 seconds, player 1, 30 seconds, player 2. And, we'd wrap up the conversation in 2.5 minutes, and then we would go. I don't know if I would recommend that for new DMs, but it worked at that specific table.
Oh, that's better. 16.
16 down. All right, go ahead and roll another strength check.
8.
8. Okay. Once again, you slam your fist into it. You feel like the impact is absorbed partially by the second field around the brain. It holds itself in place. It's still not moving from within that.
Do I stay or do I get out? Get out.
You still have about, I'd say that only took you about 15 feet of movement to get underneath.
In my burrowing speed, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to start burrowing up the side of the mountain, or up the side of the temple, so I can pop out next to them.
Okay, so we'll say 4, 5. What's your total burrow speed?
16.
So you'll be about there.
Okay.
So you're about as high as Tiberius is, partially up the wall.
I'm in the wall.
Oh, I'm sure.
They will see you.
Brain on brain.
Yeah.
They're right over down that
Up on there. As you glance in, you kind of have a brief look at the outside of the wall, and on the opposite side, there are 2 other mind flayers, one working up on the side, and another troll behind it. The troll's slamming under the side of the brick that you left up.
Oh my god.
And these 2 little kids are starting to look up and see you moving up, and their eyes go up, and they can see the opening on the top of the of where the wall collapsed earlier, and they both look up and kind of start drifting up towards it. So, that ends your turn. Tiberius, you're up.
What's the order after me?
Well,
oh my god, the way that levitate actually works. Rules, lawyer! fucking put on my tie. Lawyer time. Court is in session. Knock knock. That's what my gavel makes. Knock knock. Levitate cannot move horizontally. So all of this description of the mind flayers, like, just like floating around, right? Like, not raw. Mind flayers can, however, cast levitate at will, which levitate can actually send you up or down at will. But it cannot move you horizontally. You have to like grab onto shit like you're in the fucking International Space Station to locomote yourself. I did have a ruling once with a player that asked if they could cast levitate and then basically like levitate actually kind of lower than their standard height, and then they could like use the ground to like skate, essentially. Just like get like basically like a free dash every turn. And I was like, you know what? At the cost of the levitate spell slot, and I'll give you a free dash for as long as you keep concentration. I'm kind of down with that, sure. And so yeah, I ruled in the moment that he could have double movement. IRL wave dashing, yeah. Implemented an item that actually gives players a moment to plan in combat that I will shoot over in the Discord since it's pretty topical. Ooh, that's interesting. I am interested in that. But yeah, I thought it was cool because it was a very I thought it was a very interesting way to get increased movement and levitate his concentration, so it always could have gotten broken. But yeah. So that was interesting.
It's Percy, Pike, Vax, then they go.
I was gonna hold everybody on my. I was gonna hold my turn to get everybody in the card. I'm coming. Okay, good. I cast Fly at 5th level. I cast it on myself. I cast it on Grog. I cast it on. You're not there. Trinket.
She's on Trinket.
So I can fly if I'm on Trinket, right?
Yeah.
Sweet.
All right, so Grog, Trinket, and me yourself. Okay.
And I.
What's the fly speed on that?
The outside.
Skill you.
I
It's
have
wings.
it's right here.
Yeah, I'll start.
Cards. Look at the cards. It is 60 feet.
60 feet. Nice. Make your way up top. You're now hovering. Trinket's now having another Peter Pan moment with you on its back, awkwardly. Just got used to flying on its own that one time it had. Now it has an extra weight on its back.
You
It's
can
like,
do it, buddy. You can do it. You got it, Twink.
all right. And
Oh, wait, hold on. I want to turn to everybody and go, fly, you fools.
it's a free action, I'll do that. Percy, you're up.
I'm holding my turn.
Holding back?
I'm holding my turn.
Okay. Percy, holding back. Pike, go ahead and make an intellect.
Yes. 19.
19. Finally shrugged off the effect of the mind flash. Your eyes clarify.
Does she fall in love with the first thing she sees?
The first thing you see is Scanlan holding you. You're now outside the temple. There's a dark, kind of dull, glowing green atmosphere. The outside the entire Yug'Varil city around you, with bits of blue crystal, against the cavern walls, and it's scary. You look around, you can see Illithid charging up the side of the temple, just gliding towards you angrily. You look forward, and on your shoulders, clutching you, is Scanlan, blood streaking down the front of his face, with a big smile.
Scanlan, are you hurt?
I'm fine, baby. How are you?
I'm great. Well, not really, but I'm just gonna pretend I'm happy so that everybody can be okay. Wait.
That's right, like buried inside.
Okay, mask your wounds.
Okay.
Or is it for well, no, hold on a minute. How low is everybody? Not really low. No, it's pretty low.
I'm at
He's
32.
pretty low.
You two are the only.
Yeah. Can you cast something on Kima and make? Oh no, we should.
You're low. You're super low.
Yeah, cast it on yourself, man.
Okay, heal yourself.
Yeah, heal yourself. Okay,
You can. She can hold this part of her turn. Everybody's up there.
Master wounds on yourself? Because master wounds is for
No,
multiple people.
no. Can I just do?
Cure wounds on yourself.
I can.
Yeah.
But he needs it too.
Your choice. It doesn't touch. You have to be next to him to do that.
You need it.
All right, I need it. Oh no,
You're at 6,
you
yeah.
need
6
it.
points. I recommend it to you.
The DM recommends it.
Yes,
I was so close to dying again. I was so scared.
Stringently urge you.
4 out of 5 DMs recommend.
All right, 17.
Okay, so you heal yourself 7 hit points. You clutch your holy symbol.
Ashley's so sweet. She is like, her and Grog are just so patient. Her and Travis. And I mean, honestly, most of them are so patient when it's not their turn. They're not out here pulling the attention, making things about them. Sometimes some of them slightly struggle with it. Honestly, I think I would be a lot more critical of Sam Riegel if Orion wasn't here. But he is, and I can also very much agree. Ashley seems like a very nice player to have at the table. There's a reason everyone gets incredibly happy when Ashley can make it. Yeah, she just seems like she just brings good vibes, man.
You feel the warmth of your body and your wounds kind of seal up slowly. You feel a little better because you were on death's door there.
No.
All right. You want to move it all?
Bonus action.
Anything else we can start to
Now I'm at 23. Wait, so bonus action?
Yeah. If you want to do anything.
Get on the
bed!
I am excited. I did hear. I mean, this isn't really like a spoiler, but I know that one of the not detractors necessarily, but one of the slight things with Ashley in C1 is that she's still like really like learning TTRPGs. She seems to be the one that is probably not the least acquainted with the rules at the table. I bet that other people are similar, but she is the least acquainted with the rules while playing one of the more complicated classes. Not that Cleric is like the most complicated, but it's still a full spellcaster, and it has like, divine oh no! I can't remember their class feature. Divine something that like does turn undead. Anyways. And it has all the she already picked her subclass, obviously, but I feel but I've heard that in C3 she really comes into her own as like a really like next level player. You can say she has a certain blind spot for TTRPGs at this point. I know that one. I know that reference. Her frequent breaks from the show does hinder her for her ability to get really familiar with the rules for C1 and C2, yeah. I've heard that she's really, really amazing in C3, which is really dope to hear. Because she seems amazing. Like, she seems like a really good person. And so, sometimes just, like, shit happens and you can't get as into the character work and whatever as some of the other players that are there more often. But I don't know. That was cool to hear that she's doing really well in C3.
Oh, really?
You can barely hold.
Oh!
But, I can't do that, right?
You ruined that joke.
Right now, you can barely.
So bonus action, I'll give Scanlan a kiss on his cheek.
Okay.
Oh, do I get inspiration for that?
You do. D6 inspiration.
Oh, yes!
No, you're gonna watch it. You never watched it to begin with.
It's this strange romantic moment. She just grabs him, kisses him on the cheek, and pulls away. And he looks at her with this beautiful smile. And then the sound effects kick in again of like the bat screeching ahead and the elephant swimming up the side of the temple.
Oh god, we're still in a war zone. Still in a war zone. We gotta get together.
Alright, Vax.
Okay, I run up the dais, land on the brain. I'm on my way, but before I go, let me kiss you goodbye. Dagger, 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 stabbing into the brain before I leap onto the carpet.
Okay.
So here we go.
Puncture that jello mold.
Second one is a 25.
25, okay.
Which gets a 9 damage.
Alright.
And last dagger is a 13.
No.
Okay, so I give him a little nip and then jump on the flank carpet.
Jump on the flank carpet. Alrighty.
And I grab Percy around the neck and go, kiss him around the cheek, and say, let's get out of here, you bastard.
Do I get an inspiration point for that? No. But down the road, maybe. This is the start of something beautiful.
I'm feeling something new.
Let the seeds germinate for a while. Then the dice may come naturally. Alright, so you're holding your turn. Percy, you want to go now?
I want to go now.
Alright, so here. Percy, go ahead.
I'm just going to reel straight up, and on my way up, I'm going to take 2 more shots at the brain.
Okay. We'll see here for the purposes of this.
Look at all these
Take more
amazing
shots?
things now.
We're like 80 feet above the ground.
16.
Oh, I'm suffocating the brain.
Oh no, it's all over.
What's the first one? 16?
It's like the Indiana Jones ride.
16 does hit? No, it's not even flat. Okay, we're just going to
And 19.
16 doesn't hit. It's like, phew, 19 just barely hits. It pierces the psychic barrier. The bullet sticking again into the fleshy
Oh,
membrane.
yeah, second one has a bunch of
I shot.
You'll freeze it.
Percy and Vax, ship it.
Jello shots.
That's 13 points plus 2 points of ice damage.
Okay, so 16.
I don't know
Alright.
why.
As it blasts inside, you can see the ice, these like strange crystals of frozen liquid. It burst out almost like it actually freezes the blue explosion in place for a moment, and then the ice just slowly melts away. Yeah, there's some damage dealt to it, but this is a hearty sack of hit points. And it's coming online. So with the end of your
A hearty sack of hit points. Fuck yeah.
turn, the brain now taking a bunch of hits begins to pulse with energy. Now that it's been freed from its control and it slowly brought itself out of this kind of trance-like slumber that was placed in by Kavarn, the Elder Brain is now becoming conscious once again.
Can we go up on the question? Can you put us at our height now?
Can you represent us accurately?
So at a 30-foot radius, which you guys are, it gives off a pulse of energy. This giant psychic burst of purplish psychic blast just cascades out of the center and just fills the room for a second with this large, dull thud like thum sound. All of you instantly look down and you see this explosion that just dissipates as it crests the bottom of the magic carpet, which is just out of range.
You're wearing the helmet at least.
At which point, you guys are at the top, looking off to the side. All the Illithid that are rushing up the tunnel, there's a sudden flash of purple energy in their eyes simultaneously. Like now, the Elder Brain has come back online and is reconnected with the team.
Out.
Alright, that brings us to Grog. Grog.
I keep flying up.
All of a sudden, like, the rope is really easy to go up. There's nothing, you're just going hand over hand.
You can fly, Grog! I have,
Oh, you can fly.
I have one more level 3, whatever it's called, level 3 healing potion. They're called like Superior or something. What's the word for it? I'd like to take that.
Superior spider potion.
I have so much adrenaline.
Knees here.
Like we're online.
They just move around, they're angry, they can't quite get to their targets.
So that's, I heal 24 points of hit damage.
Fantastic.
Sweet.
So rolling from the bottom. Okay. The troll bursts through the door, filling with the two mind flayers behind it. They both look up, frustrated. And both begin to drift up.
No!
As far as they can get.
How do we get out of here?
They're going to attempt
How are we gonna get out of
2
here?
mind blasts to the roof.
Mind blasts.
All right. Necessitates again limitation. We see the full height that takes the top. 'Cause technically, you guys are up here. I just couldn't put the structure that high up. The only person that's in the radius would be Scanlan and Pike. Again. Both of you guys make intellect saving throws again.
I'm just looking into her eyes the whole time.
Can you sing? You got that inspiration die.
Oh, I do. I'm at 20.
Okay.
14.
14. All right. You
Can I sing for her?
Unfortunately, you have to do it on your turn. So you manage to resist the effects of it. You take 22 points of psychic damage, and once again, your brain clenches.
Good thing you
She's at 23.
And good thing you healed yourself.
Nice. She's at 23.
Yeah.
That's 22. That's 1 point.
Yeah, that's the second time this round is.
But you feel all of a sudden like the blast hits you, and
Thank goodness the DM is like, hey, fucking heal yourself, Pike.
you see your eyes kind of roll back in her head as she reaches and grabs the side of her head again, nearly dropping her shield and mace, which you manage to catch before they clatter down into the temple.
Okay.
Oh, baby, come
Maybe we'll be okay. Do you want some more dice? I've
All
got
right,
some
Rod,
more
you're up.
dice.
You're up top there, Rod, up there. They win.
Nice.
That brings you to the top of the round. Vex, you're up.
Take it. Give it to her, please.
Get to the beach. Top of the round.
You're on top.
Be flying away.
It's at the very end, the new guys. You can right away out.
Yes, you can.
I'm gonna.
Finish the brain off and then think.
I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I gotta roll that.
Is some of that brain fluid still floating around it, like out and stuff?
Well, we woke it up.
I know.
But it's now awake, so.
First shot. No, actually, you didn't. Just turn it up. Sorry, I think it's Scanlan.
Should I kill the brain?
Yes.
Or try to kill the brain?
If you can also flee at the same time.
Well, he has to wait for the carpet.
The brain's down there in the puddle, in the pool. Is that big scaffolding still hanging over it?
It's currently dangling over to this side because it's busted from 3 different corners. It's like precariously hanging.
But it's not right over the thing.
No, it's off
But
the
it
side
might
now.
like fall and tip.
Yeah.
Could somebody also use telekinesis to pull
Boy.
the other way?
I don't have the necessary item to do two.
That would be. Is it heavy? Is it super heavy?
It's pretty heavy. Probably weighs close to 700
What?
2,000.
Orion, you don't have the necessary item to do 2 concentration spells at once? I thought that was a feat in your subclass, the Akaba spell class. What?
What does?
The giant grapple structure.
Oh, the structure?
And how high above it is it? Like, would it get a significant amount of force to
It would fall down and then topple over.
Well, unless I made it fall.
Unless you fall out, in which case, we'll see.
Do I do that or do I just lightning strike? Okay.
Go both. Go both.
Do what you're gonna do. Do it.
Do what you're gonna do. I'll do. I'm feeling handsy. Bigby's hand. All right, so I take Bigby's hand and I sort of try to wrench it off the last thing off the last thing that's holding it up, but in the direction of the.
Okay.
Of
Go
the
ahead.
brain.
Go ahead and make a roll, adding your +5 for your casting ability.
No, that's not good.
And inspiration.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so that makes it 13 plus what?
+5, which is your charisma.
Okay, then 18.
18. As the spectral Bigby hand reaches over and grabs the top of the structure, you can see the weird bit of bent metal that was once part of the mostly destroyed structure that held it aloft in the center of the temple. Wrenches forth and snaps as the entire structure begins to be pulled at an angle.
Yes!
It's Bigby's hand.
It slams down at an angle into the side of the brain and coming to rest on top, crushing even further the corpse of Clarota.
Yeah.
Currently smeared across the ground. Oh man, go ahead and roll 6d6. 4d6 on that. Crushing damage as this heavy thing kind of jams itself into the brain.
6 twos, Sam. 6 twos.
Dude, this reminds me, really fucking resource for DMs out there. Let me give you as exact of a reference as I can have. Something that I had on the inside of my screen for my entire first campaign and used it a lot. Were the I think it was called like improvised damage. No, it wasn't improvised damage or improvised weapons. It is a there is a chart in the Dungeon Master's Guide. I'll look for it on the other monitor while this plays. There's a chart in the Dungeon Master's Guide that gives you guide for how to basically how to like improv an amount of damage that something does when you weren't expecting it to do damage. So something like a structure falling over onto you is something that this would be great for. So I'll pull it up in a sec. Time for the graveyard shift. Have a good one, Jen. See you later, Sam. See you in the VOD. Thank you for joining.
Nice bimbo.
I'll pull up that.
There you go, boss.
16.
16. So the structure slams into the Elder Brain, and you can see like a bit of like purplish black liquid squirts out to one side. And for the first time, you can see a part of the brain is actually torn open, and the purplish glow that you see throbbing in the middle of its folds is now visible from the interior. You can see now it's taking some real damage. Immediately, the 2 mind flayers that were floating up look down, freaked out, and begin moving towards the brain now, instinctively defended.
And bonus action, can I pour some superior?
Okay, I did find him. So they are referenced specifically as traps, but I use this table for a ton of shit. So let me show you. Switch that to that. Hooray, we're here. If I wait, where'd it go? Oh no, traps in play. There we go, trap effects. So, this is in Chapter 5 of the Dungeon Master's Guide, Adventure Environments, under Traps, Traps in Play, and Trap Effects. So there's this nice little table for trap danger and like what the save DC or the attack bonus should be, as well as the danger severity by level. Now, I take this table and I just totally forget about the fact that it was supposed to be for traps, right? This table is a great guide for DMs when they are trying to improv damage. So, for Matt there, okay, the players are 5 to 10. That's a pretty dangerous thing that they just did. So, 4d10. I don't remember what he had. It had Sam roll, was it 66? Oh wait, no, this is not. That's a boy video. Wait. What did he ask?
What? Round. Oh man, go ahead.
66. Oh my gosh, did Matt nearly bink it? Because I'm trying to think. The average of 66 would be 3.5 times 6. That's what, 18, 3, 21. And 4d10 would be 5.5 times 4, which is 22. Look at Matt getting within 1 of the DMG recommendation. That's hilarious. So you can see, if you want to estimate damage like Matt Mercer, there's a really quick and easy reference for you right here. That really helps you with this. Xanathar's Guide also has some really nice tables for estimating things based on player level and where the fuck is Xanathar's? There it is. Based on player level, as well as like how deadly you want any given thing to be. So like you can see that in the Dungeon Master's Tools section of Xanathar's Guide to Everything, in the encounter building. Really has this nice table for there, as well as multiple monsters. This is where the CR system in general, the CR system is recommended for 4 players of that level fighting 4 monsters that combined equal a CR that is the same as the level of the characters. So, a party of 4 level 5s should be able to handle, well, actually, level 5 is a bad example. A party of 4 level 4s should be able to directly contest. It would be a straight, even fight against 4 CR1 monsters or creatures. However, the moment you add or subtract a combatant on either side, even if the CR and level still add up to the right thing, your calculation gets totally fucked. Now, if the CR and the level are equal, but one side has more combatants, that side will win. Or at least that side will have an easier time. Xanathar's remedies this by providing these tables. And I say remedies, I mean these tables are still fucking hard to follow, but at least they exist. Other thing, it gives you, stuff for falling. It gives you quite a few things. So it also gives you nice random encounters that you can roll on, which is nice. But yeah, so those are 2. Oh my god, I keep going back to the wrong video. There it is. These are 2 things that I would really recommend, especially like newer DMs using those stat tables, because the balance won't always be exactly right, but it'll be close enough. There's a nice table in the DMG for calculating the CR of a monster in case you're making your own stats. Oh yeah, the DMG is a bad book with a lot of good stuff in it. I don't like the DMG, but I use a lot of stuff in the DMG. I think that the DMG is just laid out really poorly and that it focuses a lot on world building. When I would consider the more important job of a DM to be actually running the game, which it does have, but just the organization of the DMG is just a little lacking for my taste. I also think that it skips over some things, like especially when it comes to its optional and variant rules. Some things are like placed in weird places. Like sometimes it includes optional rules where the original rules is, and then sometimes it shuffles them off into a separate section for optional rules. And sometimes like, oh, this is the whole thing. Oh God, not concentration. What's the optional rule? I'm not gonna keep going off on a diatribe, but there's a really great example of there's a ruling that then has an optional rule within the ruling, as well as a separate optional rule in the optional rules sections. It's crazy. The DMG is a wild book.
And roll 6d6 for damage on that. Crushing damage as this heavy thing kind of jams itself into the brain.
6-2. But it has a lot of good shit in it, so you should definitely read it.
Sam, 6-2s. Orion's my dice bimbo.
There you go, boss. There you go, boss.
16.
16. So the structure slams into the elder brain, and you can see like a bit of like purplish black liquid squirts out.
Thanks, A-Tapper. I appreciate it. It's yeah, I don't know. I have a very it's weird. I don't have as much DMing experience as all that, right? I'm still pretty young. But I did start DMing when I was pretty young. I, taught myself, so I had to learn everything from scratch. And I just have a really analytical brain. Like, I've read the rule book so many times just for fun. And I know all of the character interactions because, like, I just make characters just, like compulsively. Like, it's, like, one of my, like, relaxation things is just like going through and like beep boop boop pop experimenting with different character builds. So I don't know. I'm glad. I'm glad that you really enjoy. I think I have a little bit of imposter syndrome. I'm like, well, there's like DMs that have been going for like 30 years. But to be fair, I started playing 5e like the year or two after it came out. So I have been playing 5e for about as long as anyone else, but I appreciate that you appreciate it. That's all I'm trying to say.
One side, and for the first time, you can see a part of the brain is actually torn open, and the purplish glow that you see throbbing in the middle of its folds is now visible from the interior. You can see now it's taking some real damage. Immediately, the two mind players that were floating up look down, freaked out, and begin moving towards the brain now, instinctively defended.
And bonus action, can I pour some superior healing potion down Pike's beautiful throat?
Oh my God. Oh, ew. What? Don't say that. Yeah. But, fuck, we are not very far through this episode.
Alright, so yeah, I want some.
No.
I'm just pouring my potion down Pike's throat.
Okay.
Nice.
Alright, so back to you.
How much do I get?
I don't know what superior is.
Superior goes to, it's 8d4 plus 8.
Do I roll or does she? Oh, 8d4 plus 8.
Yeah.
Holy bejeez. I won.
5, 9, 13, 15, 18, 21, one more.
22.
Plus 8, 30. You heal 30.
Okay, looks like we are an hour 20 from the end, but there is also a break. But we're going to keep on 2 ends for a while.
I got some good potion.
Very expensive potion use. Alright, so next.
I'm gonna.
Wrong drink it still. Do you want to hold your action? Wait for the rest of the carpet? Do you want to attack anyone? What do you want to
I'm
do?
gonna attack the Elder Brain.
Okay, go for it.
I'm gonna. I think all I can do is conjure barrage.
Okay.
So it's the cone of attack. So that will get hopefully all the things because I'm going shooting down, right?
Yeah, how big is the cone?
It's 60 feet.
60-foot cone from your angle here. If you're just going, if you're going for the brain, it'll catch this guy maybe. As the cone goes down this way.
Okay.
You just want to do this way, hit these guys, or this guy. This way, you can edge on the brain.
Yeah, can I do the edge on the brain and get?
You can get like these guys.
All right, let's do that.
All right.
Okay, so.
So they get saving throws, right? How's it work?
Yes, they get saving throws.
So roll damage, and we'll see what the saving throws are.
Do I? Okay, but do I have to roll see the hits or just hits?
No, it's just rock to get roll saving throws.
Okay, cool. 17.
All right.
Plus Hunter's Mark on the Elder Brain.
Yeah, so the elder brain takes additional damage.
3 additional. Do I get plus 2 for the bracers on that conjure barrage?
It's kind of
Okay, so that would have been 19.
19. All right. Cool. And then
give it a little
pass save, so
Pathfinder
total damage on him. 17? 19. Okay, so it's still alive. Just looking really, really rough. The brain's like just now pierced with a bunch of arrows. You just summon out of it. It's like barely holding itself without its feet. And the troll also takes the damage as well. Sticks to shrug it off, takes it tangly, roars up from the bottom of the temple at you. Now,
Did he just say that the elder brain is barely standing on its feet? Did I?
Helpless in the
I think I just heard
So then I'm gonna
that.
attack the elder brain again.
All right, so release it down.
20.
Very nice. That hits. Go ahead, roll damage.
All right. 11.
11 points of damage. All right.
Oh wait, no, flies. No. 13.
13. Okay, there we go. Reset again. Release this one, aiming towards the now torn open wound on the side of the elder brain. As the arrow sinks in, there's another pulse of purple energy, and you hear all of you simultaneously in your heads just scream, the screech. That goes through your heads. As it does, the two Illithid here, they're kind of hovering towards it, kind of grab their hands momentarily for a second out of frustration and glare up at you angrily.
I kept noticing this.
That brings us to Keyleth.
I'm gonna take the rest of my burrow speed to get up to the top.
All right.
Assuming I'm there.
You just managed to make it to the top of the temple,
Okay. Drop Earth Elemental.
Little brain
All right.
feet.
Keyleth in the field.
Would you say,
What do you got, Keyleth? What are you doing?
theoretically, our brains are made up of
Oh,
water, right?
dude.
Would you say that they're
No, you cannot shape water, freeze the water inside the brain. This is the classic example where people are like, rule of cool could go too far.
Where's this going?
water
I would agree with that. That's not
in
correct.
the like jello brain mold that like water molecules would
Make
be
an
in?
arcana check.
Okay. I don't know much in terms of art, but I can try. 10.
You have no idea. You've never encountered a silver brain
Okay,
before.
give
You
it
know
a
why.
try.
Give it a try.
Most brains
Could be
okay.
ichor.
I'm gonna cast control water. I'm gonna assume that there's water. It's 300 feet. I got the range. And I'm gonna take the brain where it's already kind of sliced down the middle, where Vex has already made progress. I'm gonna take it. I'm just gonna rip it apart.
No.
Okay, go ahead and roll a d20 and add your wisdom modifier to it.
Okay.
What, you're saying brains are made of water?
This is something where I have a hard line as a DM. Hard line, hard opinion. Unless a spell says otherwise, it cannot affect someone else's body. The body fucking disrupts the weave or some shit. So control water does not explicitly give you the ability to reach inside of someone's body and control the water within it. That falls under spells like command, hold person, fucking compelled duel. Like, there are all sorts of shit that let you control people. A spell that she has, fucking Geith? No blood bending, no sir. Because if you start rule of cooling that you can, fucking target these sorts of things within a person's body, there start to be a lot of shit that you can theoretically do. Like, oh man, I know that their skull is right there. Like, I know the general, layout of their skull. Who's to say I can't use that as the catapult material component? The skull is inanimate, right? It's just bone. So why can't I use their skull as the component for my catapult and launch them 60 feet away? Right, I don't fuck with that. I do not fuck with the ifs, ands, or buts. Unless a spell specifically allows you to interact with some part of a creature, you cannot creatively fuck with creatures like that. The life force, the soul of the creature disrupts the weave, and you have to have specialized runes or arcana or what the fuck ever. I'm down with not fucking with that. I use my magnetism to rip out the iron in their red bloods. Exactly. And like, there's a never-ending well of shit you can do. I summon my mage hand inside of them and start fucking ripping out their organs. I fucking shape water and I freeze all the water in their body. I mold earth. We are full of minerals. What is earth? It's loose earth and minerals, right? The minerals in my body are pretty damn loose. I do not open that box. I'm down to use spells creatively, but not when it affects creatures. No shot.
Whoa!
23.
Okay. There is an element of liquid to its structure. However, it is difficult to extract it from a form you're unfamiliar with, let alone this difficult. You manage to find a way to pull moisture out of parts of it and actually deal damage to it as you're beginning to shrivel sections of the brain. Go ahead and roll 3d6. 3d6 points of dehydration to it.
I'll take it. Make some brain jerky. Yeah. They'll have a really bad hangover tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Oh, you don't.
3d6, he's basically using the setback trap rule. I mean, if you don't want to just tell them no, if you want to not tell your players no there, using 3d6 isn't bad. I would tell them no. But if you really want to tell them yes, 3d6 is a fine amount of damage.
It's just 3d6 or plus anything?
3d6.
15.
15, alright. 15 points of dehydration damage to the Elder Brain. You can see now the portion of the wound that's been open, the corners of it kind of shriveled in and tucked in, and the actual purple glow from the inside dulls slightly. It's burning. And you now have, currently in the air, a small kind of amorphous globule of brain fluid that's just kind of floating there in the air.
This is a style thing, you know. This does kind of get into tone at the table stuff of like how permissive you want to be with spellcasters. I don't fuck with it. I don't open that Pandora's box. But if you do want to, I think Matt handled it fine. Like if that's the tone you want to set and that's what you want to do, I think that's a decent way to handle it.
Scanlan, smell it.
No,
smell
no,
it.
no, thank you.
Whoa, hot take of the night. Matt Mercer's good? Question mark, exclamation point, question mark.
I'm gonna,
you said they're coming up on the sides?
Yeah, they're like swarming up the side. They're probably about halfway up.
Okay, I turn to the group. I suggest we go to the beach immediately. Then we can show up defenses and I can cast a spell and get us out of here. As I say that, I go and throw a fireball right at them.
Okay. Are you using your movement to bring the carpet, to take control of the carpet from Percy and move it higher?
No, I'm up top. I have fly myself.
Oh, that's right.
I'm hovering, sorry.
Yeah, alright, so...
I just let a fireball down the brain.
In the brain, alright. That's, alright, so that's enough to get both of these, guys. Test 10 roll damage. And they both fail their save. So full damage.
Crush the nuts.
You know, I just realized another reason that Orion's behavior seems really weird. And this is really getting into character dynamic stuff, which I love to talk about. His character, up to this point, has never shown to even have a slight inclination towards leading. He has rarely shown that. If we're thinking about him in terms of the 5-man band, which is not always applicable, but I think it is here, the two types of characters that are making those sorts of statements, making those sorts of plans, like we do this and then we, go back to the beach and, make it happen, blah, blah, blah. Like the people giving orders are either the leader or the lancer. And if you're not familiar with the 5-man band, look it up. It's very interesting. Inclination to what? Oh no. I don't remember what I said. You might have to, I don't know if you're making a joke or if I literally just mumbled. Someone else clarify if they know what John's talking about. I know what you're talking about. Orion and Tiberius have never shown an inclination towards giving orders, towards leading. They have really given a very, very prominent inclination towards being more of what we would call either the strong man or the smart guy. Gendered terms, you can use strong person or smart person, but those are the historical terms. So, like, Grog, obviously, is very strong, and, like, is really the archetypical strongman within the 5-man band, but the person that is giving orders to people, that is formulating mid-battle plans, is either the leader or the lancer. And the lancer is a direct foil most of the time to the leader. That's kind of the definition of the lancer. So when you see leaders and lancers giving orders, it is either like someone who is consistently leading the group, giving orders, like developing and implementing plans. I think one of the cast's Vox Machina's maybe flaws is that they don't really have a leader role. Sometimes Vax fills it. Vax is definitely the closest that they have to a leader. And I would say that maybe Sam or Keyleth. In fact, actually, I would say Keyleth is more of the lancer. You see this dynamic really explicitly when Vax has to talk Keyleth out of leaving after they rescue Grog. Vax talks the entire team into following Kima. That's leadership. And Keyleth is directly contesting him until he really talks her down. That's Lancer shit. In both cases, they are proposing plans. They are giving orders to the rest of the group. Tiberius has never shown an inclination towards that. He has always been like the button pusher is a phrase I've used a lot in the past. He has been like doing things, pushing the action, pushing the drama, which is not a bad thing. That's what Grog does. That's what Sam does to a lot of degrees. Same thing with Taliesin and Ashley. They're both pushers of some kind. Taliesin is more of the smart guy. And so I think one of the reasons that Tiberius and Orion, by extension's behavior seemed so weird, so annoying, so out of place last session is because it was not something Tiberius had ever expressed before. He had never told the group what did or did not need to be done. And right now, he's ordering the group around. It's fine. It's fine to order people around. In a party like this, you need someone to give orders in a lot of situations. But it's not something that Tiberius has ever done before, so it feels weird. And we don't have a good reason why Tiberius is so deathly afraid of the Mind Flayers. And so the fallout of all of this is that it is so abundantly clear that Orion is calling the shots, not Tiberius. That he's playing himself and not his character. So, that is something to keep in mind. If you are doing something that is out of character, or out of the established character that you've presented to the rest of the group in the DM, there should be an in-character reason as to why. And I'll give you an example with my own gameplay. Not to be like, wow, I'm so great. But my character that I currently play in my buddy's campaign is very much the strongman. She is a teenage girl that is very physically weak, but she is very much the strongman archetype. And she's generally pretty cool, calm, and collected, has a big ego, a really big power, kind of god complex. Because she's an aberrant mind sorcerer. She's incredibly powerful compared to most everyone in existence. And she is really generally cool. She does not get freaked out by the monsters that they fight. Except there was one fight that we went into where I had her in character freak out. Totally go against the plan, was acting like very erratically. And it is because, and my other players that I play with in my DM know me well enough to know that this was not random. And so the characters asked my character about it afterwards. They engaged me on it. They were like, Eudokia, what the fuck happened? Like, you totally just threw the plan out the window back there. And it's because she had a deathly personal fear of one of the monster types, stemming from a, deep and tragic backstory, yada, yada, yada. But that was me going against my established archetype, going against my established character and the expectations I'd set up for her in order to reveal more narrative information about her in an interesting way. That's playing flaws. It was really simple. She's afraid of the monster. She ignores the plan and focuses on that one monster, even though it shouldn't have had that high of target priority. That's a really, really simple way of playing these sorts of flaws. But if you have no narrative reason, all Tiberius needed to give us was an experience with a Mind Flayer, an experience with a Beholder, all of these sorts of things to start taking charge. Him saying, I know more about this monster. I've had experiences with Beholders in the past. You don't know what you're up against. Suddenly, wow. Oh my gosh, Tiberius knows something. We're learning about Tiberius. We are revealing pieces of his character. That is why he is taking charge in this moment, is because he has external knowledge. And that would have been great. But he didn't. So it's just Orion that has this external knowledge. I think they're so worried about group equality that they have never agreed that anyone is the party leader. It's something I think is consistent for every campaign. Yeah, and I don't necessarily. I think leader dynamics can be shifty. They can be tricky. And they don't necessarily need to stay consistent between players. Like certain players can be like battle leaders and certain players can be, downtime leaders, etc. But it is something to consider, I think, during session 0, not, hey, everybody, raise my hand, I'll be the leader now. Talk about what roles your character is comfortable filling. So I am a character that will push the action forward. I am a character, but I'm also a character that feels comfortable giving orders during crises, right? So like during a fucking shopping session, do not come to me and ask me what to buy. But if shit's going down in battle and we need a change of plans, I'm down to give those and come up with those, right? So make it additive. Don't steal something or reserve something, but say my character is willing to do this. And more specifically, my character is not willing to do this. My character is not willing to step up and give orders and give plans, i.e., I would say Pike. And if you create those distinctions, not like reserved roles, but additive and subtractive things where there are multiple groups. Like, okay, the group of 4 maybe has 2 people comfortable leading. In a crisis, I'm going to look to them. And if they don't lead, maybe that's something about their character in that moment. Or if someone else steps up and leads, maybe that's something about their character in that moment. These are good things to think about. Why when I played D&D in person for the first time, I was quite surprised that a player volunteered herself to be the party leader session 1. With all that I just said, volunteering and reserving roles is valid if that's the way that your character, if your group likes to play. It's not my personal recommendation because it can be a little rigid, but it's also, it is valid. And I think that some sort of conversation should be had about who the leader is. Or even like really a check-in even of like, hey, we've been playing for 3 sessions. Who do we think is like kind of the leader, right? And if you just kind of call it out on like what everyone thinks, that can give those characters more confidence to make plans and to give orders in the future. Oh, really? Was this something we agreed to? And it was weird, but that's what happens when CR and D20 is my only D&D experience. Yeah. It can be hard. But yeah, that is something valid to agree to during session 0. Or if you feel uncomfortable with that, that's also something to bring to the table. It's like, ooh, I don't really like reserving roles, like for X, Y, and Z reasons. And you guys can come to the middle on it. One thing that's also really hard to read about Orion is his actual relationship with the others. There's a table vibe that sours a little during certain moments, and it kind of sucks. Laura, for instance, responds kind of strongly to some of his quips or actions in a way that doesn't seem fun at all. Yeah. I mean, it's hard. I kind of talked about this when talking about Scanlan's unrequited love for Pike, which they are now, at this point, kind of like Pike is leaning into. But really, before this session, it was very much Scanlan going after Pike, Pike saying no, Scanlan not really taking no. Not great. But that is sort of overcome by the fact that the vibes seem good with Sam. The vibes seem good with Ashley. And it's one of those things where, like, we just kind of have to trust whatever they said. Like, even if they do weird things, or if they do things that, like, might seem like bad vibes, we'll never truly know what the vibes are on the back end. Like, that's just part of watching a show. It might come out, it might have come out 2 years after that, like, Ashley and Sam are all chill. And, like, that was all good. Might come out 10 years from now that Ashley says, oh, yeah, I actually didn't really feel like I could speak up. That was, like, kind of weird and awkward. I'm not saying that's what'll happen. Like, I don't even think that that's what'll happen. But, like, I don't know how everyone's relationship is with Orion nowadays. They might say it's all good. They might come out later and say, like, actually, it wasn't really ever that good, but we didn't really want to sour the brand, yada, yada, yada. There's just always a line in the sand where we will never know what the vibes are behind the scene. I mean, it's the same way with you guys. Like, I know I talk pretty directly to you because it's a very small audience, but, like, you guys don't know me. I could be a total shitbag. Like, I'm not. I pinky promise, but but I could be. Like, when it comes to online personalities, you're just never really going to know the vibes, which is really tough. So we can only go based on, like, their actions and whether or not those actions would be productive at your tables. They do eventually agree to have a party face, but a party leader they leave to committee. Hey, man, that's valid. If they want to go about it, I don't think it makes a smooth experience for a show, but it is valid if you want to do that way. I'll hold my tongue until C1 Ep13. I know. Everyone's sitting there biting their nails, like tapping their knees, thinking of all the things they want to say about Orion. But that's the punishment. That's the cost of being in here. This is all free entertainment, baby. But the cost is you're not allowed to tell me about Orion.
That's good. 40.
Yeah.
Yes! Those incinerate, and 40 points of damage to the Elder Brain as this giant echoing explosion blasts out from below all of you at the top. You're underlit momentarily from the flash of red and yellow flame. As you look down, there's now a sizzling sound and this like smell of horrible burnt flesh as part of the Elder Brain now that was originally dehydrated, now also burnt and singed. You can see now it's looking a little rougher, and it's very it's very unhappy with its current circumstance.
We want to kill it before we leave now.
All right. Pike, go ahead and make a saving throw.
Come on, Pike. Why are you saving throw?
Just while trying to get rid of this
16?
16.
Is Ep14 the chapter 2? Ep30's the big finale, but like Ep14's like the rising action of the Orion saga.
Yeah! Man, thanks, Caleb. Much better. You're nice.
All right. So.
Can I do anything, or I just that's
Oh,
turn?
that's your turn. You're
My movement, by the way, is I hit beach.
Okay,
you're ghosting? Yes.
Dodge. Tiberius is that way.
Wait, where do we go? Nobody's taking us? No, you gotta hop on the carpet when it comes out. Oh, okay, got it.
All right,
Classic
here's
the question: can everybody still fly?
Yes.
As long as I'm thinking about
well, I'm just sitting on the. I'm still kneeling on the flying carpet with Percy, so I'm just throwing daggers at the bacon.
Okay.
Where I am.
They're disadvantaged this distance.
Okay.
Okay, good. I'm just
So that means, oh man, 17 on the first.
17. Deflected by the arcane shield in the brain.
So the second one that does as well, and the last one definitely does. So.
All right, so yeah, all things just. As it gets more and more damage, it's waking up more and more, and it looks like it's actually gaining power.
I take some, and then Percy yelled in my ear, so I take some of the little carpet tassels.
Oh, dude. Oh my gosh. Great steering of the situation by Matt there. Oh my gosh. I want to rewind that really quick. This is not a mechanic of the Elder Brain. I want to make that clear. The 5e Elder Brain, like the actual monster, or I am guessing if this is homebrewed, there's no shot that this is an actual mechanic. But right here.
By the arcane shield in the brain.
So the second one that does as well, and the last one definitely does. So.
All right, so yeah, all things just. As it gets more and more damage, it's waking up more and more, and it looks like it's actually gaining power.
I take some, and then Percy.
As it takes more and more damage, it's waking up more and more, and it actually looks like it's gaining power. Not a mechanic. They got rid of Bloodlust in 5e. So unless he homebrewed that back in. But oh my gosh, great narrative steering of saying, hey guys, stop worrying about shooting it. Use your action to dodge. Use your action to dash. Stop hitting it. Do other shit. Oh man, what a slick way for Matt to say that. That's Michelin star right there.
Yelled in my ear, so I take some of the little carpet tassels.
Okay. So as your movement, you manage to move the carpet all the way up. It swoops up into the center of.
Only one Michelin star, I'll say. It's once you're listening for it, it's slightly on the nose, but it gets one Michelin star.
The nose.
This right here. You guys are all looking precariously at this carpet that is now floating up from the center of the temple. As you get to the top, you look over and you can see there's probably close to 20 mind flayers that are swarming up the sides.
Come on,
all right,
Percy.
that brings us
Percy, take
to
out that Elder Brain.
Max, Percy, you're up.
All right, I pull out bad news.
Yes!
I'm going to lie down on my stomach, hanging off the edge of the carpet. Hanging
Okay.
brain. And I'm taking a shot straight down.
Okay, I'll say it takes you your movement to get it out. So
Yes.
you're there, you're able to move the carpet, you pull the bad news out, you get down, you precariously off the side of it, and it's kind of sagging as your weight touches it. You get ready, go ahead and fire.
Firing a dead shot.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
That's 18.
As you fire, the blast sends you up almost on your feet on the carpet again, and you hear this impact sound, this of the blast hitting stone as the psychic field around deflects the bullet, sending it into the ground.
18 was the number that we were in?
Wait, did I have an inspiration dice from last? Fuck, you did. I did have an inspiration dice from last game. Oh, I did. Oh, what do you think it was? 10? Oh, fuck, that's right. Can you get it now?
Yeah, I'll trust you on that.
I did, because I'm always excited when I get them. I never get them.
That's true. Okay, yeah. All right, go ahead and roll for that.
21.
That'll do it.
Oh, okay.
As the brain continues to wake up, it improves its defenses, improves its capabilities.
Okay.
But that will get scheduled damage on that.
Okay.
So
it's hulking
essentially. So as you release the blast, it hits the psychic field. The first impact you hear is it hitting the psychic field and pushing through into the actual brain matter.
Let me double check that I'm doing this right. Hold on, snapshot's weird.
Dude, am I wrong about Elder Brain? Because Matt just said it much more explicitly to where it didn't sound like a narrative shooing.
Okay, so that's.
Am I wrong about Elder Brain?
12, 3 points. 25 points of damage.
25 points of damage. You see the section of it that's kind of charred and burned gets blown off, and now there's a corner of the brain that is just an open and gaping wound. The purplish glow on the inside is pulsing more and more angrily. It's taking a beating, but it's.
Oh my god!
It's never gonna forget us. You guys left a mark on it. You get the sensation with the swarming incoming. You may start to consider self-preservation over because the Elder Brain looks like it's taking some hits, but it's not on death's door yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh god.
We need to go.
That's the end of my turn.
Yep.
Scanlan is up?
Yep.
We're out of here?
Need everybody to cap on the carpet.
Okay.
Coming up.
No, I'm.
Yeah, it is possible he had weakened it. Yeah, it is very possible. Although it also seems like he might just be homebrewing it, like straight up, because the Volo's Guide, which is Legacy now, Elder Brain has an AC of 10, and the Mordenkainen Presents Monsters of the Multiverse also has an AC of 10. So, something is homebrewed. So I take it back. It might not have been just like a very slick narrative gesture. That might just be how it works.
I turn into a fucking huge pterodactyl and carry some folks.
Okay.
What?
You can do
What?
that.
Sure, why not?
He's got polymorph.
Yeah, turn into a Batwing.
Cool. So we'll say for the time being, we'll use this as Scanlan.
Great.
You're a giant pterodactyl, a creature that you've read in books in the past. You haven't actually seen in person.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what I took it as because, oh my god, stop fucking hitting it. By the way, Elder Brains are CR 14, and this Elder Brain has a significantly higher AC than the standard Elder Brain. So, yeah, get the fuck out.
And what are you doing?
Who can I carry?
You can carry one person with your claws. You haven't used this form before, and this is kind of figuring it out, so pick one and you can take it with you.
I'm gonna take someone heavy.
Go ahead and fly.
Rock can fly. Rock can fly right now. I can fly on Trinket.
And
Everybody's covered, man.
there's only one person I can take.
As a pterodactyl, Scanlan swoops down and both its claws grab on your arms and lift you off the top of the temple. You're flying after Tiberius.
How do you make that weird?
All right, so they're not out of harm's way. Very top here, that brings us to Dog.
Oh, okay.
Still carrying Keem onto your arm.
Getting out, right?
Yeah.
That's true. I wonder what sort of boots it wears. Do you think the Elder Brain can wear boots of haste?
I'm just helping out.
So you just awkwardly fly with Keem onto your arm.
Fly away.
Off with the rest of the group.
Sweet bird.
Probably better than on the road.
Up and away.
Okay, at the top of the round, we'll say these guys off the board here because you do have 2 elephant that get up to the edge here. They're going to attempt a mind blast.
Go on, man, we're going.
Side, guys, so hold them back. So we'll
Jump up to get out of range.
And
I can just get Trinket and Vex. If you can go ahead and make a intelligence saving throw for both of you.
Fuck, with Marcy stuff.
Okay.
Can Vex still there?
Yeah. I know, I didn't get to...
They never flew?
I know, I didn't use the movement on the last turn. I just didn't say it, because I'm an asshole.
You are. What kind of saving?
Intelligence.
10?
10?
On me.
Okay, roll for Trinket.
Roll 9 plus 1.
Plus... Oh, okay.
Go ahead and roll for
Oh,
Trinket.
I rolled a 9 plus 2 plus 2.
For what?
For my ring that I'm wearing.
Okay.
So whatever that was.
Okay.
Oh, 13.
Okay. And roll for
fail.
Trinket.
Which is going to be a major fail, because Trinket is like the dumbest.
Don't talk about Trinket like that.
Is he the dumbest?
No, that's a -4. So that would be a 9 for Trinket.
It's a 9 for Trinket.
Both it was, by the way, my only way to get out of here right now.
So communally, both you and Trinket freeze in place, and Trinket, who is flying, just kind of slumps onto the top of the temple, kind of limply laying across the edge, about to tip over off.
Dude, you're so right. I thought that the only homebrew subclass in this was Gunslinger, but I forgot that. And you know, whatever the players can use, the monsters can use too. If I give my players counterspell, the monsters have counterspell too. if my players can use the Akaba sorcerer, so can the monsters.
The temple.
Shit.
That
Can you guys grab them and put them on?
Yes, we are close to water break. We're at 2:03, so I'm kind of waiting for like a nice little time in it. When's the real break? Ooh, it's not for another 20 minutes. Let's call it here. Let's call it here for a second, because I also I need to pee, and I have a bit of a headache, so I'm gonna go take some ibuprofen to keep the train rolling. So yeah, break time. I will be right back. Go get some water, you fools. Oh, I know you want me. I know you can. Just shout whenever, and I'll be there. There's more than one reason I feel a connection to Sam Riegel. I was in Les Mis. Oh, man, back in my back in my theatrical days. Not on Broadway. He is much more talented than I am. But I was in Les Mis once upon a time. I had to tell Bug cuddles later. She's asking for cuddles. She's so sweet. She really does not like it when I stream for this long. Although she just doesn't like it when I stay up past 10. She has a very specific deadline for when I'm gonna go to bed. And it is not nice of her. Just slightly off Broadway. Yeah. Just local theater productions. Anyone ever heard of CYT? I did a lot of CYT. I'm not gonna give too many more specifics because that is approaching doxing myself territory. But yeah, and I took it pretty serious for a while. I got a scholarship to Texas A&M to go and do theater there, and I chose the wonderful world of coding and ROTC instead. Oy. Which, to be fair, I actually really ended up loving ROTC, but then I got medically DQ'd, so that kind of sucked. But I also met my wife at college. I met a lot of my best friends, so I got no regrets. I'm here now. Bug. Now I have Bug. All right, let's get into it now.
Keyleth, you're up.
Okay.
It's not easy.
A
lot of salmon in there. If you want to.
Well, first and foremost, I'm gonna get on the carpet.
Okay, so you leave up here with these guys.
Secondly, I am going to...
As his age, you're totally right. It was Christian youth theater. Because I had Catholic parents, and I was a child. Oh, man. That was, I don't remember who the fuck I was watching. There was some comedian that was talking about like growing up Catholic. And it was like, you went to church every week? And it was like, yeah, man, I was a kid. I did a lot of shit I didn't want to do. Like, I didn't get to choose my schedule. I just told my parents I wanted to do theater, and they were like, okay. And to be fair, it sounds like I'm talking shit on CYT. I loved CYT. CYT was sick as hell. But yeah, it was Christian youth theater. We prayed and did worship before every rehearsal. But other than that, the Christian aspect was basically non-starter. It's not like we did like only like Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, you know, like we weren't, we did like normal shows. So that was, I think the Christian was more of a branding thing, honestly, because that captured a big homeschool demographic. But yeah, CYT is a huge organization. They have chapters in New York, Chicago, all over California. I think it started in California. But it's all over the place. It was cool.
Okay, wait, so Trinket's stunned?
Trinket is currently catatonic, like barely like holding herself right there. Like you can see like she's struggling with the flight spell, like she's kind of.
Yeah, it was Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, Godspell, but they took out any of the sex references, and then cats, but all of the cats are the apostles. That's what it was. Yeah.
Love taking for a second. Him, sorry. Just give you.
He's about to die. He's in shop with him?
No, he's not in shop. I apologize, Trinket.
Also, Cats, trash tier musical. Don't even fight me on this one. Cats fucking sucks. Cats, Phantom of the Opera, trash. I don't know if there are any theater heads in the chat, but I'm trying to start a fight right now. Phantom of the Opera and Cats are the Titanic of musicals. Not like the boat, like the movie. And Titanic also sucks. I have to do a lot of context for this joking rant. Oh no, Robin! Robin, no! And funny enough, that would be better than the actual Cats movie. Anything would be. Anything. Joseph and Godspell are both significantly better than the Cats musical or movie. God, I hate Cats. It has some, like, kind of cool songs, but the show fucking sucks. So does Phantom. Oh, man. I didn't do CYT. I didn't do theater until college, but on the topic of Catholicism, I did CCD on weekends until 5th grade. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, dude. I went to a Catholic school, so I did not have to do CCD because I got it fucking every day. So yeah. Which it was, I don't know. I gotta drip feed my tragic backstory. I can't go all into it all at once. So we've gotten a little bit more of this stream. I'm a theater kid / film student to the core, speaking the absolute truth. Yes, sir. Titanic sucks. Phantom is Titanic. I will draw a straight line in between them. And this is not just me fucking being out here like, oh, Imagine Dragons was better before they got popular. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that all popular shit is bad. Wicked totally slaps. The Lion King? That shit's dope as hell to actually see in person. The music's the music. Billy Elliot? Slapper. There's a lot of popular shit that's good. I don't know how Phantom tricked everyone into thinking it was good. It's a mystery to me to this day.
Wicked. I can't shove like a 200.
Wait, he's floating.
Am I
Hold him. He's floating.
Okay, can I do this? Okay, I'm on. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm on the carpet. I'm gonna cast Grasping Vine from the carpets and wrap around trinkets and have like a trinket toe vine.
Okay.
Like amazing thing.
Okay. So as we leave on the carpet, reach down and the fibrous nature of the carpet was really made from. You managed to pull the essence of that out to create a vine of similarly patterned color of the actual magic carpet material.
I wish I was at all.
The various silks form this tendril that wraps around both you and trinket and pulls you guys hanging behind the carpet. So you guys are essentially now towed to the carpet.
Let's go!
Can she take control of the
Can I now use the rest of my movement to be like?
You currently do not have control of the carpet because you used your action and everything to use that spell.
Okay,
John, I think you're dead on. I think that all of the fucking theater nerds in New York are like, I'm kind of the Phantom of the Opera. I see me on stage. and they forget that it's trash. They're like, if I owned an old, I don't even know. I fucking forget the plot. I don't even know. Does he own the opera that he's in? Or is he just squatting? I forget. It's tragic catnip. That's fair. It's a really good sad boy show. If you're depressed and in New York and very flamboyant but not gay, I relate. It appeals to a certain demographic, but it's trash. Oh man, Cats is great. Oh no. Some people don't like it. There's no plot. Yeah, there's hardly a plot. It's just a variety talent show with bangers throughout. I don't know what's not to like. Phantom is classic, but I only know movie. Okay. You know what? I'll go into it a little bit more. I am the there's no plot kind of guy. I agree that some entertainment projects are extravaganzas, right? It's like Cirque du Soleil. There's no plot in Cirque du Soleil. But I think that the Cats' music is fine. But if I am thinking about like, oh, I want to listen to a musical, I am listening to a musical for good music and plot within the music, i.e., something like Rent. Like Rent has great music, and all of the music drives the plot through the rock opera. So while I understand that Cats may have some all right songs, it just falls so much further below shit that has good songs and good plot. That's where I come to. But also, I don't have that hard of opinions on it. I talk very confidently and with a lot of authority, but I don't have nearly as hard of opinions on that stuff as I do on like stuff like like Critical Role. So the real question is, now that we know you did Les Mis, is when can we expect you to sing "I Dreamed a Dream" live on stream? Oh man, I'm trying to think of. I mean, I'll pop out a song here and there, but I'm not breaking into full singing voice for just anything. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know when you can expect me to come in on stream. I guess you'll just have to tune in to every one until I do. I'm sorry. Oh, no. You have to watch every stream until I do? Oh. We'll see. The book is fucked up. Cats or Les Mis? Probably Les Mis. Yeah, the book is bad. Well, not bad. Fucked up. Yeah. Les Mis is great. Off topic, Fun Home. Oh, yeah. I haven't seen it, but I have heard very good things about Fun Home. Cats is boring, but it's infinitely better than that roller derby musical whose name I forget. I think I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about 9 to 5? I don't. No, you're not talking about 9 to 5. I don't know what you're talking about. I recognize it though. 1K sub goal? Sure, dude. I'll give a whole concert at 1K. Oh boy. Well, yeah, you guys can vote on songs that are within my range. I'm a baritone. Low baritone. I think Grisabella's story and Second is really beautiful, but most of it is just Ellen Page's beast of a voice. I'll concede. I'll concede that point. Fair enough. I like listening to good people sing. That's fair. Phantom of the Opera. Starlight Express? I don't even recognize that. I have no idea what that is. I mean, probably good that I don't. In retrospect, I guess. Oh man, a musical that I have only seen not live that I really want to see live is Big Fish. Oh man, that's like next on my list. The next time it comes nearby, I don't care who's putting it on. I want to go and see Big Fish. I only know Starlight Express from the Family Guy reference. Oh, I see. So we're in that kind of territory. Okay, I'm getting the vibe. All right. Well, we will musical tangents aside. Maybe I'll think of a way to build that in. Andrew Lloyd Webber wrote. That's why I referenced it. Oh, Andrew Lloyd Webber has a weird track record. Because Andrew Lloyd Webber did he do Joseph as well? Like Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat? Or was that Tim Rice? Am I making up names? Oh no. I used to be a theater kid, but my theater knowledge has been atrophying over the years.
At that point, you're just holding him there.
I don't know anymore.
That brings us to Tiberius. You're flying off. Pike,
He's already hit.
Vax, you're up.
Steering us the fuck out of here, man.
You tow Trinket and Vex out behind you guys. As you guys pull off at full speed, the rest of the elephants swarm to the top. You can see about 15 or so get to the front top here. Look down at the Elder Brain. Look up at the rest of you with this angry look. And as you're pulling away, your eyes adjust to the darkness of the cavern, and you look down and you swear you can see hundreds and hundreds of sets of purple glowing eyes just staring up from the city as you all slowly fly away to the far end of the cavern. As you're moving, so are the eyes.
We've made some enemies.
So are the
coming after us.
I want to make a note, because I'm way ahead of everybody at this point.
Yes.
As soon as I land on the beach, I cast circle teleportation.
Okay, so you
get barn that there's nobody there, but I do that immediately.
All right, so a few minutes go by. You guys are moving past and over the water channel that's between the north side of the island and the beach where you guys previously set. You, as Tiberius, you land poof, on the dirt. Sorry, you land, immediately begin casting circle teleportation.
Silly Scanlan. You did do Joseph. I love Joseph, man. Joseph is my guilty pleasure. I don't even think Joseph's that, like, amazing. honestly. Oh, lyrics by Tim Rice. Dude, I do still have the knowledge in there. Joseph's my guilty pleasure musical. I don't think it's like that incredible, but it was the second musical I was ever in, and that fucking, it was green and yellow and oh my God. Talk about a mind worm. That'll get stuck in you. And Joseph has just embedded its hooks into my heart. I'll love it forever.
You can scrawling the circle on the ground, running your finger across the gravel surface to build the runes. As your fingers drag across, you can see the arcane light begin to glow and form the sigils and the runes as you're drawing them feverishly. The rest of the group eventually catches up to you about 30 seconds into it.
Okay.
As you all eventually get back, you and Trinket manage to shrug off the effect.
Awesome.
You find yourself halfway through, like being pulled and tugged by this vine awkwardly.
It's happening right now. Stupid wrench.
A few seconds pass. You finish the incantation. You place your hand down in the center of the sigil. This wave of arcane energy blasts off, and suddenly, above this circle, this tearing sound pulls out of the middle of the ether, and this kind of purple shimmering doorway opens up above the circle sigil that he crafted on the side of the beach.
By the blessings of Bahamut, I choose Imam!
At which point, the doorway that he just created takes some sort of a solid form, and from what you can see on the other side, there's appears to be some sort of low-lit room.
I run right through.
All right, Tigers runs through. Everyone else?
Yeah!
Go, here we go.
You guys have all landed on the beach as you finish casting the
Run!
You all rush through the portal after the towards the very end is Grog. You bring up the rear holding Kima. You're rushing towards
Seagulls.
as it begins to slowly close. It only lasts a round. You barrel through just in time as it closes behind you with a sparking sound.
We are time bandits.
Everybody got it? Oh, fuck. I just kicked my pants.
Squish, squish.
All right.
I hate that.
So,
Well, that was something I wasn't used to.
That was fantastic.
You all emerge within a small 20-foot by 20-foot white stone chamber. You all are kind of crammed in this space currently, but you're all apparently safe and sound. As the doorway closes behind you, you turn and look.
We're going to go normal for a second just because it's going to be dramatic.
On the ground, there's a similar circle across the stone flooring. Different patterns, different arrangement to the one that he had drawn, but with some similarities that are kind of a reminiscing glow, almost like a code to this circle fade away based on what he had drawn previously.
They won't be able to like open that back.
We are safe.
Okay.
Just a quick request. She is made of stone, holding Lady
Yes,
Kima.
I'll go over and cast.
Won't be able to open that back up is a loose assumption. I think teleportation circle is so dope because it's like if a phone number could teleport you across the world. There are absolutely no safety mechanisms to ensure that like someone random doesn't open up a teleportation circle. In fact, oh man, this is a leak. I hope none of my players are in here because I might still use this someday. But Connor, I know you lurk. You fucking earmuffs right now if you're here. What? Oh, dude, I really, really want to do a fucking heist. Not arc necessarily. But maybe some sort of heist arc where they are either trying to like steal a hoard from a dragon or an artifact, some sort of MacGuffin maybe, and it is locked inside of the tightest security in the world. You remember the Tarrasque that ravaged the city? The vault survived the Tarrasque, like that sort of vibe, right? Most secure vault in the world, never getting in. Oh my gosh, juicy, tempting target, right? So, what they learned, the first thing that they learned, the way that the quest gets started, is one of their contacts tells them about a rumor that at some point a rug was smuggled into the vault, and inside the rug was a teleportation circle inscribed. So they basically smuggled a teleportation circle into the vault. However, no one knows the code to the teleportation circle. Whoever crafted the original circle on the rug was mysteriously killed. Dun dun dun. And the code he wrote down, but he wrote it down on, 3 pieces of paper or something like that. Or maybe, the code is like with like, maybe he gave it to his 3 apprentices, and the apprentices are maybe not mini bosses, but they are all like wildly different lives. Like one of them's a fucking like womanizing like cult leader over in the Sword Coast. One of them is a hermit out in like a druid circle. another one. Like, right, you can have all these like little mini arcs or adventures gathering the code for this teleportation circle to eventually be able to get into the vault to fucking time heist out this MacGuffin. Because you can get to any other teleportation circle if you have the code, which I think is criminally underutilized. And I really, it's living in my brain. I want to do it someday. We'll see.
Greater restoration on.
Hold on, just 1 second.
Hold on.
We still have the horn to deal with.
The horn is on the carpet. Has been specifically not touched.
Yeah, so it's still kind of sitting there. The carpet is kind of bunched to the side now as you guys kind of flew into the portal and kind of left it there, and the horn is just kind of resting there.
I think we should get it out of her field of view before.
I think we should put it in the back of home.
Do you think?
Sure.
I mean,
If your crushing couldn't kill it, the 1,000 pounds.
we can store
It's
it.
a vacuum.
Where are we?
Where are we? If it dies in there.
We're in a room.
You're in a room. It's a small yellow room. A small white stone room, and there is a kind of.
Oh yeah, John. It is explicitly breaking the rules of like how teleportation circles can exist, which I love doing. I'm a big fan of this. I think I've maybe talked about this sparingly, but I am all about breaking the rules and being very explicit that I'm doing so. So like part of the rumor would be like, I didn't think you could inscribe a teleportation circle onto the rug. Maybe there's like actually some concern and debate as to whether or not this thing even actually exists. 'Cause like, that's impossible. You can't do that. But did someone figure out how to? Right? So I really like that. I also love making environmental effects that very specifically break the rules, like like an anti-magic field that's like weak. Maybe there was an anti-magic field here at some point in the distant past. Maybe it's a ruin of some sort, or maybe it's a castle of crumbling nobility that is trying to keep up the facade of royalty as their coffers run dry. And they used to have a device that projected an anti-magic field, but now it's faltering. It needs maybe a part replaced, and now it only filters out spells above 3rd level, maybe. Right? I love playing with that sort of shit of breaking the rules, but in very specific ways and shouting out, hey, I'm breaking the rules right now. Love it. Like introducing those sorts of things to your players really changes the game for them. But as long as you're really specific and really honest about what you're doing, I've found that players respond to that really well as just a change in the puzzle. Right? Instead of adding more pieces to a standard 9x9 chessboard, or not 9x9, 8x8. What am I talking about? Instead of adding more pieces to an 8x8, you've added an extra level, right? You're changing the board, you're changing the game. I love doing that. Emon Hype. Question, is there a cutoff time tonight, or are you going until the episode ends? I go until the episode ends. I will, whenever I have a hard cutoff time, I will shout that out at the beginning. I have gone pretty late before. I will go late tonight. I think I'd have the rug consumed on the use of the spell. Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Oh, so then they're trapped in the vault? Ooh, that's a little tricky, John. You're a little tricksy guy. Sure, you can do it on a rug since you have to create it via casting it on the same location every day for 1 year. Oh, is that true? Was I kind of assumed based on your thing that I was that I was breaking the rules. Because I hadn't read over the teleportation circle guide or spell in a while. Yeah, I guess it is, you can create just by on the same location. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, man, I love those sorts of little things where, even if it skirts the rules, if it kind of dances around them, like, oh my gosh, they met a fighter, and this fighter can multi-attack 5 times. What? Fighters can't do that. This fighter can. And that is a character thing, and it has backstory, and etc. Oh, man. So excited for them to go home and for Vax and Vex to be reunited with the butler Vix, cook Vox, head of security Vox, and the maid Vix. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Teleportation creation, the where you end up takes a year to make. Yes. Which is the thing that... So, teleportation circle is a 5th level spell, right? You don't get it until, like, level 10, 9, 11? I think 10. That's why the homebrew spell that I posted, that activate teleportation circle, I love. Because it said you can't even use it to create a permanent one. You can only utilize it to travel between other permanent ones that people have made. I love playing around with that sort of shit. Teleportation circle is one of my favorite spells, bar none, because I think it's so interesting for world building within your world, because it doesn't even have to. You don't have to make teleportation circle only a high magic thing. You can also have it be a very low fantasy thing that is a remnant of the lost civilization or something along those lines. Maybe they keep finding these meteors from space that have these strange runes carved into the side. And the meteors act as teleportation circle, fast travel points. All sorts of ways that you can implement this into your game to give players fast travel and to skip potentially boring travel. And they have a checkpoint aspect to them where you need to know the code. So you either have to buy the code off of someone, or you have to travel to the place on foot first, get the code, and then you can fast travel back there. It's a fascinating spell. I love it. I just wish that there was a way to utilize them before 10th level. Yeah, one of my favorite C2 sequences involved teleportation circles. Ooh, cool. Yay.
Yellowish brown stone doorway that is closed.
Tell her that we have it.
There's like some very faint white orbs that are locked into the walls
Are
that
we
give
not in
magical.
our castle? Are we not in Grayskull?
You're not in the Gray Skull Keep, no.
Oh, we're not in Grayskull.
No, you guys don't have a teleportation circle installed in your keep yet.
Oh, we got it.
You don't know where you are.
We gotta go.
So we're in a room right now?
You're in a room. You're in a 20-foot by 20-foot room with 2 small white orbs on the sides that are kind of set into the walls to give off a faint white arcane glow. There's a single doorway that exits the room that is currently closed.
The way Circle of Teleportation works is when I learned it, I get to pick 2 locations that I know just innately.
Oh,
I picked Iman as one of them.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So we're somewhere in Iman.
But I
Okay.
just have to pick 2.
So we could be in someone's living room right now?
So very smart. Just put the horn in the back.
Yes,
So
we don't.
I'll use telekinesis to lift the horn off the carpet.
Okay.
That's fun.
Yeah, I can burn.
I mean, it's true. About when
burn
you learn
from my
teleportation
ass,
circle.
Should we wrap it or at all? Or?
Be fine in the bag of holding.
For and this is a really interesting interpretation of the spell that I think is totally valid. Whenever I have learned teleportation circle, or whenever one of my players has learned teleportation circle, I always told them exactly where the sequence led. I'm like, oh, this goes to the Adventurers Guild in blah blah blah, or this goes to the throne room in et cetera, et cetera. This goes to the middle of the marketplace, right? I've always told them. I kind of never considered that you don't have to. You can just pick a mod and you're like, great. You are now here's a sequence to somewhere in a mod. That's kind of fun. I like that. I like that a lot.
Take out the dragon stuff. Just
Yeah, actually, should we wrap it so when we
not
pull it
knowing
out of the
what
bag
else to
holder?
do, Vax is going to go over to the door and just
fresh stuff,
inspect
just in case it does
Okay.
things
Sure,
inside.
see if it's
Okay.
trapped.
Yeah. It's kind of a
Roll a perception check.
Just
Okay.
all the valuable stuff.
24.
Just in case.
24.
I think either one is totally valid. This is kind of fun. For more, I think for, we talk about tone at the table. If you're going for that more like, I would say chaotic, dramatic, maybe unexpected and surprising tone, I think this actually fits really, really well, potentially better. And if you're going for the more controlled, intriguing kind of planned out, I guess. I'm trying to think of more positive ways to describe that style. But a more calculated maybe form. I think that letting them know exactly where they go is good. You could even do one of each. You're like, oh, you know where this one's going. Weird enough, you don't actually know exactly where this one leads. I think either one, a mix of both. I never thought about it this way though, which is very, very cool.
All right.
Never heard of it.
The door does appear to be locked. It is not trapped.
Not trapped. I'll get to work on it then. 32.
Okay, 32. You relatively easy. The door comes unlocked. The small. It's actually a very, very intricately carved brass handle that has almost like swirls upon it, like it's almost like a burst of wind being blown and frozen in gold. You turn it, and the door opens slightly.
Alright,
Oh my
pull
God.
up, I'm still wearing my
have a
tin hat, and I
teleportation
pull up my hood from my elven
Fedora?
cloak, and I go stealth. And I am stealth because that's a 32. And have a look
And
around
I press
outside.
in on left stick, and now I have
As
the
you open the
eyeball
doorway,
in the middle of
it
my...
leads into a secondary chamber. This is an 80-foot diameter circular chamber now. So you're entering an edge of a giant circle. There are a series of other doors, almost in respective rows next to each other. And you also see, in the center of the room, a vibrant chandelier made of white crystal, like the spheres you saw in the previous room you were in, giving off a warm kind of atmospheric glow to the entire room. In the center of the room, there is a semicircle desk that is also made of a similar white stone material that the rest of them is made out of, with polished gold leaf trimming on the edge. And you do see what looks to be an elven man sitting at the desk.
Holy shit, we are out of the Underdark. We are out of the Mega Dungeon. We did it. Woo! We got there. Some parts were worse than others. I said it during my Baldur's Gate stream. Underdark, just not my favorite environment. A little exhausting, I would say. We did it the worst arc. I have also heard that is pretty well agreed to be the worst arc. Final review on the mega dungeon that was the Underdark. Ooh, final review. Okay, really big takeaways. Really big takeaways. I have two main takeaways. What? Play cuddles. Play cuddles later. Sorry, Bug is talking to me. I love you though. I love you lots. I have probably two main takeaways, two final review aspects, and then I have a bonus third one. I would say that when you are making a biome dungeon well, I guess it's not the overworld, it's the Underdark. A regional map of any kind. A setting of any kind. Think about scale in all possible ways. So, like, think... She's asking to play again. Gosh darn it. Are we going to have to do a bug break? A bug break? Okay, I'm going to turn up the mic so I can explain it while I'm playing with Bug. Okay. All right, I could see that peek out the mic, but now I'm seeing good levels. All right. So, when I say to think about scale, right? What I mean is you should think about scale in terms of how interesting it is, as well as how your words and the scale that your words imply can have an impact on how the players imagine the fiction. So the two examples I'll use. The first Underdark area is super boring. Not to say that it is not to say that everything needs to be like an amusement park roller coaster, but I would say pretty confidently that the area that the Emberhold is in, whatever that city was, is not amusement park roller coaster interesting, right? However, it was still very interesting, much more interesting than the first area with the chasm and the war camp and the aboleth pool and all that. None of... Alright, that was your play. Because I know you actually just want me to come to bed. She doesn't actually want to play right now. She just wants attention. But she's a doggy, so I give it to her. So... Right, that... Oh, God, still too loud. Still too loud. So that initial area, right, has just nothing going for it, right? We don't need crazy fucking mushroom forests like we get in Young Varil. Those are dope, don't get me wrong. But it was just, hey, you're in a cave, which is good for like 1 session long things. But they spent like 5 sessions in that first area. Not good for a place you're going to spend 5 sessions in. It should not just be caves of varying flavors. If it is going to be a cave of a type of flavor, make that flavor super interesting. Don't give me vanilla and chocolate over and over again. Fuck it. Throw in some Rocky Road. Throw in some Vanilla Crush. I don't know ice cream flavors. I don't really like ice cream that much. The pacing was bad. Well, so, yes. That's actually involved in my bonus third point. But I do agree with you. But when you're thinking about scale, also think about it, like I said, in terms of the words that you say. So this is related to both the Emberhold and Yugvaril. Emberhold was described as a keep, the seat of royalty of the Duragar civilization in this area. And then we get into it, and it's like a big manor house. But also a 2-story manor house that I think had like 60-foot walls. Like, okay. And the Emberhold city, I can't remember its name, is described as being a city. They talk about it multiple times, that it's a city. It's a city, it's a city, it's a city. So also the scale, so also scale was bad. Yeah. I would say that the scale, not necessarily that the actual scale he chose was inherently bad, but the way he talked about it was very bad. The language he used. He called Emberhold a keep and the surrounding area a city, when it was more of a village surrounding like a fortified like outpost. That when we actually got onto the scale of like how many Dwagar are responding, how many are in this keep, how big is the keep, right? It's not a keep. It was an outpost. But if we want to talk about like just the general scale of that first area, yes, bad. And I'm not actually talking about like the square footage of the area, because I scale is kind of a weird word, right? I'm not talking about like the square footage of the area that they had to traverse. I'm talking about the feel of it. I'm talking about that like it was just a cave. Yeah, it had a big chasm in it, which is like fine, but it was a cave. That was it. I needed more. I needed the city that the Emberhold in. Lava everywhere. Obsidian fucking spikes. Yugvaril, this fucking inland lake with an island in the middle of it. Or, if you don't want to go monolithic, you don't want to go colossal, huge, go tiny. Make me feel like I am spelunking. Make Grog feel claustrophobic, right? It's all in here. Maybe that's why they've had trouble sending more than a few raiding parties out through. And maybe the military camp is not just set up on the other side of this outpost for ostensibly no reason. Maybe it is half military camp, half mining expedition. And they're trying to widen out this very cramped space so that they can actually march more forces through at a time. Then we're making it much more interesting. We're making it a unique feel. I don't want to feel like I'm in if I feel like I could fight an owl bear or bats or Dwagar or any other cave-based monster in this cave, it's not a good cave. Any cave should have some sort of marking of its inhabitants to tell more about the overall story, like the Emberhold area and like Yogg-Varil. Yogg-Varil is massively interesting, and he chooses an interesting scale to go with it. You either want really small, really big, for places you're going to spend extended periods of time. I mean, like multiple sessions. You can have a boring cave if they're only going to be in said boring cave for 30 minutes, right? Or you can have it if they're going to be in it for an hour. Hell, a session. You can have a boring cave. If they're going to be traveling through this cave for 5 sessions, oh my God, make it interesting. So, sort of a combo critique of like scale and interest. The next critique I would have, or the next review I would say, is if you're in a dangerous area, make it clear where the danger is and where the safe places are. So I've talked multiple times about how Matt did not keep appropriate amounts of pressure on them. He did not light a fire under their ass as much as he should have for the type of environment we were in. And this is sort of a combo critique. This has to do mostly with the words that Matt used, with the way that he described things, making it sound dangerous, but when push actually came to shove, they were very rarely in passive danger. They were very rarely going to have their camp run up on, which is not good. Is not good in this type of environment, especially if you are narrating it. If you narrate like, oh my gosh, this is actually like a very cool place. You've always heard terrible things about the Underdark, but it seems to be like mostly a land of like passive like fauna that mostly ignore you or just like walk by or fly by and don't seem to give you a second look. Then maybe the amount of pressure he kept under them was okay. But he didn't describe the Underdark like that. Everything was out to get them all the time, but only when they were ready for it. Never when they were fucking analysis paralysising, with a few exceptions. But there are more exceptions that prove the rule, like when Matt had the rumbling of the boulette, or when he had the cloaker come down after the combat when they were starting to get safe, or when he introduced the cursed armor. Those 3 are pretty much the only times I can think of when I feel like he really kept the pressure on. Maybe with the exception of the magma coming out, but that was kind of still part of the same encounter. They hadn't really left the encounter, right? I might feel more pressure if the DM said, yeah, this place doesn't seem nearly as dangerous as you thought it was. You know what? Maybe. The really kind of explicit example of this is when they are escaping the war camp. Well, actually, kind of the entire fight in the war camp. I actually really liked the battle arena in that episode. It was episode 4. I liked the battle arena a lot, but after the combat, they are all just fucking feeding their vice, feeding their shiny disease. They're rifling through pockets. They've just killed the general and the mind flayer and a giant boulette. and definitely made a shit ton of noise. In fact, the general actually got out the door before Clarota hold-personed him and sucked his brain out. Right? This should have been noticed. And yet they spend like 10 or 20 minutes just kind of chilling, just hanging out. And then eventually they start to leave. They go to leave. And suddenly Matt's like, oh, you hear some bells, some alarm bells off in the distance. And the moment they get out the door, the entire camp has rallied to chase them. So it just, and then they go through the chase sequence, right? Go through the chase sequence. And they get to an area where Keyleth walls off the area behind them. And the Dwagar give up. They just give up. Nothing happens after that. They're just like, all of the players are like, glad we took care of that. And it's not even like the spell that Keyleth used is like a permanent thick stone wall. The stone wall that she used had hit points. And you think that like 30 Dwagar are not beating down that door to get to you guys? Like they like just walk to a junction and they spend like 20 minutes again debating which way to go. At which point the Dwagar totally would have caught up to them before Grog gets bored and just picks one. And then they go in long rest about 100 feet away from there. What the fuck? Where did the Dwagar go? You just killed their general and the Mind Flayer. And they're just chill? They're just like, what are you going to do? So, this is an overall problem and symptom that I really, really picked up on within the Underdark arc. And what I would say is one of my biggest critiques of Matt. And however, on the positive side, Matt, I have really, really high hopes and high expectations for his NPC work later on. I didn't like all of his NPCs. I still think Kima's sus as hell, but he played her well, and he played Clarota amazingly. I think he could have played up Clarota's monstrous nature a teensy bit more, but overall Clarota was a fantastic NPC. Even with his sudden but inevitable betrayal. So I thought that all of his NPC work was super, super cool. And I thought was really well done. And beyond that, I'm trying to think of any other like really novel things I can say. I think that his dungeon design borders on really good and has like a lot of really good aspects within it when it comes to interior dungeons. His regional maps were basically straight lines. But when it comes to battle maps, I think he's really like tipping on the edge of really great shit. Because all of his battle maps had some unique or interesting component to them, but it was rarely integrated into the map as a whole. And the example that I'll use here is the Emberhold, which has the incredibly interesting feature of having the lava pouring down on top of it and running off the sides. Immensely interesting. But he only uses it for entry and exit. And that is it. Which is fine, but it could have been so much better. If you're interested, if you didn't watch my the Breaking into the Emberhold or whatever, I don't remember which episode it is. Might be here. I'll just tell you, because it's a really good app. Breaching the Emberhold, 6 and potentially 7 as well. But I think episode 6. when we watched episode 6 was when we really talked through the issues within the Emberhold design and how like a few really simple changes could have made that dungeon just exquisite. That could have been such a cool fucking dungeon. And I think we made it really cool during while talking about it during stream. And I think that most of his dungeons were like that. I did like the Kavarn fight. But again, interesting stuff, not, we as a group had fun coming up with lava defenses uses. Totally, dude. That was so much. That's probably one of the most fun I've had during the watch through. It was a blast. But even the Kavarn fight, I loved the verticality of it. Like, I thought that the temple as a setting with this giant contraption hanging over is very interesting. But it wasn't really baked into the rest of the feel of the place. The most of the feel of the place was the fact that there was a roof more than anything. Like, otherwise, the actual Oh, see you later, A-Tapper. Thank you for joining. I know it's getting very late, so I appreciate you sticking around for as long as you did. But the roof contraption might as well have been a lever that was really hard to pull and needed a lot of lubricant, or a MacGuffin that has to be Indiana Jones switched. Like, it could have been anything. Now, he did say, like, oh, it's placed right over the Elder Brain pool. But we know ultimately, in retrospect, that didn't really probably matter because the Elder Brain had a butt-ass ton of hit points. So it's not like that was a Hitman Agent 47 instant kill, like instant enviro kill. At least from what we can tell. Maybe it was, but I kind of doubt it. And so when considered in that light, the entire dungeon is basically floor 1, floor 2, big expanse within the middle. Could be a lot more. Which is, it's both a critique and a hope. Because his dungeons do have these really interesting things. These battle maps, I keep saying dungeons, these battle maps have these really interesting aspects, but the interesting aspects do not feel like they are baked in to the fabric of the maps. So I'm really, really hopeful for that. So I'm really excited for his character work, future dungeon development, and for us to not be in the Underdark anymore. Those are the main things. Because the Underdark is a tough environment. Like, even talking about it, make interesting caves. Well, there's only so interesting of a cave you can make before it's not even a cave anymore, right? So it's just kind of a hard place to have a mega dungeon, IMO. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. That's a fucking short. Probably not short. Probably not less than 60 seconds. So maybe that'll be a little long clip that I post out. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, so that was the Underdark. I am psyched to be out, and I'm psyched to watch more, and to see Kima's descent into evil.
Longish, kind of gray-white hair. He's wearing robes that are finely dressed, and he's like kind of half falling asleep at a desk with a series of books kind of piled up on the side. And as soon as the doorway opens, he kind of looks up, and you hear a slight little arcane tinging sound, like a little bell being rung as you open the door. He looks up for a second.
Say hello.
Yes. I just walk forward and pull down the cloak and say hello.
Stay right where you are.
Yes.
Do not move.
Hands up in the air.
Do not move.
Nothing in them. No threat, no danger here. A little lost, apparently.
Apparently. Who else goes there? Who else? Please step outside. Prepare yourself.
I'm free.
Hi.
As soon as he sees you, he goes.
I cast Dispel Magic on Scanlan.
Do you have it anymore?
Yeah, I
You just
do.
did it to me earlier in this round.
No, counterspell, and I silenced you. This is Dispel Magic, which is your spell.
Okay.
Hello.
So
And I
you
do have a slot.
Okay, so as you cast spell magic, he turns for me, stops in the middle of casting a spell, reflexively. Goes, and a bear. Interesting.
He's friendly.
He's real.
I have a very long, very strange story, every word of which is true, and if you will give me 5 minutes, I swear I can convince you.
He opens a book and starts thumbing through the page.
Yup, John. Yup. It is indeed. It's just like, dude. I'm generally against player versus player anything. And when I say generally against, I think that most situations it is not needed or called for or good. I think it is an active negative towards the situation. That does not mean that it does not fit at every table. It doesn't even mean that it doesn't fit in, it doesn't fit in every situation at any table, right? I think there are always situations where, there's like a hold me back aspect, and casting aggressive things on other players, it can be warranted. I really, really hate how casually he does it. How casually he negates other players' choices and agency. If Sam wanted to dispel the magic, he could have. And there is something to be said for an interesting dynamic between two players where, one holds the other one back from doing stupid things. That's very interesting. And if Orion had not presented who he was and how he plays already, I might be willing to give Orion the benefit of the doubt that that's what's going on, that they are playing a comedic duo. But they're not. And I know they're not because this is episode 14 and they have not been playing that. And there's an aspect of dynamics can change, but if that dynamic is changing, you need to convince me of it, and I am not convinced that that is what's going on. So it's just it's kind of like a lot of the other stuff we've talked about. If the vibes are good, there's nothing wrong here. But the vibes do not appear good, and therefore there is something wrong here, right? Well, sometimes it is what he says is true. Yeah. Sam's ability to bring situational humor to his scene is really great. That was hilarious. That was so funny. Let Sam get a little bit of comeuppance. You don't need to control it. You're not the protector. At no point have you presented yourself as the protector until now. Now, Tiberius is taking the fucking reins of the group. He's controlling what other players' magic is being cast. It's just icky. It's icky. And he's not presented a good reason as to why. Again, you need to convince me. I need to be convinced. And I'm saying this from the perspective of another player and somewhat as an audience member, right? But most of this I'm trying to do as another player at the table. CR usually are able to figure out when it's player versus character versus character. That's a great distinction. They embrace character v character, but this isn't that. That is a very good way to put it, John. Yes, this is player versus player, not character versus character. That's it. That's a fantastic way to put it. 14, are you a 13, whatever. Give me a break.
Intent. Yes.
We have no expected arrivals at this hour.
Okay.
I need to know your business, your names, and your affiliations immediately.
We will totally do that when we
are
know.
affiliated with the king.
Emperor, just tell the Emperor that Vox Machina has
arrived.
returned from Craghammer, and we have news for him.
We run very secret business for the crown, actually.
Yes.
And that is why you weren't informed of our business.
Yeah, I'm Tiberius Stormwind. How are you?
Make a persuasion check.
Did you wink?
I'm responsible for casting the spell to get us here to begin with.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
yes, 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 yes.
Cool.
That would be a 35.
Okay. All right. He looks to you as you guys are sitting there. He kind
That's
of
not possible. 25.
25. He stands up from the desk, kind of gives you all a look over. Says, "Well, I'm gatekeeper Xanthus. I am the evening keeper of the Traverse Junction here in the Traverse Junction.
Gatekeeper.
Here within the Lyceum. The hour is late. Not past 2 hours past midnight.
Yes.
Well, I am
We
Percival
couldn't very well
Frederickstein
come
von Musil
during the
Kowalski
day.
to roll of the third, and hello, and we would love to report to the Emperor of your great hospitality at this unfortunately early hour, and we would look forward to reporting of all of your kindness and good housekeeping.
I imagine he would be very upset if we were delayed. We come with very grave news.
I would hope not to imagine.
Well, I'm certain the headmaster would like to know your business in the morning.
Yes.
Headmaster Thurmond Adlam. He runs this Alabaster Lyceum within the Erudite Quarter. If you would please submit a report for your reasons for using the Lyceum Junction.
Okay, dude. What? Okay, Matt. I am not like overly against overly blunt narration or exposition, but that was a little much. He is, of course, the headmaster of this Lyceum thing. Also, it's in the Alabaster Quarter. Like, Headmaster Thurmond, he runs this Alabaster Lyceum within the Erudite Quarter. Come on, dude. Let the narration work itself out a little bit. You know, it's a massage. It's not a fucking gunshot. You know what I'm saying?
Alabaster Lyceum within the Erudite Quarter. If you would please submit a report for your reasons for using the Lyceum Junction property. Tomorrow, I'm sure that would suffice for the required. Wonderful work.
Everything else about this scene I really liked.
In the meantime, we'll just go to our keep that we have in town. Yes, very.
At Grayskull Keep.
He gives you
You may have heard of
a disbelieving look and kind of goes, very well.
Yes.
I cast friends on him, and I tell him, you know of our keep, don't you?
Okay. He goes, I seem to recall hearing about a Vox Machina at some point discussed, but I don't get out very often. Running the graveyard shift here at the Lyceum has taken its toll on my social life.
You poor thing, you should get out more.
Well, here, let me show you out. And he walks you through the rest of the hallway. It's this beautiful kind of domed center chamber into a long series of white stone hallways, similar material that the first room you arrived in looked like. Eventually to a main foyer area, which has a very, very high ceiling and a series of beautifully carved pillars that show
And as you walk, the timer on Friends is ticking.
different creatures, almost like divas and demons battling each other as they spiral up these pillars. To the front doorways, there are two guards that are adorned in kind of silver and gold armor with these very high, elven in design shaped helmets, and they kind of step to the side as the doors open on their
Love
own.
the hat.
Guards do not respond to you whatsoever, they just step to the side. The gatekeeper says, all right, well, here's your way out. Have a wonderful evening, and do please return for your report on the morrow.
Of course.
One more question before we leave. What district are we in right now?
The Erudite Quarter.
Thank you.
Good night. The doors slam behind you as you guys exit.
Holy
now,
shit, we survived! What? Oh my god.
Oh my god, Keyleth just goes down on her knees and starts kissing the ground.
Well, that could have gone worse.
Yeah.
Oh, we're home.
I just want to get in my bed so bad.
Look. Stars.
Oh, we can see the sky.
Stars.
you look up, and for the first time in close to a week, you can see stars. You can.
Hooray, I can see stars too. It's so nice. Oh, there may be some vastness and looseness regarding the use of that kind of magic. No! You can just use friends for free? Dude, speaking of a tone at my fucking table, ooh boy, you better not be trying to enchant folk where anyone else can see you. Cause enchantment magic is super illegal in my games. Way more taboo than necromancy. Fucking, you'll roll up into a town and the local necromancer has skeletons like serving drinks at the bar. Like, we're fine with necromancy in my worlds, but enchantment magic, you are not getting that past a fucking soul. You could just cast friends on anyone? No.
You see a crescent moon, probably in just past its single quarter phase. It is a sight for souls.
Would you say it's a beautiful sight?
You're so right. It was important exposition that we didn't get right later. Yeah, for sure. There's also a fair amount of fastness and looseness regarding the verbal and somatic components of spellcasting in social situations. That's more normal. That's pretty normal. I think that the components of spells are good and important and are part of balance and are something that DMs should keep in mind. But also they're annoying, and I understand why a lot of DMs don't worry about them. Why against enchantment in your game? A quick explanation. Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to link you one of my shorts, because I have a short about this very thing, and it's 11:30, and then I don't have to pause more. Enchantment magic is like rupees. Oh, I mean, that's the general gist of it, yeah, is that mind control taking away someone's free will is existentially terrifying in the way that moving around a couple of bones ain't. In my view, at least. But I'll link the short. I have a script there, so I'm much more concise.
Currently, the most beautiful night sky you've seen in all of your years.
I ruin it with a fart.
I'm glad you covered that the whole time we were down there.
I've had horrible stomach pains this whole time. I'm sorry.
What, are we just carrying around this stone Kima with us? Are we taking it back to our...
Yes, but don't stand right in front of her when you undo the stone.
Actually, hold on a minute. Let's all rest before we deal with this one.
Wait, no, because I want to be able to have an extra level spell.
Oh, right.
But we're in town now, so we're not...
Can we go somewhere hide? Yeah, let's go to the keep.
Yeah. So
and then
it'll go
It's a long way. We gotta go across the whole town to get there.
Well, we got a fucking flying car.
Let's take the metro.
We do have a flying car.
The metro's running at this hour.
We can probably flag down a wagon too.
Yeah, we're in town.
Yeah.
Fuck it, everything's possible.
Yeah. Let's go drink it.
I was gonna say, what bars are open?
We've got a lot of bling and a cursed horn. The sky's the limit.
Should we go to a tavern and get some ale?
What? Who are you?
Really? Who made it?
What do you mean to be?
It's all empty. Can we fill it up, please?
It should get some mail. Wait, maybe we should drop off the bag of holding.
And the
And
stone gnome.
Then we'll
Bring it
go
to the
out,
keep. That's a
drink
good
it.
idea, yeah.
You don't know.
We don't want to lose it in a game of cards.
Yes.
Dang, missed first 3/4, but hey, what's up, Ashen? I'll catch up later. Was episode 12 just a random one-off? Kind of. I'm going to go back to it in kind of a bonus Jonas type of situation later. But yeah, it was a lot of DM advice, which I do want to talk about. And then like a one-shot that I think is somehow tied in, but is not important. And let me make sure that this is the right short. Yep. All right. So this short is based off of a Brennan Lee Mulligan quote where he was talking about how whenever you make a character, you put a little bit of yourself into that character. Maybe, in his words, maybe not profoundly, but in some way. And I talk about how the reason enchantment magic is illegal in most of my games is because I'm scared of it in real life. I talk about it more, like I said, more succinctly in that short. But yeah, enchantment magic is scary, and I don't like it. Gotcha. Been mainly watching at work and missed the end, but saw it was only an hour and a half. Yeah. Well, in that one, I had a really hard stop, so I had to go right at 7. So I didn't even get nearly as far as I wanted to in that episode. But I do want to, I'll go back to it eventually. It just doesn't really matter for like the main kind of chronological plot.
Exactly.
And stone.
We'll be fine. We've never lost her before.
How
There's
far?
8 of us. We'll be fine. Let's go drinking.
How far is the keep from here?
I'd say it's probably a good hour walk.
Oh, Ooh,
We can do a pub crawl. We'll just have a beer at every pub we hit on the way back to the camp.
Yes, do it.
Pub crawl.
We're gonna pub crawl back to the
Starting here at Geek and Sundry.
Should I go just in a bush just behind and
do what?
Pee or something?
No, and cast greater restoration on Shima.
No, we want to enjoy this. She doesn't have a sense of time. She won't know.
Or humor. Let's put her in the bag. She's made of stone.
We won't tell her how much
She doesn't have a sense of time or humor.
time is
Oh, I don't know about that.
We'll unstone her once we're
We're
back.
stone. Stone doesn't breathe, right?
Be fine.
We don't know.
Rob wonders to himself.
Do not put her in a Do not.
For the record, I think she'll be fine too. But we could bring her around and introduce her. It could be like Weekend at Bernie's.
Okay, great.
Yes. I'll put a fancy robe around Kimo's stone statue.
This is so messed up.
All right, so as you guys begin making your celebratory pub crawl, starting with the Laughing Lamia Tavern,
Oh my
you
God.
buy drinks, laugh, chatter, and kind of take in the lively atmosphere that you would find at 3 a.m., which is a little. At this point, most of the fun folk are pretty drunk, but at this point you don't care. You'll take it on your own, and we'll take a quick 5-minute break to use the bathroom, and we'll pick up from there. We'll see you guys here in 5 minutes to continue.
Hoo, ha.
We live! Shit, guys.
We're gonna keep going. We're trucking. We're getting through this tonight.
Signed by the cast. And we still have, if we get to 400, correct, next? Lucas?
Yeah.
If we get to 3,400 by the end of the night, we'll give away a whole nother kit like this with the signed stuff. So get to subscribe and support the channel, keep this running. I'm not going to interrupt these guys, so when we hit the number, I'm just going to give it away through the chat room.
Awesome, guys. Thanks, Mike. Well done, and congrats to whoever's getting that.
Yes.
Real fast, I hope so. Thank you, Overlord.
Wait, this isn't here.
Can I throw this? Oh, no. Get that pass on. You get the horn.
Can I hold it for a second?
No. Oh no, I mean in real life, yeah.
All right, so.
Sorry.
No.
Sorry, don't touch it.
Eventually, you all manage to make your way towards the outer wall of Iman, the southern portion of the city. The guards let you through. 2 of them recognize you from the Goose Crest celebration that occurred about 7 months beforehand. Don't do that; it's going to end poorly. You make your way around the bend to the large grass hill that is surrounded by the river that kind of skirts the outer southern portion of Greyskull Keep. Looking up, you can see against the moonlight the very welcome sight of your home there, beckoning to you to rest.
Oh.
You make your way to the front gates that surround the outskirts of it, and you hit an iron bell kind of goes off for a second. And as you look up, you hear a voice go, "Who goes there? Speak your mind, or a bolt for the throat you'll find."
Shay? Is that Shay?
Is it dark enough?
It's dark, yes.
I cast light.
It's us! Okay, a light pierces off, and you guys look up and you can see sitting on kind of the watchtower perch.
Wait, is that Jared? Is that Jared?
No, you see up there, the short, rough red hair, Shay Tranter, one of the
What is Shay?
mercenaries you
I was
hired.
like the
She's got her crossbow ready to go, and she's kind of sitting back with the point of the group, and she's kind of
Hope you remember us, Shay.
We're drunk. We pay you.
she laughs, takes her crossbow, puts it to her side,
Where's
and goes,
he?
"Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? It's been nearly a week since you left."
That's it.
Feels like a month.
Feels like 3 months. 3 months.
It's like 11 weeks. It feels like a very long time.
Thanks. Probably closer to 2 weeks. Fair enough. Either way, open the gates! Ordell, open the gates!
Ordell? I don't remember the names of any of our...
Ordell, he's the one of the other half-orc guards that you hired before you left.
Shay, Cordell, Jarrett, Kendrick, and Natiba.
Jared was the one we appointed as the head guard, right?
All right.
Captain. Jarrett?
Yeah, Jared was captain of the
I
guard.
think so. Right?
I
I can write that part down.
I don't remember about
I wrote their names.
Our staff is so unappreciated by us.
So as the gate slowly opens, Cordell walking out, there's the hardy half-orc merc dressed in scale armor, and he has large sword slung on his back, and just shoves it open to about a 2-foot distance. "Come on, welcome home." As each of you guys walk through, he kind of claps you on the back as you walk in. You make your way into the small courtyard leading to... make your way into Greyskull Keep. Towards the front door, as you get there, the front door opens on its own as you're about 10 feet away, and peering from the inside below the interior, you see a woman's face, a plump blonde woman's face kind of peek through. So this is Lena. Lena goes, "Oh, you're back, fantastic! It's early!" And she kind of rubs her face, and you see as she pushes the door open a little more, she's wearing her nightgown, and she's excited but still very tired. Just, come in, please! "Who's that?" And points to the large stone statue you're kind of dragging behind you.
Oh, we decided to get a statue for the garden.
God, no.
Very well.
Hey, I take offense at that.
I would hope so.
He's drunk.
I'm drunk.
So the woman leads you all back in.
Put the gun down first.
That makes sense, John. That's cool. That's fun.
It's not Cinco de Mayo.
She steps back with her knitted boots. She's definitely in comfortable mode. She kind of eagerly kind of hugs each of you as you enter, happy that you've all arrived. She's like, "I swear, I've not had an employer leave so quickly after my hiring, but glad to see you're all safe. Shall I make everyone a meal? Are you hungry?"
Yes.
I'll get right to it. And she turns around and you see further down the hallway, Erwin Dastel, your older halfling servant, kind of shuffles up with his nightcap on. It's long and dangling off his shoulders. He's got his long nightbow on. He's kind of carrying a small candle. "My goodness. The hour is late of your arrival, but I can't say I'm not excited to see you. Come in, your bed's are ready, everything's been cleaned and made to your specifications. Lena, to food! I'm already on it, Orwin!" She kind of smacks him on the back. "Oh, very well then.
I love their banter.
Oh, that's so cute.
I will
Go back to bed if that's fine.
Is there any urgent or pressing news? Any visitors that we should know about who came while we were gone? Anything before you retire for the evening?
No, I believe your friend, the mage woman with the blue robes, came by
Laura?
once.
Laura?
Allura. She came by a couple of days ago just to see if you would return. But no, told her you weren't, and she said she'd try again later.
Any pack?
Excuse me? What happened? A few days ago. When did they didn't long rest in Yogvaril, right? They only short rested. Maybe they long rested. I think a few days ago. It is very possible that I mean that's probably after they got Kima back, right? Aha. Why would Allura be coming around? I mean, probably because she hired them to do the job. That's probably the real explanation. But this is I don't know. Okay, my final theory was not that Allura was bad. It was that Kima was jealous of Allura, and that is why she wanted the Kavarn powers. But it is also possible that they're both bad, and that one of them is going to have the horn and get the other horn for the other. Because there are two horns, guys. That's the thing at the end of the day here that is fucking me up and making me have all these conspiracy theories, is there are two horns. There are two. Why are there two? And fucking cursed Clarota's sudden and inevitable betrayal, but we're not curious about this very powerful wizard that's basically in the Illuminati that hired us to go into this death trap that, might I remind you, contains enough mind flayers to level the planet. We're not curious about the person who, maybe sent us in there to face our dooms. And there are two suspicious people. And there are two horns. And that forms the seeing eye. Open your eyes, sheeple. I'm right.
Packages, mail, post.
None that I know of, no. In fact, been fairly quiet.
All right.
Thank you. I go back to my quarters, and he kind of shuffles off, goes towards his bed. You guys make your way into...
No, their housekeepers chill. Why would I expect that? That's so weird of you to say. Rooste. That's so weird. Why would you say that? That's their housekeeper was clearly innocent. Or good.
The main dining chamber of your keep. 4 large round tables kind of set out with the chairs around it. You can see for the most part it's kind of been untouched, other than a couple of chairs that are kind of set ajar by where your mercenary soldiers have been eating and or have been keeping up. There's a couple of empty tables set on the side that immediately Elena goes, I'm so sorry. I should have taken care of this. And she stumbles off towards the kitchen, and you guys all eventually find yourself sitting sore, exhausted, mildly intoxicated around these chairs and take a very deep breathing sigh of relief at being back home here in Iman.
Oh, back home in Iman. I thought he was talking about the play. No, okay. Oh, the characters, not the play. Okay, yeah.
Keep.
Should we unstone Kima or should we sleep on it?
I stand up and I head towards the sleeping quarters, and I just say, "Leave it to stone tonight. We deal with it tomorrow." And I go to bed.
I turn him into a rat.
I do have
Scott's out here suspicious of every house sitter and pet sitter in existence. He's like, I don't know. There's something suspicious about you.
Just film it. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw, Tiberius.
Hold on a second. I can still cast as an animal, right?
Nope, you cannot draw.
Oh, I still get bed.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Amazing.
That's adorable.
Curl up under your covers. Go back to sleep. Kind of nuzzle it.
It's quite comfy. What is it?
He's a little bed.
Arcane squabbles.
I
So
pick up
much.
the sleeping rat, just kind of scooch him.
Oh, he's in bed.
Sorry, he's fine. Look, see his legs going. He's dreaming about something nice.
We ate already, right?
He looks so
Like,
tired.
you snacked it, but he's made it through the town. But for the most part, like
I mean, look, he handled it with good vibes. I got nothing to say. At least, good for him.
a meal's being prepared. You begin to smell now the cooking of meat. Elena's setting it up for you guys.
You're dreaming of magical artifacts.
Friends, so we kind of started a war, am I right?
Yeah, pretty sure we did.
Crackhammer is potentially in grave danger, am I right?
We might want to let them know.
Wait, rewind a bit. This bit is funny. Oh no, wait. Like this bit?
And I go to bed. I turn him into a rat.
I do have a
Just film it.
Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw. Tiberius.
Hold on a second. I can still cast as an animal, right?
Nope, you cannot talk.
Oh, I still go to bed.
Oh god.
Just kind of scooch him.
Oh, he's in bed.
Sorry, he's fine. Look, see his legs going. He's dreaming about something nice.
We ate already, right?
He looks so tired.
Like, you snacked it, but he's made it through the town. But for the most part, like a meal's being prepared. You begin to smell now the cooking of meat. Elena's setting it up for you guys.
You're dreaming of magical artifacts.
Friends, so we kind of started a war, am I right?
Yeah, pretty sure we did.
Crackhammer is potentially in grave danger, am I right?
We might want to let them know that we sort of.
We should probably let them know as soon as possible.
First of all, Clarota was lying through his noodles.
Lying through his noodles. Oh man, that one just got me. I mean, what fucking war? You freed them, and then they attacked you, and then you attacked them. This seems like pretty standard Mind Flayer Underdark interactions. I don't really know if their compass on their plans has moved at all. If they were already going to invade the surface world, they could have done it already. So clearly they have no interest, right? Liam isn't the funniest at the table, but his dry humor is extremely strong. It's pretty good.
And second, even if he wasn't, which he was, he's now fucking pissed off, and
He's
so
dead.
is every other.
He's
Well,
dead.
they're all one hive mind, right? Listen,
They weren't really. They weren't
this is
particularly-
number 5 tonight.
They weren't
There's-
connected until the very end. He was dead before they were actually connected.
They're angry. They were following us.
They may not know who we are.
But
That's interesting.
you don't think they're going to scurry up the bottom of Craghammer and tear that place apart?
We'll let them know, but we may have time. We've hurt them very badly.
It took us about a week to get from Craghammer in, so we've got about a week.
Well, why don't we
to
do
be
some
sure.
research? I mean, this
Yeah,
was
we'd
the
have to
first
stop
time.
them on the way out the hole, right? There's only one way in and out.
Well, the dwarves already know that they were there and they were already prepping for battle.
Yes, but they don't know what's coming
I
for
don't
them.
think they know.
They don't know anything about mind flayers. They know about weird things coming out, but
So
not about
let's
mind
send a
flayers.
pigeon or something.
Mind players have been down there for ages.
back.
There's nothing new.
All I'm
We
saying
just think they'll come up
should
and
let-
Fuck yeah, Grog. Fuck. Fuck Craghammer. What did it ever do for you? Send a pigeon. What? I can't do. Every time I try to do Grog, it just fades into Tiberius. I don't know.
No, absolutely.
To be fair, we also did sort of release the Mind Flayers from their evil dictator.
Yeah, they seem very grateful.
We could stop them on their way out.
I think this will also be a conversation that Lady Kima will have some.
Well, okay, well, the thing we
Send the
then need to
pigeon.
immediately decide before we unstone Lady Kima is what are we going to do with the horn?
I think if we have Allura here and begin that conversation, then we can have Allura's insight.
Before we unstone Lady Kima?
Yes, I think we tell
Yeah.
Allura before we unstone Lady Kima.
Allura can tell you how fucking evil she is.
Everything that's
Oh,
happening.
dude. Is Allura gonna throw Kima under the bus? Is she gonna be like, hey, like fucking come in here. Hey guys, great to see you. Whoa, you got a horn? That's crazy. What? Kima's petrified? Man, here is something that I am just now realizing for the very first time. Kima might be evil. You better leave that horn in the safekeeping of the Illuminati. I would never do anything with it. This stream desperately needs a crazy board with rhetoric. I need to make a like a stream elements overlay that I can switch to just start connecting things like Allura, horn, petrification, mind flayers, elder brain.
The only person,
That'd be
the only
great.
person here would remotely know is you, Tiberius, and I don't.
He's a rat.
Oh, that's a good one.
And he's asleep.
He didn't seem to know anything. I think Alora is the person to
Well,
go
you
to
need
right
to
now.
share it with us.
You should wake up for bed.
Hey, sleep,
No,
sleep,
let's wait till Laura's here, I think, and we can.
Yes.
Do we tell her? Do we tell her we have the horn, or do we not?
Yes, yes.
No,
we do.
why don't we just wake up Tiberius?
Tiberius.
Little dog.
I'm still punishing him.
I'm still cuddling him.
If did you wake me up?
No. Nope. I'm holding you. Okay. I don't want to wake you up.
You start to wake up and then he scratches the side of your cheek and you go right back to sleep.
Oh. Tammy, he's so cute. I don't know what to do.
Okay, you know what? Vibes are improving. Orion, good job. Good job. Pat on the head, little rat.
He comes out with plates for you guys and sets up these.
Thank God.
They're not pretty, but functional meals of cooked pork, some fine mashed potatoes.
Some cupcakes.
I would like to eat.
Cooked pork and mashed potatoes sounds very good.
You do. Shake my mashed potatoes and you do ravenously. It is delicious. The first warm meal you've really truly had in 5-6 days.
I take Lady Kima's portions.
There were no portions made for your garden structure.
Yeah.
Never know.
That's good.
So
There's
talk
plenty
to
more.
Alora first. Yes. Yeah. Then unfreeze.
She's
Lady
in after Kima. Kima thinks that she's in the middle of a fight. The moment she comes out,
Well, hang on,
she's
hang on.
bothered.
That's true. She
Laura
thinks Kima's
comes-
after Kima, so what if they're both on the side that we don't?
Yeah,
What if
Laura's
they're
gonna
in
unfreeze
cahoots?
Kima.
We're going to have to trust somebody.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I just trusted in Clarota.
Why don't we just hold on to the horn for a second and see what they do without it?
We were
Why don't we
using.
tell them we didn't find it? Why don't we just hide
We just hold
them
on to it in the bag.
Don't we have a safe? Didn't we build a safe in our keep?
You do not have a safe built, but you could possibly have that done.
Question.
I'm just saying. Okay, look, Keyleth has been speaking my fucking language this whole fucking time. She has been sus of Kima, appropriate, and then she's like, guys, we shouldn't take the horn out. And then, the mind flayers show up, and she's like, okay, maybe better with us than the mind flayers. But, yeah, maybe you shouldn't just hand over this artifact to a person you... I mean, I'm assuming, they did some shit with her before the session, but, like, how well do they really know her, right?
Nuclear weapon in our
Wait,
basement.
so why are you
Me and Keyleth on the same fucking page.
guys so against giving the horn to Kima?
I just feel like if it's so terrible, why does she want it for herself?
She doesn't. She wants to hide
Does she
it.
want to destroy it?
Maybe she wants to destroy it. Maybe she wanted to get it up above ground so she could destroy
There's a
it.
second horn. Maybe she
Maybe.
has the other one and wants the matching set.
Do we know that there's
I
a
don't
paladin,
think
she
she's,
can't, right?
she's a paladin. She's good. Paladins are
I'm
good.
fine
right?
trusting her. I was fine.
Maybe. Maybe. But there is very distinctly something known as an oath breaker. And also, okay, wait. Paladins are good no class is inherently good or evil. The very closest is druid, and that's even like very, very loose. Like, there are trickster clerics, there are fucking twilight clerics, there are vengeance paladins, there are watcher paladins that are like very, very neutral. I mean, no, there are not paladins are not default good. And yeah, what about the pair of them? Exactly.
Trusting
Do you want to wake up? Do you have something important to
Right,
say?
because no one of the church has ever been bad before.
We didn't trust Clarota. We were using him as much as he was using
some of
us.
us truly trusted
It went
him.
well, most of us.
All right, fuck it. I walk over
Went
and I
south.
take the rat out of Vax's hands and I shake it awake.
He's still a rat.
I mean, I shake it a lot.
I'll undo his
unpunish
party
him.
move. I undo.
You undo his polymorph? How, Marisha? Do you have dispel magic? Thank you. I was wondering if you were. You were night cooking, and I was like, what is she night cooking? Just eggs and rice? Very cool. Paige got a night cooking bug and made me egg and rice. Thank you, Paige. Yeah. But I mean, dude, they're speaking fucking sense right now. Listen, paladin good, warlock bad. It's simple math. So true. So
His
factual.
polymorph.
What? How do you undo his...
My polymorph.
Good intentions.
Can I release
re-polymorph him into that? No, it's his spell.
Polymorph by using polymorph.
You
Using
re-polymorph
polymorph.
him
I
into
spit on
Tiberius?
Tiberius' head and I rub it in vigorously.
Scanlan,
now
come
mad and
on, we
nasty.
need to talk to him.
They're bits of
Still,
I'm trying to
working on
bite.
that spell.
Grog.
It's viscous grog spit mixed with chunks of pork and mashed potato rubbed
Scanlan,
into
This is Grog.
Scanlan, he's nipping. Scanlan, Tiberius is nipping.
All right,
Please.
fine. He's a human thing again.
Not human at all.
Dragonborn.
Why did you wake me up? I'm so hungry. I'm sorry. I always have scales. It was nice having
I
fur.
was trying to tell them you were fine. It's nice being cuddly.
I was so soft.
Tiberius, sorry to wake you.
Tiberius, we're having a lovely breakfast. Tell us a story.
I shoved my
I rested?
mashed potatoes.
What's going on?
No, it's been like 10 minutes.
What the fuck?
Max has a question for you.
Oh,
We're all still drunk and awake. Just
Don't worry. The second one down, I'll turn you back into a
We don't
rest.
want to go to bed yet. I just want to hear
What is
your
wrong?
lovely little explanation, darling, about what the horn is and why you don't trust Kima.
Oh.
Just if yes, I will.
The horn is-
Tell us the story.
The
Please,
horn
you
is-
haven't told any of us anything. We haven't talked to you in like a week, man.
It's the horn of Orcus.
Horn of Orcus.
This thing comes from a devil, a demon. Nothing good could ever come from anything in existence. It needs to be destroyed. And I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let me articulate these words a little bit more. There is nothing that you can use this particular artifact for any reason of good. The fact that it is even here is a very bad sign because it was taken from one of these beasts.
So why don't we destroy it?
That's exactly what we need to do.
Isn't that what Kima
What if they want to destroy it?
I don't think they wanted to bring it back.
Question.
There is,
Why?
Because there was the liquid hot magma that was below where it was being held. The plant was very sufficient for it to be thrown in magma.
Question.
That's true.
Question though.
Stand with him. Why would she?
Wait. But your crushing fist couldn't destroy it. So maybe lava can't destroy it. So maybe it needs something extra special that only they know.
It's the sword of Gryffindor.
No, Pike could destroy it. Something.
Excuse me?
This is-
I don't think that's true.
First of all,
I mean, I'm
give yourself a little bit more credit,
something,
darling.
but-
You
do whatever you
killed the
set your
dragon.
mind to.
You did kill a dragon.
Did kill a dragon. Huzzah.
And you died and come back to life. By the way, we haven't talked about that. What was it like on the other side?
I mean, bars, dude. Like, yeah. Fucking snaps. Get off the fucking slam poetry stage, dude. Absolute truth. I mean, he's wrong about the magma, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's any magma in Young Varel. But besides that, Vex really just wants to get rid of it. She's like, but what if they do want to destroy it? And it's like, yeah, they'll lie and tell you that. Like, how do you know that they want to destroy it? We all know that we all want to destroy it. We're on the same page. So let's go and do that rather than shoving off the incredibly dangerous artifact onto people that may or may not want to destroy it, right?
Let's stay on topic here.
I'm sorry,
Have another
we're
drink. Have another
That's
drink.
just
Sorry, I get
another
rambly.
flag it in front of Keyleth just to.
I don't think I can.
From what I understand, is it possible that this is it's not possible to destroy this? That instead it has to be banished somewhere, perhaps?
It needs no. If it could be a permanent banishment, yes. But we don't know what kind of plane and what creatures lie there that would perhaps come upon that.
Question.
Well, it works as the elements, right? Fire burns earth.
Wind blows.
Light destroys darkness. Pike, you're the only one.
Rock beats scissors.
Exactly, Scatman. You're the only one that could, if your weapon had any kind of light enchantment on them, could probably smash this thing to bits.
Question.
Then we would have to scatter the remnants, the pieces far from each other, if not find different ways to destroy those pieces.
Why don't you trust them?
Because it comes from something that
Not the horn. Why don't you trust Kima?
because they wanted to bring it somewhere where they, which is, I don't know, which is why I wanted you to do a half thing where we could question Kima without her attacking us or trying to attempt to take the horn from us.
Well, here's my thing. Even if she has good intentions, say she has good intentions, and maybe they just wanted to bring the horn back to study it.
No.
And no one should be messing with this whatsoever.
I think they want to destroy it.
I'm of the opinion they probably want to banish it somewhere.
Yeah, then I
If that's the
think,
case,
and
then I
they're very
agree,
good and
sure.
very strong. So maybe
Well, then
we
why don't
don't
we just
to find
agree
out.
to not...
No, this is good. This means that there's no reason necessarily not to trust them. We just know that we don't trust the horn, and that's a perfectly reasonable.
In the short term, Scanlan, are you able to send it to another dimension for a while?
No,
Can we
don't trust
go-
it anywhere out of our
It
sight.
is not alive. I cannot.
Put it in the bag.
It's in the bag.
It's perfectly safe.
How about we rest? We put the horn in the bag. We wake up Kima. We go, oh, we brought you back. Sorry, we don't have the horn. If we did, what would you do with it? And then we decide what we do.
I like
that.
half that plan.
I like that.
I like
I like
that
it.
plan too.
I think we should tell her we didn't get it and see what she does.
To bed.
And Aurora is somebody that should not be here when this conversation happens. So because if they turn south, she's
Wait.
a more powerful sorcerer than I.
We need to decide. Do we tell her that...
Yeah, very much the worst person you know. Like, I don't know if this is character work. I haven't really seen Vex interact with... I mean, I guess that Vex was one of the first people to trust Clarota. Like, I don't know if this is like an active flaw that Laura Bailey is playing on Vex, is that Vex is just like very trusting. I don't... But they're... they are going about discussing this where they're kind of just like putting the burden on each other of like, why don't you trust her? Why do you trust her? Why don't you trust her? Why do you trust her? And it's like, I think they want to do something bad with it. I think they don't want to do something bad with it. And it's all just like, what do we think? And this is now just Jack talking about the plot of the show. This isn't even really DM advice anymore, because I'm just like spinning in my head right now of like, I legitimately cannot comprehend the reason to just blatantly trust Kima. Put all my corkboard fucking conspiracies aside. Like, there are so many ways to go about potentially getting artifact killing machines, potions, whatever. However they're going to destroy the horn, there's potentially so many ways to get that information or those things from them that don't involve giving the horn to them and trusting them. Just don't trust them. Why are we trusting them? I don't understand. I'll say that I generally trusted Kima. Risty, I don't know how to say your name. So tell me if I mispronounce it horribly at any point. But I understand if you generally trust Kima. I honestly do. I still don't know if I buy, and maybe this is just like, I'm just like a skeptical person. I'm like, we're the party. We're Vox Machina. Kima's not Vox Machina. Like, why the fuck are we just giving it over to her? Like, I don't know. It seems like kind of just offloading problems, if you ask me. Kind of seems like, I don't want to fucking deal with it anymore. I'm just saying. I don't know about the folks she works with, but Kima seems sincere. Yeah, I trusted her past tense. Until she turned into Kavard 2.0, of course. Fuck. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I am fully in the skeptic camp of like, why even let her know that it exists? She's stoned. We could just lie to her. We could just do it.
We
It's
destroyed
easy.
it, or do we tell her that we just didn't get it? And
You
it's stuck
can't
down
say
there?
destroyed because we don't know how we did that, right?
No, we didn't destroy it.
And she was like, how did you destroy it?
We say, oh no, we got overrun and we had to leave.
Yeah,
but then they're going to tell
But
us
then
to
they're
go
gonna be like,
back
we're gonna have to
for
go back for it.
That's fine,
yeah.
but if we ask like what she would have done if we had it, and when she leaves we go, ha, we have it.
Or we go, oh, well, good. Then actually we do have it.
Yeah, we lied to you, but it was because we're talking about the dangerous devil artifact, and so we thought that a bit of lying was probably okay in this scenario. Lie to a holy person? Not the thing I did every Wednesday in Catholic school. No!
You can do that
Yeah,
too.
if she wants to study it or use it or transform it into something, we don't give it to her, we try to destroy it ourselves. If she wants to banish it and do something that Tiberius is happy with, then we go like, hey, we have it.
When we meet her, I don't think we
Or
should
we could
have
tell
it.
her
I
it's
think
being
one of
kept in
us-
a safe place.
One or two of us should take it away. We don't all have to be at that meeting.
I think we just keep it in the bag of holding, she'll never suspect.
Well, hang on. It's in the bag of holding right now?
Yes. Is there nothing else in that bag of holding?
You know,
Nothing. It took out all the stuff it could turn into some like evil transformer or something.
You know
I'll take it in the morning.
The other characters can make inside checks too. You know that, right?
A pile somewhere.
Everything has out with parentheses next to it.
She might be able to tell when
If
I-
we have it, then she could say you're lying.
Or
No one
she
can
might
tell when I'm
not
lying.
be able to tell.
All right, I'm lying.
Legitimately, no one can tell when I'm
don't think
lying.
we
I mean, we could stone shape it, and I could like stone shape it and bury it somewhere in our key.
One person should leave with it. I'll leave with it.
No,
Pete, that's genius.
simple.
Yeah, I'll leave. It's not like I'm going to talk to the source. Oh, I'm not going to talk to the
Yeah,
source.
you and
just
I will
say-
take a walk with it and play tiddlywinks or something in the woods.
Yeah.
That's fine. What's wrong with that? It's easy.
That's a very good plan.
Do you want it very far
Yeah,
away?
you're not talking.
Hang on.
I'm not.
Wait,
No, we don't.
You're talking about just taking a
very
stroll through the forest with the horn of Orcus?
No, I'll just hang out outside.
In the keep. How about just staying in the keep?
Yeah,
somewhere
yeah,
else.
another room.
You can hang
Anywhere
out in the
else.
temple downstairs.
Yeah, sure.
I fall asleep Safe on down the there. temple.
Very nice.
Shall we sleep?
Let's sleep and meet with Kima.
The horn attached to the troll dick? Oh no.
In the morning.
This was a fabulous breakfast.
Vax gives his sleeping sister a wet willy.
Ah.
And I put my head right in my food and fall asleep.
Okay.
Let's not forget you still got a funny toe.
I checked my bed to make sure no one shat in it.
I did leave little rat turds before I got scooped out. So,
Drink it, let's go to bed.
I turn it. I go minxy, and I
Okay.
curl up by the
Yeah,
fire.
mixy.
Okay. You're by the fire.
Scanlan,
Set up on the-
turn Tiberius back north.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I'm going to bed.
Back north.
You can curl up with me.
No.
Would you like to
I'm
be
a
rat?
kitty cat.
I like being furry.
Well then, no, because I'm still punishing.
That's fine. Have your fun tonight, people. You will have your licking in the morning. I go to sleep.
Me too.
You guys all go to rest for the evening. The best rest you've had in a long time. Your beds are comfortable, well set. It's a warm interior.
I'm starfished on my bed.
Scanlan, did you appreciate your bed?
It's the first time. It's the first time in a while that Pike, you've been able to sleep without your armor on, and it's so nice.
Oh, that's great.
You sleep hard. You sleep for an extended period of time. Eventually, you all begin to rouse. As you all wake up, The smell of fresh breakfast food is already kind of coming through
That
the
Pike stank from her armor.
Yeah, you have to watch
Hey,
that armor.
no,
though.
it's like
Take a cast off.
Yeah. Oh, that.
Actually, is there,
Could you go see
is there a
Keith?
bathhouse?
You haven't inquired. You can ask around if you want.
I'll stay here. Let's go into your bath.
Bathhouse. Yeah.
Oh, you weren't. You're not a rat. Huh? You didn't transform.
I know. I'm telling you, a lizard form.
Oh, yeah.
That's
awesome. Okay.
Scales. You can rub it off the clay.
There you go. Out in front of the keep.
Gross.
I have a little
I just
dirt
love
on
the
my
pile
chat
of
for saying
grossness.
that's really weird.
We just don't care for our lives.
Alright.
Okay, let's go down and have our meeting.
So you guys head down into the dining room again. Kima's still standing there with the mall left where she was. Grog is still face down, like on the table, kind of grab the plate, held against his face, with mashed potatoes across his cheek. Across the way on the far table, you see Cordell and Shane are both finishing their breakfast, kind of like sitting there at the table with their arms kind of gathering at Princess Dally. Both of you enter.
Morning.
Morning. And they both kind of finish the meal. Get up and stand up. Enjoy your breakfast. You've earned it. I think our shift is done. Thank you. She kind of pats Cordell. They both get up and they exit out.
Have a good night.
I know.
I start
it's
awake
eating it.
with food on my face, and I wipe it off and eat it.
No.
I had a horrible dream about 2 walking testicles that were hurting my mind.
That was no.
I'm so sad to wake up. I was just about to go to the heart, get some ash and throw a penis on it.
I had a feeling something was
Next
coming.
thing out of my mouth, I promise.
Where's the bag of holding?
I got it. Go
Can
ahead.
you check in your bag to see if the horn is still there?
And it's okay?
I look in the bag of holding and I see a horn.
You look in the bag and you see nothing. You imagine something, you reach and you pull it out.
Oh, no.
Don't do that.
How are we gonna get it out of
DS
there?
uses-
I can.
Okay. Can you tell that it's in there?
Teleport something out of my bag? It's telekinesis. I can picture it.
Yeah,
Can you
I hold
teleport
it
it?
up
Can
in
you
front of
pull it up
Tiberius.
out and make sure it's still there and
So you
okay?
use telekinesis, you lift the
No,
horn out.
I don't do it. I'm assuming it's there. I'm not doing that right
Wait,
now.
no, check though. I want to make sure it's
Don't
there.
you
I'm
have
pretty sure it's there.
I want to make sure.
All right, I will check with
Not what he says. It's how he says it.
Big B's.
Mage Hand or whatever. I've got something else.
Can you
Mage
hand
Hand. Yeah, I'll Mage Hand it.
Mage hand gently and slowly lifts it out. You can see the horn just kind of holds there for a second. It moves very slowly.
Ew, put it back in.
Put it back in the bag.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
trying to
Wait.
type. So I'm gonna go down to the, what is it, the temple below the thing?
Okay, yeah, go down to the temple.
Or I'm gonna go play well into the dark with myself. That sounded wrong.
Okay, so you head down into the Temple to Sarenrae, which is beautiful. It's all like a giant 2-story stained glass, three set walls with trees and hedges set up and flowers, with a bunch of wooden kind of long benches set up towards the altar in the center. It's beautiful, especially this time of day.
made out of, like,
It's
tree trunks?
close to noon right now, so the sun's kind of streaking through the top of it, and it's just kind of cascading through the tree boughs of the 2 trees that are closest to the entrance. It's a beautiful sight. Even you, Grog, are moved.
Just because I'm nervous, I reach in the bag of holding and pull out a vial of holy oil that I have. I have 3 vials of holy oil, and I just hold it when I'm down there.
Just
All right. So while he's down there, the rest of you guys, what are you doing?
I'm gonna cast Circle of Teleportation in my room.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm gonna go to the treasury first. I'm gonna take out 500 gold pieces, and then I'm gonna go up in my room and cast Circle of Teleportation.
Okay. Tiberius is gone.
Let's heal
So
Kima.
you left? You just left us?
For the blessing of Bahamut, I choose Draconia.
Tiberius is gone.
Okay, so I'm gonna stand behind Kima.
I assume.
And
We're gonna face her towards the
face
wall.
her towards the wall.
Good idea.
Or towards something happy or
Ready to
something.
pull you away when she starts to move.
Yeah, okay. So
Oh, wait. Are we unfreezing her?
Yeah.
No, I thought we were going to talk to Allura first.
No,
we're going to talk to her first.
Oh, wait, that's right.
And we
You were
gonna do
drunk,
that
it's
thing.
okay.
That's
It was
right.
long, we
I
had
was really
problems
tipsy.
long.
My head
Sorry,
hurts.
we came up with like 8
was
labs
so
last
drunk.
night.
Grog be here? He's the one who.
Yeah, I was like, that's not related to teleportation circle. What? There is a gold requirement for it, but I don't. What is that? I don't know what that could be. When I was a kid, I got super pissy if I wasn't winning, it would ruin the mood. So my main worry when I play D&D in person is reverting to that mode, which is quite like how Orion is acting. Yeah. Yep, I know the feeling. One of my very, very best friends growing up was very much like that. And we actually, when we first started playing D&D, we used to play Civ 5 together all the time. And when we first started playing D&D, we didn't invite him because he ruined the mood a lot in Civ 5, and it was really bad vibes all the time. We told him later, but which was hard. It was a very hard conversation because it was like years later. But yeah, it can be just like bringing down bad vibes. I mean, in any situation, it can be very hard, but especially in a game like D&D that is not actively about winning or losing, but that has the set dressing of winning and losing. It can be really hard to separate those feelings. It can be a very real challenge, especially when you first start. Let it be known that Tiberius is not the treasurer. Take a guess who the treasurer is? Oh, it's Vex. Okay. I had to think about it for a second. I was like, who? It's Vex. Cool. 500 gold pieces. What could that be for? I write in big, bold letters, remember to make friends at the top of character sheet. Yeah, man. It is something that I wish more people were more like actively introspective about. One thing that I really respect about that friend is that he is really actively introspected about that aspect of him. And apparently, I wasn't there, but he was, we haven't played Civ 5 in years. And he was playing it the other day with one of our other friends, and he told me afterwards, he was like, yeah, I think I just can't play Civ 5 anymore. He was like, I haven't like gotten like that in years, but like I felt that like old part of me coming out where I was like getting like really upset, and I felt like I was going to like take it out IRL. And I really respected that moment of like introspection and clarity from him. I think it's really hard to determine those sorts of things about yourself, and it's even harder to admit them, right? So I always really respected that, and I respect you, John, for the same reason of like knowing that you have those tendencies and taking active steps to at least help yourself try and mitigate them, right? That's really responsible. Like that is just like being a responsible friend, player, etc. Ding ding ding, you are correct. You get to truly have the Vex experience in the next episode. Oh, joy amongst joys. Oh man. You're describing my relationship with League of Legends through this other friend. I feel like this friend had has like a specific, I almost said character trait, personality trait. I feel like League creates that trait within people. I have never heard of a game that I have heard more of those type of experiences with.
Thanks, her.
Oh, the things I sacrifice for the group.
All right.
Okay, so I cast Greater Restoration.
Okay, you reach out and you
Run
touch the
away,
back
man.
of Kima. Her stone armor turns to gold, and rapidly her entire form goes back to flesh. As she finishes her swing with the ball against the stone wall, just and she kind of steps back for a second, confused, and looks over her shoulder at the rest of you.
Everything's okay. Everything's okay. We're out of
Fine,
danger.
fine.
We're at home.
Guess
It's
what?
okay.
We are alive.
We lived.
She kind of drops the ball for a second and kind of
I just get the
aims her back
leftover
against the wall.
like mashed potatoes from
Like
breakfast.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
I just want to see that really quick.
She's not using utensils. She's just like scooping her with her hand
So
at the
we
point. She's
killed
hungry.
Kavan, right?
Obviously.
Yeah.
And
And then
funny story,
and
you
then
were right about Kuroda. He was horrible. We killed him.
Yeah,
killed
but
him. You were
that was
right. Hey,
overrun
you were
by
right.
a bunch of evil brothers.
And we got a very fancy hat out of it.
Hey, right, look at his hat.
We should have known all along. You were right. We should have trusted you. Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. he had his uses. I'm certain. I just.
You were right, we're wrong, you're very attractive, we're all quite ugly.
Speak for yourself.
Necessary, but the compliment is appreciated regardless. Oh, thank you for bringing me back with you. You could have easily left me back, and I appreciate that you took the time.
So, you're alive. That's good because you were
Yes,
sort
yes.
of on a suicide mission.
Suicide.
What exactly was your mission, Kima?
Where's the horn?
Well, thing is, it's not here.
All right. It's not with the elephant, is it?
It's in a safe place.
No, for sure.
But how safe?
Pretty safe.
Why? What can it do?
Pretty safe.
She looks like visually nervous, and she goes,
Nothing can touch it.
That's what the order that originally sealed it believes.
Okay.
Even if it's somewhere safe temporarily, we can possibly relocate it. But we have to.
You saw your mission as a suicide mission, but if you had secured it, what were your plans? What was plan B? What were you going to do with it?
If I were to fall in the process of trying to get the horn, others would come after me. I had sent word to my order that if I did not return, they would send more.
Can I insight?
Go for it, yeah, go to one side.
And if you.
It's a whisper. I can feel it. Ah, yeah.
Whisper tones. Sweet whispers.
Okay. I will say one thing. Obviously, we had the we had the relative argument and came out on opposite sides of whispers as a general mechanic. However, I will note for posterity's sake, that I think, regardless of my feelings about whispers at my table, at new DM's tables, whatever, I think whispers are a great mechanic for a show. And I partially think that that's why they have such a universally good reputation within the critter community. But regardless of any of that, it's great drama. Because one of the really interesting things about watching actual plays is that we get an unparalleled view into the mental workings and thinking of the characters, which you normally don't have in something like a TV show or a movie. Maybe you occasionally have some introspection, but it's normally limited, or at least limited to like the main character. Whereas we get a lot more of that in an actual play. And whispers kind of reintroduce that wall a little bit, which is like frustrating, but in a good way for the audience. Like it creates that dramatic tension of like, you don't know what's going on. Which is, I really do, and I should have brought that up during our original conversation. I like it from an audience perspective. I just don't know how I feel about it in private tables. But I said I wouldn't argue too much about that. That is its own stream someday, where we'll really deep dive whispers. It's also a great time to sell an ad slot. Yes, for a stream show, whispers work, but more so because the professional actors can handle them. That's also fair. True, Scott, true. It kind of forces the audience to use real life insight check on the player. Yeah, it's a very, I think it's a really, really good mechanic to have in an actual play. Yeah. Because like right now I'm like, oh, I want to know what he's telling Vex. And as an audience member, that's a great feeling to have. I have mixed feelings about how that is for other characters, but as an audience member, love it.
Guys, because whispering action doesn't come free.
How many subscribers away are we? 38.
That's a lot.
38 subscribers.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That is still a lot.
Where you can watch Matt Mercer whisper at people.
Exactly. Which goes, so this horn, which is one of two, if lore is correct, was sealed 1,000 or so years ago by those who originally cut it from the head of the Avatar of Orcus, of which it was bestowed. Once he was slain, everything they could within their power to destroy it, yet this artifact instilled with the purity of Orcus was indestructible to their knowledge. So the least they could do was to seal both horns across the world from each other and forget that it even existed, which worked well until recently. And it wasn't until these visions came to me that, and other members of my order, that we knew that this was a thing. Me being the closest in my pilgrimage, we took that as time of the essence. I was to go in there with a team and retrieve it. If it couldn't be destroyed, at the very least, we could convene and decide a safer place to possibly reseal it and forget. And there are magical ways of forcing those of us who know how to forget. And that would be the safest thing for it. If there is a way to destroy it, we don't know, but that could also be sought after. We have arcane and divine knowledge we didn't have back then. So, in the long run, it needs to be retrieved. The longer it stays down in the Underdark, no matter where you placed it, it draws like a beacon all darkness to it until something else, like this beholder Kavarn, and they'll take up the mantle and themselves be as dangerous or more so than he ever was.
So the other horn is still safe?
As far as I know. The visions...
So you're saying... you're saying that the horn draws darkness to it. And that... at some point, this horn was released and started drawing darkness to it. And at a similar but undisclosed and vague point in time, you were drawn to it, Kima. Is that right? I mean, that's what you're saying. You got a vision. Right. And I'm sure that's entirely and completely different from what the Beholder experienced. There's no way it experienced a vision. That'd be crazy.
only gave me access to where this one was.
Oh, and also the implication that I'm making is that it only draws in darkness, so then Kima must therefore be darkness.
I can only assume that it's out there, but if someone else were to find it, I would know that they probably have knowledge of the second one existing as well. I don't know if Kavan shared this information, but if someone else takes the mantle of this horn, what's to stop them from seeking the other?
What is to stop them? Kima? Allura?
Okay.
Regardless, I appreciate that we're all alive and we're together. And where are we?
Oh, you're in our home.
Grayskull Keep, it's in Iman.
We're in Iman?
Yes.
Well, that's wondrous. We could speak with Allura. She will have the wisdom to know what to do with this next.
Hypothetical. What if an army of darkness was slowly approaching Iman to kill all of us?
What are you saying?
Well, we didn't. We killed Clarota and Kavarn, but there was a lot of bad guys down there that we could not kill, and
We hurt that elder brain real bad, but not bad enough.
And it will heal on a single long rest.
I don't know much about the Illithid themselves, but they reside deep and they're not fans of the surface. I believe that it was Kavarn's initial onset that was pushing them, both in union with the Durgar and pushing them towards the siege. I spoke of something about bringing Twilight to the surface world. I don't know what that was about, but I fear what knowledge they have if left alone. At the very least, I know they're probably having to return and lick their wounds, whoever you left behind. It would be folly for them, especially knowing that we're aware to attack now.
Okay, that's good.
But we can notify those in Craghammer to buffer the defenses, close the tunnels that you took down there, and my army as well.
I'm just gonna really quick. I won't harp on this too much, but just really quick point out the issue of scale again. Let's say Kima is level 11 like them. Hell, you know what? Fuck it. Let's say she's level 20. She's a hero of the multiverse. She's taken on Tarrasques. Let's say Allura is level 20. 6 mind flayers decimate them. Hell, let's get really wacky and crazy. If you don't like my math, let's call it 10. 10 mind flayers against 2 level 20s. That is at least double their CR. And then that's not even getting into like the action economy of it all. Okay. Matt narrated hundreds. 10 of them. And also this isn't even considering the elder brain, which has legs, so it could walk up to the surface as well, which is a real fear. But if this Army of Darkness is a great way to put it. If these mind flayers march on the surface, there is nothing you can do, Kima. Let's be like really straight up here. She is at least level 9. She was a 3rd level remove curse. That is true. That is true. It doesn't matter though. Like, we're talking hundreds. Like, I don't know, man. It's like, and again, this is the problem of scale. This is the problem of scale. When you're narrating things, you have to actually think about the consequences of what you're saying. Hundreds of mind flayers. We were terrified in Baldur's Gate 3 of like 2 on the Nautiloid. They had fucking dragon riders after them. Like, this is... Mind flayers are terrifying. They're not something you can have hundreds of, except in the astral plane where they do eternal battle against the Githyanki. And the Githyanki themselves are world-ending forces. Like, so... Problem of scale. Problem of scale.
Oh, and that should give us time to
The
prepare.
Elder Braid of Feet can't hurt you. The Elder Braid of Feet can't hurt me. It has boots of haste. It can catch up.
If we choose to seize or at least seal them off.
And your order is what?
The Order of the Platinum Dragon.
Right.
Right.
That's a really good order, right?
Okay, history check. Can I do a history check?
Religion check.
That's a religion check?
I'm
And
sure it
roll
is.
history and probably gain some knowledge based on that.
Could I do it?
If you'd like
Are
to,
you doing
yeah.
a religion check?
I'm doing a history check if you want to do a religion
I'll
check.
do a religion check.
22.
Oh, fuck this.
So fucking close.
I mean, you guys are familiar loosely with the name Bahamut. You've heard Tiberius bring it up before. You've seen temples to it, but your knowledge knows that Bahamut is very well regarded as the lawful good deity of justice and honor, and is primarily one of the great good gods of this pantheon.
I'm going to trust anyone. I think this is a good. I think
Yeah,
this is
absolutely.
a good
Good person down in the basement.
I trust the organization. they have a sterling reputation.
I mean, I know that I'm holding on to some biases here, but I mean, Keyleth's example of like, yeah, no one in the church has ever been bad is kind of spot on, and the rest of her team died, and she didn't, and she's real fucking insistent that we cannot leave the horn down there, which like does make sense, but it's weird how she's saying it a little. I don't know.
So,
The devil.
Kima, pie in the sky goal. You would destroy the horn?
If we had the means of doing so, yes. We'd have to talk to the order. We'd have to talk to the council. We'd have to bring people that we could trust and that had the capabilities of knowing if this were possible, how we would go about it. It's beyond my knowledge.
I think what worries us is anyone coming in contact with it would be corrupted.
Don't go into contact with it.
No.
No,
I would
no,
attempt
of
it.
course.
Just within range.
Yes, is proximity okay?
I don't know. I saw it for as long as you did.
This could be bad. What is leaving?
Evil Grog?
The essence of most artifacts like this, it goes more than just touch. One has to
Is not smart enough to be corrupted. True.
be you to bond with these artifacts, to attune with them like any power.
He just gets a cool new weapon attack, and that's it. The horn doesn't know how to manifest within him; it just goes dormant.
Powerful magical item to truly gain its power, but that's not to say that itself does not contain some sort of foul intelligence.
If I could go downstairs and go get Grog.
Okay. So you walk your way down.
I've got a lovely bunch of cupcakes.
As you walk past, you are immediately met in the hallway by Erwin, your halfling elder servant. Yeah, I wanted to let you know that a scroll came for you with some sort of a summons, and he hands it to you, and
Probably jury duty.
kind of walks past you in the tunnel. Always kind of open it up a little bit. It hasn't been open. You kind of pull the clerk open up. It's a summon to the Council of Taldore. It's written by the clerk and says essentially, the Sovereign Uriel has been notified of your arrival and would like to see you at the Council chambers post haste.
Right. I'm gonna go. I'm still gonna go get Grog, but I'll pass this roll around. What?
That was for
Hey,
critical,
Grog,
or
come
Vox Machina?
upstairs.
Oh, yeah?
That was for all of us?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all clear.
Okay.
It's all. Just don't say anything yet, but just come upstairs.
Tell us if you
Figure
start to
it
feel
Has she asked about me?
out.
She definitely did.
She did, yeah.
Jury duty, hell yeah.
With my bald head.
Make your way back in. Kima finishes her meal, and you guys are chatting a bit. She's like,
I've never been IRL,
If I ask, how did you see it? I feel uncomfortable knowing the process and that it's at least safe.
Oh, we had the best defense mechanism. Grog!
Hello,
It's in a
Lady
very
Keeper.
secure magical item.
May I
She
add?
glances at you and says, all right, very well. Just be mindful that you don't go reaching in there.
I use my druid craft as he enters to make like little sparkles and like lightning bugs appear around him. Grog!
Lady Kima, who is currently covered in dirt and sweat, still in the golden armor that she wrestled from the long dead corpse of a dwarf in the Underdark. Her chin is smattered with dried mashed potatoes and a bit of a breakfast. Kind of gives
Covered in food as well.
kind of gives you a look. He's walking like, it's good to see you alive, friend.
More than alive, I think.
And also, he actually pulled you out of the cavern with one arm while you were stoned, out of the whole place.
Oh, stop, I don't like to brag.
She stands up and kind of wipes the food off her chin, clutches her symbol, and then kind of steps right before you, looking up towards your face, and says, I thank you, friend Grog.
Friend zone.
And then reaches out and gives you a big hug.
Oh.
Plus, he decided not to put you in the magical bag
Which is
when you
good.
were a statue. That's
Gives you a big hug. Is she? Oh, wait. What's Laura's face? What's Matt's face? I know. That's what I'm thinking, Scott. Is she gonna sleight of hand the horn out of the bag? No shot, right? That'd be crazy. That'd be too much. There's no way. There's no way. Look at Matt's face. I don't know. Oh wait, I didn't even read the I didn't even read the fucking captions. Am I right?
She releases hug slightly and kind of gives you a keen look. Goes, also appreciate it.
Oh my god, thank god, because what if...
Why don't you go wrap...
Wait, what did he do? Wait. Oh, wait.
put you in the magical bag.
and then
Oh.
she releases.
Dude, I thought that was literally like him narrating her picking his pocket and like getting the horn and being like also appreciated. Dunk. Holy fuck. Did you see how surprised I was that I was right? Oh my god, I did not think that was gonna happen. Does she even know it's in the bag of holding? I think she only knows that Grog has it. Yeah. That's why I was like, there's no, that's not what.
Plus, he decided not to put you in the magic bag.
We're fine.
We're
She
chill.
releases hugs slightly and kind of gives you a keen look. Goes, also appreciated.
Oh my god, thank god, because what if...
Well, why don't you go rest? We'll summon Elora, and we'll continue the conversation from there.
Please, I'd love to see you. It's been too long. All right, is there a room I can rest?
Yes.
Oh,
You
yeah.
use my room.
No,
There's a guest room.
Yeah, use the room. Oh, we do have a guest room.
we have a guest room.
We should use it.
She bought it.
I would have had you back, by the way.
Erwin is by the door, leads her to the guest room, and you guys take home to rest. We'll go ahead and pick up next session at that point, where those being brought in. So we'll stop the game there as I have to rush to the airport. But before that, we have some gifts to open from you guys.
You're rushing the airport tonight?
Huh? Yeah, I got a red eye at 1 a.m.
Oh
Be
my
in Sandusky, Ohio.
like
At collision.
every
Oh, no.
We did it. Woo! We did it, everybody. Congratulations. Oh, I forgot about the gifts. I forgot about the gifts. 18. Thank you for the reminder. 17. Oh my goodness. Bug wants me to come to bed so bad. You guys don't understand.
Those gifts, guys. Let's do this. Thank you guys again so much for all your donations.
Love you
Thank you guys so much.
There's
So much
stuff.
fun.
Need to be given out.
For Liam. This is for you, Liam.
Oh, okay, that's
Oh.
that's
Whoa!
Whoa!
What is
Whoa! Stuff. Ooh, you gotta. Oh, the dagger, dude. It's his dagger.
That
What?
is for you.
That was forged.
Oh!
What?
Wait.
for Leon.
That's for Liam. That's for
Wait,
you.
Laura, what did you get?
On them.
Oh my god, that Jonathan Frank's sign. Wait, Orion, fan of the show? I don't know who this is from.
Hold on.
That is
I'm sorry,
this
Laura.
person here.
What's
yes.
this you have signed over here? That wonderful autograph.
You'll always be my number one.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
This is for you to give to.
This is from.
Yeah, I understand.
That's wild. Dude. I wish I was on a highly successful actual play and got cool daggers. Oh, that's so sick. Holy shit. Damn, that's dope. That's really, really sick. Oh, man. Oh, get ready, get prepped. The next episode is shopping and the debut of the best character ever. I don't like shopping in D&D. I give players menus. And I say, in this town, they have these things for sale. Please look at them out of session so we don't have to talk about it the next time we have shopping opportunities. Oh boy, do I not like shopping. Woo! All right. It's fine. It'll be chill. I don't not like it that much, but we made it. Woo! 13 episodes down. I'm psyched. I'm psyched to be out of the Underdark. I'm psyched to take on this new arc in the story. I'm glad that Kima is still alive so that I can continue my conspiracies. One of these days, I'm going to be right. I'm going to have my conspiracy board for 50 episodes, all stinkers. And then, episode 51, I am just going to, out of nowhere, just fucking half-court shot it. And all of you are going to be like, did he pre-watch? Everyone's going to be like, oh, did Jack pre-watch? What's going on? But hey, if you just keep throwing shit out, you're going to be right eventually, right? It only goes up, and now a mini arc before the highly popular second arc. Fuck yeah. I love that mini arc. It doesn't get enough love. Let's go. I'm psyched. Yeah, so I'm assuming the mini arc is 14 to 16, and then 17 to 23 is second arc. I like this little change of background, if I'm correct about what that is doing. Sick. Very cool. Is the mini arc hunting down evil Kiva? Probably not, right? Shit. Ah. For what it's worth, next ep is when I, someone who watched C2 first, thinks C1 starts to feel like the show I know I love. Fuck yeah, dude. That's sick. I'm very excited. Yeah, for sure. Hold your tongue, but I'm psyched. I know, I've heard kind of low things about C1, but I've heard especially low things about Underdark. And as verbose as I've gotten, it is much easier for me to talk at length about critiques. So the better the show gets, the less I'll be able to pause. Obviously, I can compliment them, but, what am I going to do? Be like, oh, I love that. Do it like that. I will. I'll be able to talk. Don't worry. I'm not worried. But it definitely will be much harder to talk about things or not harder. It will take me less time to talk about things that I like versus things that I don't. Oh, man. Good stuff. Glad we're at this point. Heck yeah. No, 14 to 23 is the mini arc. Oh, that's enough episodes for Evil Kima. That's enough episodes. I could see it. 24 is the start of the second arc. Don't look up for title name spoilers. Yeah, I do. I've tried to put blinders on because I saw, I think it was episode 10, was Kavarn revealed. And that is what got me in the mindset of, oh, Kavarn must be like hiding in plain sight. Like he must be someone we knew. That was what first got me. Well, I had the Kima was Kavarn theory first, but it was more of a crackpot theory. And then around episode 8, I saw Kavarn revealed and I was like, holy shit, am I right? I was like, whoa, maybe it is Kima. I might actually be correct. And then it just turned out to be the Beholder. And I was kind of disappointed when it was just the Beholder if I wouldn't have set up that expectation by looking at the title. So I do try to avoid the titles now. In the Google Doc I shared with you, I hid the column with the episode titles. Nice. Good touch. I appreciate that. Arcs get longer after the mini arc, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I really wish they would rename some episodes. Some are way worse than others. I will try to not peek. Scott Cravey, you are correct. Yeah. But yeah, so we made it. We got through the Underdark. And the rest of it's going to be sick. I'm super excited. I'll be back. Same dirty time, same dirty place. I don't know why. That sounded better in my head. 5:30 on Monday for episode 14. Potentially. Yeah, I need to clean my place. Potentially Friday or Saturday for bonus ep, where we go back and listen to 12. I'm not guaranteeing. I can't promise. Because I also kind of want to work on a long video. I haven't really done a fully unique one in a while. It's been a lot of cut downs. So we'll see. I'll either be working on a long or maybe bonus stream. We'll see. Finish watching C12. Yeah. Yep. Finish watching Ep12 for bonus stream. Maybe. Not committing to anything. I will let you guys know at least a day ahead of time. So if I'm doing it at 5:30 Friday, you will know by at least 5:30 Thursday. and going on and on. And that's it. Thank you guys for joining. I appreciate y'all sticking around this late. I had a blast. I hope you did too. I'm going to go to bed now. Good night, SSH. Good night, everyone. Where are the people in chat? John. Good night, John. Good night, Scott. Good night, Hans. Good night, everybody. Good night, Restay. It was great having you. I'll see you on Monday. Oh, Undead King! Lurking legend. Good night.